now. It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show. With everyone's favorites, wants to put their brain in a robot body, but not if it's lame. And well, I was gonna say something, but not if it's lame, like the Alien TV show. Adam Friended.
What's up? How you doing? We're
doing...
streaming once a month now. It's great. I love it.
I'm doing swell. Did you guys miss us? Did you miss us?
I missed you. So,
oh,
and
you missed me. All right.
I've been in the chat messing around with people for hours now. So definitely, I'm ready to come back.
Well, just as you and I are back, Lindsay Ellis is back too. Look at that. It's like a nice little maybe it's not a coincidence. It's a sign from the universe. It's saying you guys need to cover that, like the phoenix from the ashes. Lindsay Ellis is coming back onto YouTube.
Yeah, classic Lindsay Ellis. She likes to put her kid in the video, right? This is the one that hasn't been aborted though.
Oh God.
Yeah, you remember her first movie, the one with the aborted kid? Well, now this is like a compare and contrast.
Fucking Christ. Oh my Lord. You know, it is weird because in the beginning of this, I don't think we're going to go over that part, but in the beginning of this video, she shows her kid running around. I don't like, some people, they blur their kids' faces. They don't like want to show their kid on videos. She decided not to do that. You know, whatever. I guess that's up to every individual person.
Well, look, I don't think it's right to put your kid. Look, I'm judging. Don't put your fucking kid in the video, especially if your video is going to get millions of views. Okay. There are fucking crazy people out there. Be a responsible parent, for heaven's sakes.
Right. Well, it's not like they're going to be like, oh, now that I know what the kid looks like, I can somehow find the child. Right. Like, I don't think that's the issue.
Maybe in like 6 months with AI, who knows?
Okay, maybe.
Like future-proof your family, for heaven's sake.
Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Okay, fair enough. You convinced me. But I just want to show you, this is kind of interesting. So in the beginning of this video, you know, she's showing, you know, she has like a kid, and then she's kind of like showing off some of the house that she lives in. She's kind of mocking the whole, you know, the trad wife videos where they're always cooking and doing something while they're talking. And she's like playing it off like it's mocking the trad wife thing. But to me, this is how I interpret it. I interpret it as a woman who's like, LOL, you drove me off the internet, but I have a child and I live in a nice house. So who really won the situation?
I totally agree. Yes. This is I am a successful conservative woman now with a husband and a child.
It is interesting. It's like, I'm going to mock the trad wife thing, but I'm actually using it sincerely to show you that I'm winning at life. Is that strange?
Well, I mean, it's completely normal for social media. Obviously, it's so much of social media is all about bragging about your status.
No,
right?
like, yeah, like that part is normal, but I mean that she's using sort of the right wing, or what is like thought of as a right wing aesthetic
to be successful.
To be successful, bragging about it, even though she's on the far left. And
shits
this
on
whole
video. Yeah.
This whole video is about, so this video is called The Unforgivable Sin of Miss Rachel. Now, if you don't know who this is, Miss Rachel is a YouTuber, or yeah, I guess you'd say she's a YouTuber, but she's like super successful. She does all these like little kid videos and kid songs and stuff for very small children. She gets millions and millions and millions of views, incredibly successful. And she's been talking a lot about, you know, how horrible it is that there are all these children that are dying in Gaza and all this other stuff. So some people were attacking her saying, oh, you know, how dare she only talk about the Palestinian children that are dying, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that is like almost has nothing to do with this video whatsoever. Okay. This video is 2 hours and 22 minutes long. Only the first like 20, 30 minutes even talk about the Miss Rachel situation. And she doesn't even really go into it except to explain the situation, to say that children's entertainment has always had left-leaning political bent to it, including Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers, and that people on the right should basically just shut the F up about complaining about people putting politics into kids programming. That's like the entire portion of the Miss Rachel thing, which, to be fair to Miss Rachel, I mean, I don't watch her content, but it didn't seem like she was putting anything political in her actual children's content. It seemed like it was just on her own Instagram towards adults. She would, complain about geopolitical issues, which I think is totally fine.
She came out as pro-Hamas, Miss Rachel did.
Well, I would not say that's fine, obviously. And I don't believe she did come out as pro-Hamas. Okay. But if Mr. Rogers or Sesame Street or whatever, like someone who works as Sesame Street or Miss Rachel, any of these people, if they make entertainment for children and that entertainment is apolitical, and then they talk about politics in another space, I don't have a problem with that. We live in America, free speech, blah, blah, blah.
I'm sure you've seen Mr. Rogers testify in front of Congress about PBS funding. It's a famous viral video. Yeah.
Yes.
So obviously that's very political. So
it was more,
but that is outside of the show. So
right, but when Miss Rogers was testifying before Congress to try to get funding for PBS, the idea wasn't, PBS is going to be a political vehicle to teach children politics. It was more like, all these kids are watching TV. We would like there to be TV shows that teach them positive things that most people agree are positive things that are mostly apolitical. The one clip Lindsay Ellis has of Miss Rogers saying anything political in his TV show is, he has a pro-integration message with like a black person, right? From 50 years ago or something. Right. That's something that people, sure, at the time, some people would, have an idea about.
I don't look if it's outside of the television show. I think that's fine. So,
right.
And the Mr. Rogers is an example of something outside the television show.
Sure. But so that's like really only the first 20, 30 minutes of this video. The rest of this video, the overwhelming amount of this video is all about anti-Semitism. And this is so strange. I don't know what's going on with BreadTubers. I think they've all lost their minds. Well, okay, hold on. They've always all lost their minds. I think their minds are now melting because there used to be a time period in the past, as people like us that have covered a lot of BreadTube content, where they would make arguments that we would disagree with, but they would at least present it in some sort of coherent way that you could follow on a YouTube video and then agree or disagree with in a point-by-point basis. And now we have Big Joel, who made an over an hour-long rambling video on Bill Maher that means absolutely nothing. It's like I'm literally watching his brain. You watch his brain melt on video. You don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's rambling about Bill Maher. It's completely incoherent for the entirety of the video. Now we have Lindsay Ellis, her big debut comeback, and she literally spends like over an hour and a half just going over the history of anti-Semitism in Europe and in America. And it's like, it has almost nothing to do with anything whatsoever.
She seems to try to be making the argument that Christians are the real anti-Semites and the people with death to Israel and death to the Jews on their flag are really the best friends of Israel.
Yes.
Which, like, what?
Yes. The entire point of this video. So this whole thing with Miss Rachel is all like, it's a bait and switch, because the entire point of this video is just to say there isn't really anti-Semitism on the left. If there is, it's very tiny. There isn't really anti-Semitism in the Muslim world. If historically, this is her claim. Okay. She says in the video that there isn't like a lot of anti-Semitism historically in the Muslim world. She says like, oh, maybe like would come up a little bit. Right.
Well, how'd they get death to the Jews on their flag then? What happened there?
Well, historically. Okay. Once Israel started, they all became anti-Semitic, but it was because of Israel's existence. So it's not their fault. Right. This whole video, and the reason she's going through all this history of anti-Semitism in Europe, okay, is just to say it was really Christians and Europeans that were all hated the Jews. Anti-Semitism is just people on the right, they just hate Jews. It's not a problem on the left. The Trump administration, even though they say that they're anti-Semitic, they're actually the true Jew haters, and the right is where all the Jew hating is. And don't you dare criticize the left for hating on Jews. That's the point of this entire fucking video.
Yeah.
For 2 hours. And she has to go through the entire history of anti-Semitism in Europe to explain this point, when, first of all, that's fine. Maybe some people don't know. Yes, Europeans historically very anti-Semitic. Okay. I don't know if you knew that. I don't know if you knew that Middle East also
Mhm.
very anti-Semitic towards Jews forever, literally
I
treat
heard
them as second
Germany's
class.
like right in the middle of Europe. And we
Yes.
all know what happened there.
We all know what happened to Germany, right? Russia, not too great to the Jews, is the reason a lot of Russian Jews don't live in Russia anymore. Okay. They
Yeah.
definitely forced them out of the country. Very instances. Okay. I thought everyone knew
Times
this, but maybe
change
people don't
though.
know,
Come
right?
on, times
Right.
change.
I thought most people knew that in the Middle East, if you were Jewish or Christian, you had to live as something called a dhimmi. You were a second class citizen. You had to literally pay a tax for not being Muslim. They had all sorts of like wacky laws where like, oh, well, Jews and Christians had to wear stars and things to identify themselves and they had to act subservient to Muslims. They basically had to be like, oh yes, Muslims are so much more awesome than you. Thank you for letting us live in your country. They literally couldn't build, if you were Jewish or Christian, you couldn't build your house taller than like your neighbor if they were Muslim, because that would be like offensive to them. Okay.
Oh wow.
Or you couldn't talk louder than them in public. There's all sorts of like weird things you'd have to subject yourself to in order to be like, oh, you guys are so cool. So I thought people knew this. Okay. Maybe they didn't know this. That's fine. But I don't have a problem with her talking. It's weird because there has been a large resurgence of anti-Semitism on the right. If you go on X, it's fucking
It's like
everywhere.
crazy, yeah.
Yes, yes. You have all the groypers and all the white nationalist fucking people are going crazy, blaming Jews and everything, and she doesn't even really focus on that at all, which is weird because that's where you see the big resurgence. She doesn't even really focus on that. She just focuses on the Trump administration. Like she just focuses on the Trump administration and pro-Zionist Christians who, yeah, like they're in favor of Israel for their own reasons because they think it has something to do with that times or whatever. It's so bizarre and unfocused and rambly, and it doesn't need to be 2 hours and 20 minutes. And this is her big debut. But I thought that this was going to be, I thought she was going to be smart. I thought she's going to like, okay, if you guys forgot, Lindsay Ellis, she was canceled off the internet by her own side because she said that the movie, what was it, Raja the Last Dragon, Raya the Last Dragon. She said this movie that no one saw, terrible Disney movie that everyone fucking hated. She said Raya the Last Dragon was an Avatar the Last Airbender ripoff, and the woke mob called her a bigot for doing this and accused her of Asian bigotry or
Asian
something.
hate, yeah.
Asian hate, yes, and all these other things. And we covered it. It was very funny. You would think, Adam, that most people, when they are attacked viciously by their own side, attack so hard that they self-delete, self-cancel. I shouldn't say delete, that means something else. Self-cancel themselves from the internet. Usually there's like an aha moment. There's an epiphany. It's like, oh, maybe the politics of my side are crazy. Maybe this environment that I'm swimming in is trash and I should change my behavior, or I should rethink how I look at the world and rethink how I look at politics. You would think that you would grow as a person, right?
No, you pander harder, Sitch.
Apparently.
On your knees, pander, bitch.
Apparently, because now she's back and she's all like, hey, let me use the Palestinian genocide thing as a way to jump back into the good graces of the left and say, oh, it's really the right that is anti-Semitic, and they're just pretending to like the Trump administration just pretending to like Israel to mask their bigotry and anti-Semitism, blah 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 blah. It's such a weird. I mean, I get it, but it's also so weird and stupid and unfocused. And it doesn't need to be 2 hours. I watched this whole fucking video, Adam.
Oh, I did not. I did not watch this whole video.
It's so bad. I felt like I just wasted all of my fucking time watching this fucking video.
She's ripping on the Christians hard, and there's evidently another trans shooter came out and shot up a Catholic school, and I thought, yes. Oh man, this is like the worst timing.
Very bad
video.
Timing.
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Okay, but so I'm gonna spare you, right? I was excited. I thought you're gonna have a great Lindsay Ellis content. Most of it is trash, but there is a part of it that's a second part of this that I think is interesting or worth going over. And it has something very classic in it. Okay. It's got some, oh my God, Lindsay Ellis is back. And we have the classic taking Jordan Peterson clips out of context and misunderstanding.
Yeah. How much do you think that lobster dress cost her?
I know. It's a good dress though. It's a great dress.
As soon as I saw it, I thought, oh, look at this. It's like bringing me back 2017 all over again. She's going after the lobster man.
It's almost like when she dipped off the internet a few years ago, like she never engaged with internet politics. And now she's back and she's like, let me talk about Jordan Peterson. And it's like, where have you been? What year is it? What's happening here? Okay. Like you're going after Jordan Peterson in 2025. The time has passed, Lindsay. What are you doing?
Yeah, I saw Jordan Peterson interviewing some Bitcoin guy, and I thought, oh my God, please make it stop.
Oh no, really?
Make it stop.
That's sad.
Oh, Jordan Peterson pitching Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here we go. This is the war on empathy. All right.
On January 29th, 2025, the United States saw the first fatal commercial flight in nearly 16 years when a bombardier operated by American Airlines collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter, killing all 67 people on both aircraft. It was the deadliest aviation accident in the United States since 2001. This is how El Presidente responded.
Have you spoken to any of the families of the victims of the plane crash?
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site? Or
what did you tell me? What's the site? The water?
Or to meet with the first responder?
10 years ago.
What's wrong with that response?
It's not a great response.
What's wrong with it?
It's not a great response. I think most people understand. It means like, go to the shoreline, right? No one thinks that you should go erect a platform in the middle of the river, stand there.
Okay.
It's not a great response. I think that's a fair criticism. Not a good response. I believe we said that. I said that. I don't know what you said. I said that at the time.
Yeah, but the idea in the video is that Lindsay's saying this is a fucking horrible response. This response is beyond the pale. This response is something that people should be outraged about. Oh my God, this response. Aren't you angry?
Right.
And I look at that response and I'm like, well, what am I angry about here?
Well, the whole thing's supposed to be, it's the war on empathy. Donald Trump should be empathetic to the people, the loved ones of the people that, their loved ones died. That would be the argument.
Right. Okay. Well, how is that not empathetic to them? He's basically saying, look, I don't want to have a conversation about it because it just happened. And I don't have a lot of information.
Well, not that part. The part about swimming in the middle of the ocean seems dismissive.
It's not like he didn't come out and say, oh yeah, those people, they deserved it. Are you kidding me? What were they doing? He wasn't making fun of them. He wasn't disparaging them. He wasn't telling everybody, oh my God, they were watching porn with a VPN. These children deserve to die.
That's true. He didn't go full
empathetic left. Oh my God, here we go.
You didn't go full Destiny. It was just more of a dismissive comment.
You want me to go swimming? Come on.
Yeah.
I don't think the family's looking at that going, oh my God.
It's one of those comments that it's one of those comments that if whoever makes it the other side politically is going to go, how horrible and what a monster this person is for saying this.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Joe Biden said that, they'd be like, oh my God, his brain is melted. I can't believe he said such a crazy thing, right?
Right. Maybe. So, okay, sure.
100%. 100%. It is a dismissive comment. I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't think it's the most monstrous thing. There are probably better examples, but I think it's fair to say it's a dismissive comment.
I want to back it up a little bit and listen to this comment one more time.
Okay. They responded.
Have you spoken to any of the families of the victims of the plane crash?
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site? Or
what did you tell me? What's this?
There's a cut there, a huge cut there.
Yeah.
So we're missing a lot of context.
I don't know what the cut was.
Yeah. So look, he's obviously trying to get him to talk about the families. I think it's very respectful for him to say, I don't want to comment on that now.
Yeah, but that's not the part that we're talking about. We're talking about the swimming in the water.
Right. Okay.
Site, the water?
Or to meet with the first responder.
10 years ago, just that clip.
It's just, anyway, go ahead. I want to hear what 10 years ago. Oh my God, everyone would be up in arms about this.
Would be enough to end a career. Now,
that comment would end a career. Do you really believe that, Sitch? Do you think that comment would end a career 10 years ago?
If you made that comment when you were running for president and you weren't the president, it would be very damaging. Yes.
Okay.
But it was the same thing with the ground by the pussy comment. Remember, people were shocked that didn't end Trump's president run the first time.
I'd like to see the full context.
Well, we can find it. But I'm just saying, like, you acknowledge that before Trump, there was a very, like, politicians would get canceled, so to speak, for very things that nowadays would seem minor. You know, there was the whole, what was it? Dean Cain lost or was kind of pushed out of the race by the Democrats because he yelled too loudly at a rally. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Well, or there was the whole, what was it? There was George Bush Sr. Was it George Bush Sr.? Yeah. With the monkey business, you know, t-shirt that people probably don't know about that got him in trouble. So there was, and this is why I'm saying with you have to remember this. This is why with the ground by the pussy thing, people thought he was 100% going to lose. There was just politicians got into, or less, maybe not politicians, but people running for president were definitely thrown under the bus by their own party, by voters, for things that nowadays would be considered very mild in the realms of what presidential candidates and presidents can get away with saying.
I just honestly, I completely agree with you in the context of saying things that are out of line, but this just doesn't seem disparaging of the families in any way, shape, or form. This seems disparaging of the reporter that's asking this question. It doesn't seem disparaging of the families.
I would interpret it as he's getting annoyed with the reporter and gives a blunt response that is reactive. And in the bluntness of the response, it is dismissive, or it could be very easily interpreted, and I would interpret it as dismissive of the people that just died.
Right. I would not interpret it that way. And I would like to see the comment that was obviously edited out by somebody that was part of the reason why he probably got dismissive.
Well, here,
because obviously there's a bunch of missing context there where the person.
Well, I don't know if there is. Well, let's find out, because I don't remember. I mean, I remember we were talking about this when it happened.
Concerns about staffing issues on airline safety.
If people aren't coming to work, if they're not going to come into the office and report as per the date that you know what it is, everybody knows what the date is, it's been very well documented, then they're going to be terminated.
So you're not concerned, though, that if many people take that offer, there could be shortages that could lead to safety issues?
Then they'll be replaced with very competent people. We have a lot of competent people in this country.
Have you spoken to any of the families of the victims of the plane crash?
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site or meet with any of the
I have a plan
responders?
to visit, not the site, because you tell me, what's the site? The water?
Or to meet with the first responders down.
See, he has a plan to meet with the family members. Fuck this bitch. Fuck Lindsay Ellis, the fucking liar. He does have a plan to meet with the families. Fucker. Fucking bitch.
I don't have a plan to do that, but I will be meeting with some people that were very badly hurt with their family member, obviously, but I'll be meeting with some of the families, yeah.
Okay.
How about the war on fucking honesty? How about that?
What? I'm glad we got the full clip, because that definitely does change the context.
Yeah, fuck you, Lindsay Ellis.
Yeah.
Fuck you fucking liar.
Yeah.
You
that
fucking
definitely does
lying
change the
piece
context.
of shit. You fucking liar.
That's pretty bad. That's a pretty bad out of context from Lindsay Ellis there.
Yeah, look, and she fucking clipped it up too.
She clipped that little segment out.
Of course he's going to meet with the
change
fucking,
the context.
Of course he's going to meet with the families. Of course he's going to meet with the fucking families, you bitch. You fucking bitch. What a fucking bitch. What a loser. Fucking
That's pretty
moron.
Bad. That's pretty bad.
Fucking lying piece of shit. Just lying to the internet. Just take it. Look, this whole video is basically a bunch of lies. Just fucking tearing into people.
Right. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm glad we went and found that.
So it's so obvious. You really know these condescending pieces of fucking shit. These self-righteous fucking moral. They want to shake their finger in your face, and they're fucking lying to you.
Mm-hmm.
They're lying to you.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
Oh, it's the war on empathy. He has no empathy for the families. Here, let me find a clip in 5 seconds so I can make my 2-hour video. Look, I don't have time to actually tell you the truth. I got to get in my wardrobe so I can get in the bubble bath. I got to put my hair in a towel so I can look like ContraPoints. So I can make you believe
she had an awareness.
Propaganda.
She had an awareness of of what she was doing because she clipped that part out.
Of course she did. She did it deliberately. She's a fucking liar.
Yeah, you can't accidentally remove a sentence that changes the context of someone's answer. Be like, whoops, I just did that for time. It's like, what are you talking? No, you
got a 2-hour video here. You got a 2-hour video here. You could have done the whole clip, but obviously the whole clip shows, oh my God, he is empathetic. And he's sick of this reporter getting in his face about it. He's like, of course I'm going to do the right thing. That's pretty bad. You stupid bitch.
That was pretty
Stop
bad.
asking me stupid questions.
All 67 people on both aircraft. It was the deadliest aviation accident in the United States since 2001. This is how El Presidente responded.
Have you spoken to any of the families of the victims of the plane crash?
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site?
Yeah, that's really bad. And you know what? She didn't even do the whole because when I first listened to this video, I was listening to it, so I didn't even catch the clip because you don't hear the cut, you just see it cut. Now that we're watching it, she didn't even do the whole when people do the fade.
Yeah.
To show that
she did it totally out of context.
That you're cutting something. That's pretty. Oh God, that was really bad. That was really bad. Lindsay, what are you doing?
Lindsay,
very dishonest.
Of course,
very
she's dishonest. She's fighting for life here. She's trying to get back in the good graces of the left.
Okay.
Tell me, what's the site? The water?
Or to meet with the first responder.
10 years ago.
See, she cut out the part where he said, of course I'm going to meet with the families.
Right.
Now let's hear what she has to say about it. Let's see what dishonest, this lying fucking bitch has to say.
Just that clip would be enough to end a career. Now,
that clip would end a career? Well, I guess if it was cut out of context and put on MSNBC, maybe it could end a career. But they tried that for 4 years and failed because people can see right through this shit.
Now you may not even remember it happening. The instances of Trump posting...
Yeah, nobody will remember it because you guys lie so fucking much that it's like the boy who cried wolf. Nobody believes anything you say anymore. This is why you're losing. This is why you're going to continue to lose. Because you're all a bunch of fucking liars.
Exercises in wanton cruelty are innumerable. There was this...
Oh my God. And then she's going to immediately jump to a bunch of anonymous people on fucking Twitter.
Well, it's not anonymous. That's
it is the White House. Oh, shit. Uh-oh.
But see, that's the thing. Like, that's why I'm kind of surprised about the whole cutting Trump thing. I mean, there's a lot of things that you could probably find that
she knows her whole audience has TDS, though.
There's a lot of things you could find of the White House, doing and saying fucking sus things. I guess it's mostly that all that stuff, for the most part, not all that, but most of it is directed at illegal immigrants. And if you only complain about the treatment of illegal immigrants, then almost everyone on the right is not going to give a shit.
No, they don't. They don't give a shit at all.
That's why she was trying to find something else.
I mean, we have far more empathy for the illegal immigrants than most of the people on the right in our audience, and it's painful sometimes.
Yes. Yeah.
They see them all as criminals and phrase it that way. So when we're a little more lenient, I have a little more lenient personality.
There's this framing that, I mean, this is very common. Whenever things are bad and people have problems in their life, if you're on the left, you're generally going to blame the rich and the powerful. And if you're on the right, you're going to blame the interlopers and the ruiners of tradition. And so illegal immigrants are fit into the interlopers situation. And I think legal immigration obviously is a problem in the country and we need to stop it. But every problem, unless you've lost your job because you used to work as, on a construction site or something to that effect, most people, their life is not like all the problems in their life don't stem from illegal immigration for most people. There's some people, but most people in America, they're not running around like my entire life is destroyed because of illegal immigration.
Are we still reading $20 super chats when they come in?
Sure.
Because the banger just came in. I love it. Figures my window had crashed.
J-Mac, our second fire, thanks so much. Daddy J-Mac for $20 says time and distance makes the heart grow fonder. Look at that.
I was talking about the one ripping on Lindsay, but
well,
we'll read that one too.
The Mongolian Leprechaun Surferman from Saturn for $20 says, by the way, Sitch Adam, what is your opinion on food shops bending over backwards to defend Destiny? Also, have you guys seen PF Young and Big Joel debate about Nick Fuentes? First of all, I don't know who's Food Shops. I don't know who that is.
I don't know either, but
I'm unfamiliar with food shops, so I don't have
terrible. No one should bend over backwards to defend Destiny.
True. I did see part of the debate between Young and Big Joel.
Right.
I thought it was horrible. And I thought the part I saw, I thought PF Young did horrible in the debate and was being very reactively obtuse. But then PF Young, much to his credit, put out a video and he said that he thought he did do poor in the debate and thought he was just sort of reacting emotionally in the moment.
Oh, okay.
So I give PF Young a ton of credit for that acknowledgement.
No credit from me. Well, I haven't seen it, so
right.
Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow. What? Streaming on a Monday? Is that even possible?
Maybe. We'll see. 1995 Eddie V for $20. Thanks so much. Says Democratic solution, provide subsidies, industrial policy. GOP solution, cut red tape, provide tax incentives. Trump solution, drag CEO before the throne, seize a tenth of his company and order him to build more chips in the USA. Yes, obviously in reference to the United States government taking part of Intel as a company.
Yeah. We can talk more about this later. So
insane.
But, yeah, I know.
Especially from a Republican. So question mark. Very strange.
I mean, we used to call that communism, seizing the means of production.
Didn't you put out, I don't know if you did or someone put out
I did, yeah.
Some ex post about like, hey, look, Econoboy finally got what he wanted.
Yeah, exactly. And he's got the worst TDS of all of them.
Yeah, look, Trump is taking the Econoboy economic strategy. Very, very unexpected. J-Mac Circuit Fire, thanks so much. Daddy J-Mac for $20 says Lion Lundsay. That's what they call her, so bad. She says these things and you people believe her. What a disgusting woman. It's unbelievable what these people get away with.
Look at that. That's a banger right there.
Thank you.
You even did a good Trump voice.
I try.
This.
Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza, #1.
Yes, he actually posted this. Crocodile concentration camp.
Hands. Are we the baddies?
And there's a good chance you don't remember some of.
Did he post clips of people out of context? Show me those.
Not all of these, because now it's just.
It's annoying too because this is just sort of. You can find, and we've all seen it. There's the compilation of crazy lefties who, now I guess you'd say, well, it's not the Trump administration, that's the difference. But there is a compilation of crazy lefties that talk about how it's totally fine to, purge people on the right from existence, get rid of them, do all these things.
Yeah, of course. So. Yeah. Look, Destiny dancing on the grave of dead children. What the fuck?
Right.
You lost the moral high ground when you clipped someone out of context and lied about them in the first thing you posted.
Mm-hmm.
And many within the media ecosystem are only too happy to follow in great leaders' example.
And background music is cancer.
There you go.
Well, no, because you guys said that if you wouldn't let trans teens do whatever they wanted, they were going to become suicidal. So I'm just wondering, between this and the no surgeries, we should see a rash of teenage suicide this year, right?
If that guy was a white...
Well, wait a minute. I interpreted the comment as him saying he didn't believe the idea that they're all suicidal because there hasn't been an increase in teen suicides. Not that he was advocating for people to be suicidal. Right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
The Fox News host?
Yeah.
He was using it as an argument to say that you were wrong.
that they that
not
they were
that they should all kill
exaggerating
themselves.
the threats. Yes.
Yeah. Well, look, they're not actually going to contend with the arguments people are making. Their whole point is to salvage their reputation. That's the whole point of this 2-hour video.
American citizen, they would just call him a MAGA extremist. But he's an illegal alien and he has kids, and now he's the spirit of the community.
The spirit of the community. Just the venom of this guy.
The spirit of the community. He's a good guy.
But I think the telling thing here is just the anger at being asked to factor in the fact that Abrego Kilmar Garcia, you know, he has a life. He has children. People like him. He has a family. He's in the country legally. He's not being held up as some paragon of human virtuousness, and he shouldn't have to be. The point is that he's a human person who deserves, you know, basic human rights and due process, but goddamn.
Just like all child murderers and pedophiles.
That just makes them so angry.
Wait. Yeah, I mean, no one's accusing Kilmar Garcia of any of that.
Well, look, this whole idea that everybody is just because you're a human being means that you deserve certain respect. That's fucking bullshit in my eyes. Some people don't deserve any respect. Some people are subhuman pieces of garbage and deserve no respect at all. So this whole idea that, oh my God, we should respect everyone, I think is a flawed way to look at life. There are people that are fucking garbage people, and you need to lock them up and get them off the streets. I believe in mass incarceration. You need to incarcerate these garbage people and let the good people go out there and flourish without them standing in the way. Okay? And this ideology that says, oh yes, every human being is some beautiful, bright rainbow of sunshine is fucking bullshit and delusional. Okay? Most people are lying fucking garbage and will lie and be pieces of shit unless somebody comes out and calls them out on it, including this bitch. This bitch is a lying piece of shit. Okay?
Yeah, I think that's all mostly true. And there's an interesting clip that she cuts that we'll watch full context of, where Jordan Peterson kind of talks about this same idea and why people have this fanciful notion in their head. But as I said, you got to be specific. No one is accusing Kilmar Garcia of.
No, I'm accusing Lindsay Ellis of standing up for pedophiles and fucking child murderers.
But I want to go back and listen to exactly what she said, because later in this video she claims no one is saying what she just said, which is kind of interesting.
And people like him. He has a family. He's in the country legally. He's not being held up as some paragon of human virtuousness.
Last time I heard, this guy was a trafficker. Like, where are we at? They were bringing him up on charges. I don't know anything about this situation. Yeah, but they deported him to El Salvador. They brought him back and they charged him with human trafficking.
Now they want to deport him, I think, to Uganda.
Yeah, I don't know where we're at in the human trafficking case. Like, last I heard, this guy was in jail for human trafficking. So I don't know his situation right now. Like this they had the one senator went out there and met with him, and then it turned out, oh yeah, he's a human trafficker.
And he shouldn't have to be. The point is that he's a human person who deserves, you know, basic.
Yeah, it's a human person, just like Hitler was a human person. Some people don't deserve fucking respect, okay? Get it through your head. This whole idea that everybody deserves respect is garbage. It's garbage tier thinking. It really is. Respect should be earned. It should be earned. And you know how you earn it? You don't lie. You don't lie to people, and you don't be an insufferable, condescending twat. That's how you do it.
Human rights and due process, but goddamn, that just makes them so angry.
Okay. I agree with everything you're saying about respect, but she didn't say they deserve respect. She said they deserve human rights and due process.
Right. Yes.
Which we agree, even people accused of horrible crimes deserve due process and rights under the law.
He was getting all of that.
Well, he's only getting that now because the courts are basically forcing the Trump administration to do that.
Okay, well, good. They should do that, and he should get those.
Right.
But is he? Look, is he accused of human trafficking? I mean, why are they deporting him to Uganda?
The Trump administration is, I assume they're accusing him of that. Yeah. I don't know where they're at in terms of trying to prove on the case and what the argument they're giving to deport him to Uganda is.
Dean Emeritus of Prager.
I mean, I think people choose him because he was kind of the most high profile, and because of the
there are
idea
way better cases to choose.
There was, right, but it's because there was the government specifically said that they were not supposed to deport him, and then they deported him anyway, as opposed to everyone talks about the other case where you have the gay tattoo artist / barber who was sexually assaulted in El Salvador by prison guards, supposedly, who did nothing wrong but have tattoos.
If before I go to bat for the guy, okay, I'd like to know if he's a human trafficker. Okay. For all I know, he's prostituting his underage daughter. Okay. And if he is doing that, he deserves to be locked up and thrown.
I understand that, but there's a difference between saying that you're going to be agnostic about it and wanting to him to have done something wrong in order to validate the actions that have already been taken.
No, I completely agree. But she's coming out and spinning it like he's an innocent baby angel who did absolutely nothing wrong. She's taking the other side of that.
Mm-hmm.
You, Dennis Prager, explaining why empathy bad.
I kind of approach everything with empathy. I'm curious, do you think I'm wrong to do that?
Yeah. Because it's an awful guideline for what is wise. Wisdom and empathy have nothing to do with one another.
8 years ago, his line was, "The right is more compassionate."
I think there is a problem, I think, with people being too empathetic.
I totally agree. Yes.
And Jordan Peterson talks about it in the clip that we'll play.
Yes.
But I think Jordan Peterson talks about it in a much more intelligent way than Dennis Prager does, because to say that there's no connection between wisdom and empathy, I think, is not true at all. You have to understand. You have to understand why people do what they do. You have to understand why people are in the situation that they're at, I think, to be wise in terms of, judging people, understanding society, understanding how to fix problems. You have to be empathetic. I think the confusion is people confuse empathy with deference. Like there's a lot of people who are criminals who have lived horrible lives, and you could be like, okay, well, I'm empathetic that they lived a horrible life, but that doesn't excuse any of the fucked up shit that they did whatsoever. But you can still be understanding to understand why some people become the way they are without bending over backwards for them. I think that's where the flaw is. So many people seem like they're either able to, they either empathize and they support someone, or they don't empathize and they don't support them. It's weird. People just can't be like, oh, I understand why you're the way you are, and that sucks for you, and that's sad, but fuck you anyway. Like, I think people do need to sort of be able to adopt that position.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's the argument I'm making, that there are people who you should withhold any empathy from because they're fucking pieces of shit and they deserve what they get.
Well, no, you don't want to. I guess what you're saying, here's the problem. And maybe this is sort of how this is like a definitions thing. Okay. Because I don't think you should withhold empathy, because empathy just means, the way that I'm defining it, this means the ability to understand why someone feels the way they feel. That's
right. She really is talking about sympathy, not empathy.
Maybe that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is and I think a lot of people do that. They kind of conflate the two things. And maybe that's kind of the problem with the conversation in the first place. Because sympathy is when you feel pity and sorrow for someone else's misfortune.
Yeah. Look, if they're a good person, you should feel pity and sorry for them.
Of course.
But if they're a bad person, you should laugh and point and feel very good about that person being fucking taken down a peg.
Okay.
Yes. When horrible things happen to horrible people, we should all rejoice.
Actually.
Liberal asks, does it feel good? The conservative asks, does it do good?
Now it's that compassionate self.
I mean, that has nothing to do with empathy. So I don't know why she even brought that clip up, but
is bad and that the people who are trying to make an argument for compassion are actually trying to trick you. A former professor of psychology named Timothy or something describes empathy as the camouflage of psychopaths.
Like, she doesn't really address the real argument here.
No.
The pathological compassion is a kind of compassion that they feel compassion for a poor person who doesn't have the money for bail. Okay. Never mind that that person is a violent criminal who goes around assaulting people with, you know, indiscriminately. Right. And the person can assault 50 people in a day and get out on jail and be a complete menace to the public. So their compassion for the person, I just think, is completely misplaced. You should have compassion for the law-abiding citizens, a good community that is being accosted by these people. Okay, it's at some level you have to choose who you are going to sympathize / empathize with, and every single time I don't understand why they sympathize. They seem to sympathize with the wrong people.
Well,
over
Jordan
and over
Peterson has
and over again.
a very good explanation of this. That she doesn't
camouflage in which.
Oh, go ahead. I thought it was here.
Said that she doesn't, you know, deal with. Because
she doesn't acknowledge it.
It would be too much for her to even get into because there is an interesting conversation. You know, this is part of why I thought this part of her video was worth talking about. Like, what levels of empathy should you have? When does empathy become good, or when does it become bad? These are all complicated questions. And Jordan Peterson does 100 times in these short clips, 100 times better job dealing with that conversation than Lindsay Ellis just patently dismissing that there's any problems with having too much, quote, empathy or weaponizing empathy or toxic empathy or whatever we want to call it. And then also
she's using the stereotype that the right is just, they have no empathy.
Right.
They're cruel.
Right. But she's like she did with the Trump clip in the beginning. She is cutting Jordan Peterson dishonestly to try to make him seem worse than he is. And they also, I don't know why they do this. A lot of the BreadTubers, they'll do this where they will intentionally say someone's name wrong.
Yeah.
And think it's funny. I don't know why that's supposed to be funny. Like, well, I'm calling Jordan Peterson Timmy, so it's funny. It's like, okay.
Well, to her audience, they don't want to promote Jordan Peterson. They think they want to talk about Jordan Peterson, but they think, oh, we're boosting him by having him on our channel. And
okay, I don't think Lindsay Ellis. What is he, like fucking Voldemort? Like, you say the name, if you say the name Jordan Peterson, you know, he knows where you are and knows what you're doing, and he's gonna appear behind you in the mirror.
Yes,
like,
that's what they believe. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's going on here. So they're like, I'm calling him Timmy because we're going to pretend that he doesn't have a career and nobody pays attention to him.
Professor of psychology.
The left does not understand the concept of tough love. They don't understand that you can be tough on somebody and it actually be good for them. They don't believe that.
Yeah, that has been lost, I think, unfortunately.
It's a problem with their ideology. It's a problem with the core of their ideology. It really is. They spare the rod and spoil the child. That is the left philosophy. Yes. And they don't understand human nature is to push, to push, to push. And if you're going to be around a bunch of people that are going to let you get away with shit, you're going to get away with shit.
Yeah. And a lot of it has to do with and I don't know, it'd be interesting to dig into this, how the self-confidence movement completely dominated child psychology.
Yeah.
And this concept of like, you need to just constantly promote your child's, you know, self-confidence.
And we wonder why there's an epidemic of narcissism going around, right?
Yes. Yes.
I wonder where that came from.
Well, and then
Lindsay Ellis is a narcissist all the way.
And ironically, and I think Jordan Peterson's also a psychologist, talked about this, is that generally, not only does it lead to all this narcissism, but it also leads to a lot of people having all these anxiety problems because they feel, and Community actually did a pretty good episode about this with Jeff Winger, where because he had his mom telling him how great he was at everything.
Yeah, he thought
if he's not great at something, it like fucks with his mind.
Right. Yeah. Huh.
named Timothy or something, describes empathy as the camouflage of psychopaths.
The camouflage in which the narcissists and butchers that we're describing enmesh themselves is in the camouflage of empathy.
We should be fundamentally skeptical of empathy because it is largely used as a tool to get you to, I don't know, feel bad about slavery or something. Empathetic people.
Okay.
Yeah, what a mess.
So that's the clip she plays, and then she says immediately after that it has something to do with feeling bad for slavery. Okay, so let's actually look at the clip here, see what's being discussed.
Oh, nice.
First thing we need to understand is that the camouflage in which the narcissists and butchers that were...
Okay, it's like really skipping all over the place for me. I don't know why.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It was great on this end. So the audience got a good feed.
First thing we need to understand is that the camouflage in which the narcissists and butchers that we're describing enmesh themselves is in the camouflage of empathy. And empathy is a cardinal moral virtue. Now,
you're like,
oh my God, he just
you like how she cut the clip right before he says empathy is a good thing? Like right before he says that, she cut the clip.
Look, she's a dishonest person.
That's insane.
She's a completely dishonest person. She's making propaganda. She's no different than the Nazis who were putting out their propaganda to promote their insidious ideology.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Look, you can't.
The problem is,
I can't have Jordan Peterson saying that he's in favor of empathy. It will go completely against this straw man of Jordan Peterson we've spent years creating.
Right. He says it's a literal moral virtue.
You know, she saw
cut
it.
That part out of it.
You know, she saw it.
Of course she did.
God, what a dishonest person.
You know how I found these clips? I just went on YouTube and I typed in Jordan Peterson empathy, and these are like the first ones that popped up, which is how she found it.
Yes.
Now, I don't know why she would think to be like Jordan Peterson empathy clips in 2025, but here we are.
Because she wants clips of him saying empathy is not a moral virtue. Empathy is terrible. That we shouldn't.
Yeah, but I'm saying all the people that you could find a lot more people on the right that would be criticizing empathy in a far stronger, stupider way than Jordan Peterson, who is going to give you a pretty good take on this situation.
Yeah, but she doesn't know that. She believes the stereotype of Jordan Peterson being a moron.
Right.
Enmesh themselves is in the camouflage of empathy. And empathy is a cardinal moral virtue. Now, the problem starts when you believe that the fundamental essence of goodness is empathy, because that's wrong. Goodness is much more complex than a mere one-dimensional analysis would presume. But if I can accuse you of being non-empathetic, that's a pretty decent slur. Now, empathy also was
it's ironic because that's the entire video.
It's exactly what she did.
That's the entire video, right?
Valid impetus or motivation for many things that were laudable. So the American Civil Rights Movement, for example.
Oh my God. Holy shit. He brings up civil rights.
So she plays the clip and then tries to cast it like Jordan Peterson is talking about not talking about slavery or something.
Yes.
He's literally saying that empathy led to the positive American Civil Rights Movement.
Empathy led to the Underground Railroad and freeing the slaves.
Right.
Now, the problem is that it can, and this is the problem, this is being demonstrated time and again by game theorists working in the biological realm. Imagine you have a community of cooperators, a game that's set up so that people only cooperate. If everyone cooperates, the game can sustain itself and improve as it's played. But if you throw one shark into the tank, then it takes everything. So empathy is a very useful foundation for social interactions. I trust you and I trust you. Great. Now we can cooperate. The problem is that if you get a community of cooperators established, non-cooperators can move in and dominate. And so there's an ambivalence between trust and skepticism that's bound to emerge. Okay, so we produced a society that was very trust-based in which empathy could function very effectively. And then it got weaponized. Now, it got weaponized by psychopaths and narcissists fundamentally, and sadists. We know their type. They're Machiavellian, so they use language to get what they want.
See, this is exactly what you want. You want a high trust society, but in order to sustain that high trust society, you have to get rid of these psychopaths and manipulators. So you really have to incarcerate them, get them off the street. The violent types, you have to get rid of them. You have to take them out of society. So, and a lot of the left doesn't have the stomach for that kind of tough love.
Yes, because in order for a high trust, you want to have a high trust society, because that's the only way to make it so that society will function, where people cooperate and can build things, can have contracts, and can work together to build a functioning, strong country.
Yeah.
And that's part of what made America such a great, powerful country in the first place.
Yeah, it totally did. Yeah.
Was this. But in order to maintain a high trust society, or to even have a high trust society in the first place, it means you have to have very strict social and legal penalties and punishments for people that break that trust and commit crimes and do other things that are seen as bad culturally and societally.
Yeah.
You need to throw those people in jail when they do
right. And this
things.
is why the scandals that have happened, like Watergate and stuff like that, are so powerful at undermining society, because those are the people who are supposed to be enforcing. They're the ones that are supposed to be protecting us from the liars and fraudsters. So,
well, and if she actually, but see, here's the thing that's so stupid. This is part of Lindsay Ellis's basic bitch view of what Jordan Peterson's saying, and of the entire conversation of empathy. She could have watched this whole clip, and she could have made it about, well, look at Trump. He is the shark that's taking advantage of the, the good trust of the people on the right in abusing it. Right. That would be an argument that she would make, and she could go through all the things, January 6th or whatever, she wants to bring up in that situation. But she can't even get to that point, because she has such a surface level take of, oh my God, how dare you say that there's anything that's wrong with empathy on any level.
Which is a terrible take.
Yes.
A terrible, terrible take.
Yes.
Yeah. She's exactly the one that's going to totally be preyed upon.
Yes, which is for exactly the reason that Jordan Peterson is talking about, is because there will be someone who will come into your environment. Though it's interesting, because even like the far left, they're not actually empathetic over. And this is what's weird to me. Growing up, when I thought of the far left, growing up as a young lad, the far left was generally comprised of like people you call crunchies nowadays, like the kind of vegan hippies who are like, oh, free love for everyone. Like, I just love everyone. I don't want to hurt anyone. Like, kind of like a beatnik type. That was kind of who you had in your mind of the far left. And those people, even if you find them annoying or silly, not very strong, you would say, okay, at least they seem consistent. They did have a consistent idea about being empathetic to everyone.
Right.
And then at some point, as I got older, around, 2012, 2014, that's when there's this big switch where now the far left was like, no, all that goes away. We're only going to be empathetic to people that we view have been victims of society. So minorities, poor people, things of that things that we categorize as victims of society. Now, if you're white and poor, you can kind of eat shit and fuck off, right? Because if you're a white male, I should say, because if you're white and male, then you have the magic, hierarchy of privilege. So you should fuck off even if you have real problems in your life.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what goes on in these situations, is that everyone just has this kind of like select empathy that they will only give to select individuals. So maybe the whole thing, and maybe it's this whole kind of categorizing it as, oh, the left is just too empathetic. I think that's wrong. It's not the question. The question isn't that the left is too empathetic. The question is that a lot of people on the left have pointed their sympathies towards the wrong parties. They pointed their sympathies at people that are causing problems in society and doing crime, as opposed to the victims of the crime, as opposed to the people that are playing by the rules and trying to succeed in life by participating in society in a pro-social way.
This has always been the case, though. This has always been the case. They've always empathized with the criminals.
Well,
over the victims.
I wouldn't say there's a spectrum sort of all these behaviors. You know, that's why you look at, like, you know, people bring up the clips of Bernie Sanders from like the 2000s and people on the left in the 2000s that were very hard on immigration, illegal immigration, because they felt that it was taking jobs away from working class Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a tendency to what you're saying, and this is why this video is the perfect example of the inside outside theory.
Oh my God, Sitch, stop.
But tell me how it's not. Tell me how it's not.
My problem with the inside out thing is that it's not clear enough, and you can constantly change the content of the frame.
The people, okay, maybe instead of saying inside out,
you can word something so it is either inside or outside, the same exact situation, just depending upon the context.
That's true, but
that's the problem.
Yeah, but that's the framing of, that's how people frame things politically. That's how you can get, like,
you set
people,
it up. Make your example so it's inside or outside, and I'll make it the opposite.
Well, maybe I'll say, instead of saying inside outside, we'll say people who are viewed as participating in society versus people that are viewed as not participating into society.
Okay.
And I think it has a lot to do with that people on the right seem to believe in karma and people on the left don't. So people on the right generally believe, like, okay, if you participate in society and do all the right things, then you will be rewarded justly. And people on the left don't believe that. They believe more, they seem to have a tendency to believe more like you're going to get shit on by society and those in power if you play by the rules. And so people that are criminals are, victims of society, and that's why they've turned to crime.
Isn't that ironic that it is the right that believes in this Eastern philosophy of karma?
It is kind of.
And the left doesn't?
That's a good point. That's a good point, yeah. Well, I mean, there were certain sects of Christianity that did believe heavily in karmic-like ideas.
Right.
Like the Calvinists with predestination and stuff. So I don't know how much of that goes into Protestantism or Catholicism, but
they're narcissistic, so they want undeserved attention. They're psychopathic, so they're predatory parasites, and they're sadistic. So they're fun people, and they weaponize empathy, and it's unbelievably effective. Now, part of the reason it's effective, and part of the reason I think that people didn't stand up, they didn't stand up for me in Canada, although some people did, and some journalists, none of my professional colleagues to speak of, almost no psychologists, virtually no physicians. Agreeable, empathetic people don't believe that the parasitic, predatory, Machiavellian narcissists exist. They don't have that space in their imagination. And for them, so their default assumption is that anyone who's misbehaving is a victim.
Yes.
Now, you can even...
See, that's the classic problem, it seems like. Is they just don't believe that those people exist. Or that people that are in what they would consider underprivileged or oppressed situations would behave in immoral ways and will take advantage of your charity, so to speak.
Right. It's so horrible too, because they want to put everyone into this victim box, and by their own ideology, you're encouraging those people to misbehave, basically giving them a free pass to misbehave.
Yes. Yes.
It's understandable, because you could say, look, 80% of the people in prison were victimized. Now, not everybody who's victimized turns into a criminal. In fact, quite the reverse. So that's, a rather weak demonstration. But that still also leaves the 20%.
So that was a clip. Yeah, but see just how much more
intelligent
and interesting he deals with the topic than Lindsay Ellis would think about, talk about, address in her video. She could have addressed all that stuff. But no, she just clips it and makes it seem like something completely different.
I think you're giving her far too much credit.
No.
She's on the BreadTube.
When I say, okay, to be clear, when I say she could, I mean she could theoretically. I understand that Lindsay Ellis is not going to do that because she's dishonest, and I don't think could articulate or have an intelligent thought on all that stuff.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why she doesn't do it. I'm just saying she could have theoretically done that if she was an honest person.
Right. Well, and intelligent enough to make that argument. I don't think she's that intelligent.
Tay responded.
Have you spoken to any of the families of the victims of the plane crash?
Oh, wait, we already saw this part.
Yeah. We did. That was a great part of the video.
Slavery or something. Empathetic people are easier to take advantage of, you see.
It's clearly the case that people who are very high in trait empathy, so very high in agreeableness, they are easy to take advantage of.
It's just science. And women with our soft empathetic brains are especially susceptible.
Agreeableness is a maternal trait. And women are higher in agreeableness than men. That's cross-cultural.
It's not just that empathy itself bad. We need that for society. No, it's undifferentiated empathy that is the real problem. A thing that nobody is arguing for.
And so what you see, at least in part, is undifferentiated empathy. And that's not a virtue. It's not a virtue. You have to think. You can't just feel. You have to.
See, Timothy is equivocating the belief that all people are worthy of dignity, respect, and human rights as the same as saying that all people.
Didn't you just say all people are worthy of dignity? I mean, she did, right? That includes Hitler,
dignity,
right?
Yeah. I don't know what she means by
Obviously, Hitler was super dignified, right?
Right, right.
The dignity of Hitler. You want to start talking about the dignity of Hitler in your video?
Mm-hmm.
Dipshit.
People's feelings deserve equal weight at all times. Again, not an argument I've ever heard anybody make, but maybe just my soft, empathetic brain got duped.
Compassion is great for dealing with infants, and maybe it's great for dealing with hurt people and really elderly people. You know, it's good for taking care of people who can't take care of themselves, but it's not a great doctrine to be building a political system on.
Timothy. I think maybe we.
Oh, look, this is a condescending part of the video. You know how condescending really gets under my skin.
Oh, yes, of course.
This whole look, I'm going to actually pretend that I'm not some fucking loser YouTuber. Like, yeah, she got 1 million views on this video, but she's not filling stadiums around the world, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're just so full of herself. So absolutely full of herself.
We should do a little pause for a second. The right has latched.
Let me correct you, Dr. Jordan Peterson. Let me fix you here.
Well, let's watch that clip that she played. Because again, I think Jordan Peterson's making interesting points that should be addressed.
Right.
I don't want to make.
And well, okay,
I don't want to make grandiose acclaim, but I've done some research with my graduate students on political correctness per se, because we've been interested in the personality predictors of political belief. It really does turn out that you vote your personality far more than you think, because like what.
Who's been saying that? Who's been saying that? I've been saying that.
What'd you say?
People vote based on their vibe and their personality, not on the issues.
We got to back it up. He didn't say that.
You think so? Because I don't want to make too grandiose a claim, but I've done some research with my graduate students on political correctness per se, because we've been interested in the personality predictors of political belief. It really does turn out that you vote your personality far more than you think, because like what you.
I mean,
boosh.
Far more than you think, but
got him.
Think is that you look at the world and there's a landscape of facts and you view the facts objectively and you derive your conclusions. And the thing is, it doesn't really work that way because there's just too damn many facts, right? And so you can't even really get an unbiased sample of them. What happens is that your personality works as a filtering mechanism so that certain things stand out for you more than other things. And so some things stand out more for the people on the radical left, and some things stand out for people who are liberal, and some things stand out for people who are conservative. And then everyone says, well, look, I'm looking at the facts and I'm drawing this conclusion. It's like, yeah, but what you don't understand is you're not looking at the same set of facts, and you can't even, and that's why you have to actually engage in dialogue with other people, because they'll expose you to their set of facts.
I say that all the time. That's not really in the context of voting, but what people believe really does depend upon what set of facts they believe.
Right.
Which is really driving the ship, their personality type accepting those facts, or those facts being more pertinent to them and sort of forming their personality? I mean, that's a difficult question to answer, right?
Well, I mean, I believe very strongly that your personality is going to be driving that. And
right.
And then you're going to have not just your personality, but you're going to have a bunch of preconceived beliefs that I think are rooted in your personality that are going to lead you in certain directions.
So my personality, the reason that I realize some people are just giant pieces of shit, that's a personality, because like that's a huge conflict with a lot of the Lindsay Ellis types. Obviously, the Lindsay Ellis types they think most people are generally good. And the only reason someone will be bad is because society's been unfair to them. And I think, no, they're just some people who are fucking pieces of shit who think they deserve more than everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what aspect of your personality would do that, or if it is an aspect of your personality, and that's just something you learned by getting burned by people in the past. Right.
I've not really been burned myself by a lot of people, but I've seen other people burned by people.
Right.
And I realize that's fucked up. People have, I don't have the capacity to do that. I couldn't just fuck someone over the way other people have this capacity to do it and just not feel guilty about it or anything. So, but a lot of people, I guess maybe they live charmed lives and they never encounter these people, or their friends never encounter these people, and they just think, I think they believe they would never do something like that unless something happened to them, unless society was like unfair to them, or they were in a situation where whoever that they were going after had it coming. So they believe people that do things like that are in the same situation, right? They're acting in the same way that they would.
I think that most people, this is what I've witnessed in my life, most people have a worldview, and that worldview to some extent is going to be based on your personality, and people are going to filter all the information they experience. They're going to filter through their pre-existing worldview, and things that contradict their worldview, the volume is going to get turned very low.
Yeah, that's why they get cognitive dissonance.
Right. They're not going to really perceive it, or they're going to quickly forget it. And the things that solidify their worldview, they're going to remember forever, and the volume is going to get turned up very high. And that usually, in my experience, the only thing that shakes people out of that is some extreme event in their life that completely contradicts their worldview.
There are various core beliefs that people have, though, that become part of their identity. Like BreadTube, a core part of their belief is that conservatives are evil, right? Conservatives are evil, greedy, cruel human beings. That's like a core belief of theirs.
Well, I think I would say uniquely evil.
Yeah.
That'd be the only change. Because I think all people have this tendency, most people have a tendency to be evil, or to be greedy and selfish and wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, they believe conservatives will just fuck people over for fun. I mean, there's being greedy and being,
Right. What I'm saying is they believe that those traits, instead of saying, oh, anyone could be that, they're saying, well, no, that's a specific conservative trait.
They think it's core to the ideology. Yeah.
Yes. Right.
But certain people have a certain set of beliefs, right? Obviously, Christians believe Jesus was the Son of God, right? And he saved them from eternal suffering. This is a core to their belief and makes up part of their identity. So BreadTube, their belief, I mean, they talk more about conservatives than they talk about their own ideology.
Well, nowadays, I think they talk more about moderate left. They seem to hate them more even than conservatives at the moment. But
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. They're trying to win the civil war on the left at the moment.
But it's interesting. It is interesting to think, what is the core belief of somebody? Like, what is their most cherished belief? I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. Obviously, Lindsay Ellis is BreadTube, and one of her core beliefs is that conservatives are total pieces of shit. She made a 2.5 hour video trying to articulate that, right?
Yeah.
So if she sees a clip of Jordan Peterson talking about how empathy is a cardinal virtue, that obviously would give her cognitive dissonance, right? That's something that goes against her core beliefs. So she can't really acknowledge that or deal with that.
Yeah, yeah. But this is like the NPC thought. You have to kind of break out of this. Is that, yes, the NPC thought on the left is or this is really for anyone. You're going to look at someone, you're going to identify them as part of your tribe or the enemy tribe. If they're part of the enemy tribe, you're only going to, it's kind of what I was talking about with like your worldview. Things that validate it get turned up, and things that don't validate it get turned down, and you just don't notice it. So any instance, if you're on the left, that you see of someone on the right who is being greedy to your mind, or selfish to your mind, or bigoted to your mind, the volume gets turned up on that. You're going to notice that a lot. That's going to stick out in your brain. If you see any evidence counter that, someone on the right being, selfless or helping other people or not being bigoted, the volume that's going to get turned down. And then the same thing is true now. We're seeing a lot more and more with a lot of people on the right, where everyone on the left is demonic, evil, degenerate, authoritarian. In any instance of that, you're going to see the volume get turned up. In any instance you see of someone on the left not doing any of those things, is going to get turned down. And this is sort of the way in which humans tend to view the world. And if you want to achieve free will, you have to be aware that you're doing this, that we all do this, and you have to try to look for the counter factuals to the things that you want to believe already.
Right. I don't know. Like, I believe crime causes poverty. I don't know that that's a product of my personality, though. That's where I'm having difficulty with the personality driving the ship.
Well, there's two things. Number one, you could say maybe it is because part of it is you have this belief that there's a lot of inherently bad people running around out there doing bad things. And the idea that crime causes poverty fits in nicely with that idea already. So maybe that's why you'd be more receptive to that thing.
Right.
Like that, like the thing that's difficult to understand is like you can have your personality could put you in different, could predispose you to believe certain things. And it's possible that your personality traits predispose you to believe that crime creates poverty instead of the opposite of that, right? That doesn't, now just because your personality predisposes you to believe that doesn't mean that that's wrong. It just means you're predisposed to believe that, but you could be lucky and you could be correct in certain, your personality could point you in the correct directions just kind of by coincidence.
Right.
Or,
well, there is a truth to the claim. How many people will be dishonest in a certain society is, I mean, that's an objective claim that could be measured. It would be different, obviously, because there's some kind of prisoner's dilemma going on, right? If you're in a society where everyone's dishonest and everyone tries to get one over on everyone else, I mean, you're a fool if you don't play along, right? If you're not dishonest in that society. And those societies, it's got to be very uncomfortable for people who don't want to be dishonest, right? But you're kind of forced to be, because that's the situation.
Well, I think most people, maybe this is a very pessimistic view, I think most people don't have a lot of strong moral fiber in their body or moral principles. I think most people say, and I used to be like this myself, so maybe I'm just projecting, but it seems like I think this is the way most people are. And I made a conscious decision not to do this. Most people just say, well, if everyone's doing the wrong thing, like that's what you have to do to get ahead. That seems to be sort of like the common belief that I think people operate under. And that's part of why we have to have our society set up to, instead of trying to like, that's why you can't have a society set up that, oh, if everyone's moral, our society will function, because people aren't moral. That's why I have to have a society set up so that it incentivizes pro-social, positive behaviors and disincentivizes antisocial negative behaviors, because that's the only way you're really going to force people, I think, to behave properly.
Yeah, I agree. Social pressure is the only way to keep people in line.
Yes. Well, and also, going to jail, legal pressures and stuff. But beyond just your personality thing, because I think, and I want to be optimistic here, you can break out of this sort of personality trap where your personality just shapes your worldview. Because I think I myself an example of that, because I used to be a lot more just generic lefty on all these things, in terms of believing that, like, oh, all the people that are criminals are probably just victims themselves and society was unfair to them, and blah 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 blah. Like, and I broke out of that, and I was like, okay, wait a minute, that's not really the way that things are working. And maybe people don't behave this way, and maybe people just are shitty and taking advantage of things, and blah blah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can definitely break out of that once you're aware that you have these innate biases. You can turn the volume on your biases down. If it takes a lot of work, but you can do it. Turn the volume on your biases down and try to read with an open mind conflicting information.
Yeah.
Facts don't exist, or that they're relativistic or anything like that. One of the things we found out about the politically correct types is that they're high in a trait called agreeableness. Now, you might think, really? That isn't what I would have guessed. But agreeableness is a maternal trait. And women are higher in agreeableness than men. That's cross-cultural. And that difference really seems to start manifesting itself primarily at puberty. And so agreeableness is likely the trait that stops you from throwing your baby out the window at 3 in the morning when it's had colic for 3 hours and you haven't had any sleep and you're not in very good shape and you just got laid off. It's like it's a very, very tight bonding mechanism. And so what happens, it's primarily driven by what you might describe as compassion. Now, compassion is great for dealing with infants. And maybe it's great for dealing with hurt people and really elderly people. It's good for taking care of people who can't take care of themselves. But it's not a great doctrine to be building a political system on. And so one of the things that happens with the more politically correct types by temperament is that they suffer from an excess of impulsive compassion. And they assume that if there's an inequitable distribution of anything, that the people who are at the bottom are all victims who should be treated like infants, and that everyone at the top is a vicious snake-like predator.
See, and this is where Lindsay strawmans Jordan Peterson's argument, because what he just said is a much smarter way of saying kind of what I've been trying to say about the inside-outside problem, or the system versus anti-system problem, is that if you believe, as a lot of people on the left do, and I think is somewhat intrinsic to left thinking, if you believe that society and the laws of society itself are oppressive, then it would only logically, reasonably make sense that the people that rise to the top of that are all going to be evil, and the people that are at the bottom are victims. Like that, there's a logic to that you're going to kind of fall into the trap of thinking that. And while that's true with some people, there definitely are a lot of people that rise to the top that are predators and snakes, and lots of people at the bottom that are victims. You can't just make that automatic assumption, because if you do, then you're going to let the bad people on the bottom of the hierarchy run all over you and commit crimes and drag everybody else down in their anger.
Right, and you're going to target the good people at the top who are there because they're righteous and should be there.
Yes, exactly. Or more likely, the criminals at the bottom are going to target the good people at the bottom, and they're going to be like the crab bucket. They're just going to keep pulling people down, making it impossible for people to ever rise up.
Yeah, of course.
And that's what Jordan Peterson wasn't saying, oh, the left just, has an automatic empathy for everyone, because obviously if they did, then you would say, well, then they should have an empathy for people on the right as well. No, he was using in this context about how you view society and how you view the system, and whether you view it as just or moral, and what you view as it takes to get to the top of the hierarchy. And can you really succeed in the country through moral, justifiable means?
Yeah, they believe people are basically good, and it's society that corrupts them. When
yes,
I think the complete opposite is actually the case, that people are basically selfish, greedy, and that it's society, social pressure, legal and both non-legal, just social, that keep them in line.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I agree completely.
So, but that's true. It's not like an expression of my personality type. It's just a fact.
Yeah, and I wonder if that thought or that feeling about people being more inherently savage, is that an intrinsic quality or a personality trait of people who we now call on the right? Or is it just a happy coincidence because, at least in America, most people that we consider on the right, a lot of their thought process is going to be involved with Christianity. And in Christianity, that's a huge part of the religion, is that, humans were, inherently sinful.
The fall of man. Yeah, exactly.
Right. But I'm saying, do you think that, I guess what I'm saying is, do you think in Christianity, they added that because people intrinsically felt that way or observed that behavior, or that people on the right have that belief because it just happens to be in Christianity? I guess it's a chicken and the egg situation.
Yeah, it's impossible to tell. I do think I think obviously there are lots of religions that start, and I think the reason why Christianity became popular and had such staying power is because it does conform society to a proper behavior to embrace the reality of the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
It does have the psychology right. It basically memifies this idea that people are inherently selfish and have to work hard not to be embedded in a society, in a social situation, in a moral group, right?
Right.
So, and those people are Christians, the moral group they call the church, right? And they all agree that that man is sinful. I mean, it completely works with the reality of the situation, that we all have to work hard. Life is a struggle. It's a struggle to do the right thing. Doing the right thing is often hard. Why the left? I mean, the left always comes out and they constantly say things like they make it seem like there is no struggle, that they're just completely virtuous, and they're like, I don't want to murder anyone. I don't want to lie to people, all this kind of stuff. Well, it's hard to believe them at times, though, because I don't understand. Anyone in some situation has had some interaction with somebody that they wanted to kill. Like, that just seems normal human behavior, right? Mm-hmm. Somebody wrongs you and you're like, I'm going to get even. So, but I guess they've just been in a situation where they've never been wronged before.
Well, I think it's also, it ties into, I think, the inherent divide, which is, if you're on the right and your personality or your worldview is heavily focused around the idea that there is a traditional system or an existing idea, maybe you live in that idea, or maybe you're trying to get back to that idea, that will bring mostly good and righteous results, it makes sense that you would say, well, if you're in that system, that it kind of, that the idea that like people need to be tamed by that system, like kind of perfectly flows, like in meshes already. Or if you're on the left and you believe, no, the system that exists is oppressive and bad and wrong, and we need a new system, it kind of logically flows from that. Then, well, that must mean that human nature has a better has something better to it than whatever this oppressive system is kind of foisting upon it.
I guess it depends upon the details of the person's situation, because, if they're going to a Catholic school and there's a dress code, I mean, that's a level of coercion that I think you could push me towards thinking, okay, well, this is oppressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I understand the purpose of that in the greater context of making people behave, right? You want to make them behave in little ways, because then it's easier to make them behave in the big ways, right?
Yes.
As soon as you take the dress code off, the next thing you know, they're like yelling swears at the teacher, right? And throwing things.
Yeah, well, there's a level.
Shit.
Yeah, there's a level of conformity that the right is going to push that is going to be good. because as long as it's aimed at conforming to a pro-social behavior, like, don't cheat on your loved one, try to get a job, try not to be a bum, try to, be an upstanding citizen, don't do crimes, blah, 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 right? So as long as it's like pushing towards that conformity, it's good. But you do need the element that bucks the left-wing element that's going to buck things that actually are unjust or oppressive in the hierarchy. Like a good example, going back to the Catholic school thing, good example is it was the Catholic priests pedophile scandals that were going.
Right.
Because if you're only focused on conserving the traditions, conserving the hierarchy, you can come up with all the excuses of, well, we can't expunge these people, we can't expose these people, because if we do, we're going to hurt the tradition, we're going to hurt the institution. So we have to like sacrifice people in order to maintain this tradition, right?
Which
But you need someone to say no.
Yeah.
Right. You need someone to say, no, this is an unjust hierarchy. This is an unjust oppression. This needs to be stopped.
You bring up an interesting point when you said try not to be a bum. That does kind of distinguish the left from the right. Because when you see someone who is a bum, who's obviously homeless, like a lot of people on the left will give them the benefit of the doubt. They'll say, look, this person tried and didn't succeed because, they fell on hard times, life was unfair, whatever. They'll immediately come up with a million excuses for the person, right? And the people on the left will tend to go in the other direction. They're like, this guy's a bum. He never tried. He did drugs all day long. He probably lied to people and cheated people and fucked over people in his life, right? They immediately put all the responsibility on him. When I see a bum, I always think, I don't know, right? This guy could be someone who fell on hard times, right? His whole family was killed in a car accident or something, right? Or this guy could be a total loser who fucked over everyone around him and they were just like, we've had enough of you. Go live under the bridge, right? You really don't know.
No.
But the ideology kind of answers the question for you in either case. But I don't think either one is correct. Well, look, one is correct, right? It's either one or the other. They either tried and failed or they fell on hard times. What is there a third option that I'm missing here if someone's a bum?
No.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, and I don't know why I was thinking about this. I was thinking about this yesterday, was if you watch a lot of old movies or old TV shows, the word bum would get thrown around a lot as like an insult. It was a very common insult. You're a bum. Right.
Yes.
Nowadays, no one says that.
Right. You're unhoused. Oh, we have to feel sorry for you. What if he is the loser that never tried, though?
Well, not only does you could say, okay, no one says the word bum, Sitch, because like it's an old word, but that's not what I mean. Like the concept itself didn't even evolve into a new word either.
The concept of calling someone,
like the concept of calling someone a homeless person as an insult doesn't really exist currently, and that really shows you how the societal idea about that in America definitely changed from a more conservative idea to a more progressive idea.
I wish we knew. I wish we could tell how many we could survey all the homeless bums in America and find out how many actually fell on hard times and how many were just drug addict losers who fucked over everyone around them.
I mean,
that'd be interesting to know.
They've done some sites, I believe,
once and for all.
The majority have mental problems and have drug problems, which makes sense because you'd surmise that the average person who doesn't have a mental problem and doesn't have a drug problem
would get on their feet,
doesn't want to live on the street, do they? Right.
They would get on their feet.
And so even if they're homeless temporarily, living in their car, living in, not great work conditions, they're going to work to get out of those conditions.
Yeah.
Or try to receive aid, and welfare from the government to get out of that, to get into a more stable situation.
Yeah. The person who tried and failed would continue to try and sooner or later get out of that situation. But the left just believes, no, they can't get out of that situation because society's so unfair. It just keeps them there. That's why they want to buy him a house and shit. They're like, the problem is not them doing drugs. Come on. The problem is that they don't have a house. And I think give them a house, and what they're going to do is do drugs at the fucking house all the time.
Yeah, I think the way you have to look at it is you have to say life is horribly unfair.
Mm-hmm.
And until you have a magic pill that you can give everyone that can make them a type A go-getter with no personality or behavioral problems, okay? Then there's not going to be a lot of ways to fix certain people or to help certain people. And that's the horrible unfairness of reality. And so the way to deal with this is you have to say, as a society, we have to give people the tools that if they want to, they can succeed and make a reasonable, good life for themselves. And the people that still, like, that's where I say the left comes in. Make sure you give people access to the tools to pull themselves up, right? To get a job, to get an education, to not live on the streets, if they can do that themselves, right?
Yeah.
You still have to do it yourself. You still, the classic Morpheus quote, I can only show you the door, but you have to open it. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Okay, it's the reason these aphorisms exist is because they're insanely true. And so I think that's where the left comes in and says, okay, you need to just make sure that these tools are available to people. But then when the right comes in, I think correctly is to say, okay, if you give all those people those tools and they still can't, do it, well, then I'm sorry, but you shouldn't bend over backwards and have all society try to fix those people, because some people just don't want to be fixed. And if you want to do, if you want to have a facility where people, big plot of government land where the homeless people could set up their tents or they can live on and they can do drugs or whatever, just away from people, well, fine, just shuttle them off. But like, you can't let those people drag everyone else down. And the same thing with criminals who are actually committing crimes and need to be put in jail.
Yeah, we used to agree on this. Well, actually, I guess the left has always kind of been soft on crime. So they do. And it's so crazy because I do think society is letting down the people who are trying and working hard in so many fucking ways. It's not even funny. We do need people out here advocating for the middle class and the young people who are trying, and just things are so out of housing, so unaffordable, healthcare is so unaffordable, all of these different things. But you've got the left, they're worried about, oh my God, the criminals, they can't afford their bail. It's like, what?
Right.
Why aren't we fighting for the people who are actually trying?
Mm-hmm.
It's just insane. Drives me crazy.
And that's hardwired in some sense. Now, it's a very popular story.
It's the fullest story.
Yeah, of course. Of course. It's an easy story to sell, and there's some truth in it. But some truth isn't the same as all the truth. And so what you see, at least in part, is undifferentiated empathy. And that's not a virtue. It's not a virtue. You have to think. You can't just feel. You have to think. And, even when you're taking care of kids, part of what you're doing is being compassionate. But if you're too compassionate towards your kids, then you do everything for them. And if you do everything for them, then they grow up useless and they never leave and they hate you and they hate everything else too. It's a bad idea. And so you use compassion judiciously. There's a rule if you're working in a place like a nursing home. And the rule is, it's a harsh rule, do not do anything for the people that you're taking care of that they can do for themselves. And so if they have to struggle to feed themselves, you don't bloody well intervene and feed them. You let them maintain their damn independence. And you have to be a hard-hearted bastard to do that, to watch someone struggle like that. But you're furthering their medium to long-term independence and development. And you do the same thing with your children. Treating your children like they're endless permanent victims is a very bad idea. And I think that's part of what's also being taught. We also know that the kids who are more likely to be rabidly politically correct, one of the reasons that they're more likely to be that way is because they were taught to be that way. We found that even exposure to a single lecture that was associated with the politically correct dogmatic structure was enough to tilt people in that direction. So there's a temperamental proclivity, and then there's failure of education to address that, and then there's the exacerbation and exaggeration by the people who are trying to produce, like, activists by proxy.
Well, that was great.
Yeah, no, very good points. And it's difficult. There's like this conundrum, which is that if you teach people that no one's, the system is kind of set up the way that it is, and you need to power through. You need to pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. No one's coming to rescue you. No one's coming to save you. If you teach that to people, they're going to have better life outcomes generally, because they're going to be working for themselves.
Yeah.
But the same token, if you teach everyone that, it's going to obviously create a system where the people at the top will abuse all those people's mentality, because people won't fight back against the system when it becomes oppressive, because they'll say, well, that's just the way it is. I was taught that's just the way it is. So you need this, it's like you need this weird contradiction where on the personal level, you need to have an attitude of like ultra self-reliance, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But on a broader, like governmental level, you need to have an attitude of like, okay, these people are going to try to fuck me. You got to always watch out to make sure that people aren't trying to like use their power to, corruptly, to try to take advantage of you and your, your community.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just,
of society versus power of the Leviathan.
Yes, exactly. And it's interesting because I think it's very difficult for people to hold these two concepts in their mind, because they're kind of conflicting and kind of act upon them. And I think the way that evolution has sort of dealt with this problem for the thousands and thousands and thousands of years that humans have been alive is sort of to create those two different sets of people, sort of the left people and the right people, that are going to be more, I mean, they exist on a spectrum, obviously, but just easier to talk about it in a binary, to sort of concentrate on these two different issues and, try to push society in a balanced direction.
The 10% of the population that the Matrix programming doesn't take to.
Yes.
They're the rebels.
Maybe. Maybe.
They jump on the Nebuchadnezzar, fight back.
Right.
They're Zionists. Zionists to the core.
Is it funny that like in the Matrix? Yeah, I'm surprised. I haven't really heard anyone complain about that. In the Matrix, that's called Zion. Like
that they're Zionists, that they're all Zionists in the Matrix.
Robot City is Zion. So
I'm sure the Wachowski sisters are somewhere cringing.
Brain got duped.
Compassion.
Yeah, they upset that they. Well, I gotta refresh my watch because it's not working. They upset that they did that.
They're like, oh no, we gave in.
Brain got duped.
Compassion is great.
You mean anti-Zionist?
No, there's total Zionists. It's Hollywood,
you think
baby.
The Wachowski sisters are Zionists?
Well, there's a lot of Jewish people in Hollywood that are obviously Zionists. So. What are you doing?
My watch together's not working.
Starting it over? God.
It's just like giving me the circle loading forever.
Pretentious, creating an air of often undeserved importance or distinction. That perfectly describes Lindsay Ellis. Pretentious. I hate pretentious people. You probably couldn't tell from my complete and utter disdain for them.
Are acting in good faith.
I'm gonna have to close my entire browser.
Let's get Lindsay Ellis in the bathtub here. Just what everyone wanted to see.
Right?
The middle-aged mom in the bathtub. I know, guys. You feel like you just walked in on your mom taking a bath.
Well, here's my question. When I saw Lindsay Ellis doing the whole bathtub thing, it felt like this was a not so subtle, like nod defense of ContraPoints. Because ContraPoints got, canceled, run off the internet temporarily because of the whole, they were not strong enough on the genocide in Gaza situation.
I should really read the blog post at least, so I'd know the context of this. I know what happened.
ContraPoints
I know this
blog post about it.
Yeah, I know the story beats, but I can't really weigh in on the specifics of the situation.
The story beats are
no, I know them already. Oh yeah, but go ahead.
Just wasn't strong enough, even though they were pretty strong. It's like Hassan had some journalists on recently who was very much in the camp of like Israel's doing a genocide and they're wrong and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they were still like, okay, but you can be a Zionist without being an evil like Nazi. And just having that like difference alone was making his chat like lose their fucking minds. and making bad empanada and all these other people turn on Hassan and talk about how evil he is because he didn't push back on this person.
Because they want to believe anyone who supports the state of Israel is a piece of shit.
Or even supports like the concept of the state of Israel.
Right. Yeah. They're taking the stolen land thing to its logical conclusion. That's why I don't.
Right.
That's why I don't like whenever anyone brings it up, like land acknowledgements or fucking bullshit.
No, yeah. There's maybe we'll watch on Monday or Tuesday. There's like this insane interview with Adam Friedland, who's a socialist. I think he's one of the hosts of Come Town. And he's interviewing Richie Torres, who is a New York State House representative. He's the one that wrote the letter to Twitch telling them like, what the fuck are you doing with like Hassan? And like, why are you allowing Hassan to to propagandize his audience with terrorism, all this other stuff. And like, they have this insane conversation that I kept seeing all the people on the far left talk about how he like owned Richie Torres in this conversation. I watched this conversation, and Adam Friedland, I don't think I've ever heard him speak before, has like the most horrible personality I've ever seen in a person. And it's shocking to me that people could watch his content and not be put off by his sort of disgusting, passive, aggressive, like sniveling, gross way of interacting with people.
Really?
Yes.
He's got
it's
the
weird.
whiny bitch affect.
It's like simultaneously passive aggressive, but also aggressive aggressive. It's whiny bitch, but like obnoxious. I don't even know how to like think about it. Like I've seen it before. I've seen people that act this way before, but it's hard to put in the words. But we'll watch it. It's just so
Everyone's talking
horrible.
about it. I want to watch it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I want to watch it on stream where you can get
We'll
my
watch on
honest
stream.
reaction.
Yeah. Okay. All right, you can start playing from here. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. But you can...
Brain got duped.
Compassion is great for dealing with infants, and maybe it's great for dealing with hurt people and really elderly people. You know.
What do you guys think of this background music? I think people who watch videos with background music are retarded.
It's good for taking care of people who can't take care of themselves, but it's not a great doctrine to be building a political system on.
Timothy, I think maybe we should...
This is like the terrible acting too. It's like, let me mansplain you here how you're completely wrong. Me, the stay-at-home mom.
Do a little pause for a second. The right has latched onto this word empathy as a sort of catch-all term for progressives appealing to your fifis when people are mistreated, saying that empathy alone is not a valid basis for public policy, when no one is saying that it is. To circle this back to parenthood, the validation of feelings is a keystone of...
I mean, you don't have to be saying that it is, as long as you're expressing that it is. When you talk about different policies like letting people out without paying any bail, letting hardened violent criminals back on the street just because they're poor, they don't have money for bail, then obviously something's going on there. What could it be that's going on there? Could it be toxic, suicidal empathy? Perhaps. Yes. I mean, you don't have to come out and say it. It's obvious in the fucking policy. Mm-hmm. It's obvious in the policy. And to come out and say, oh, nobody's advocating for that. Yes, you are. That's why we have those policies, because you did advocate for them and you fucking passed them. And they ended up turning a lot of cities into garbage. Dumbass.
Modern parenting advice. But although validating feelings is key to gentle/authoritative parenting, so is holding boundaries. So let's say it's time to turn off the Super Kitty show because it's time to go to bed and a tantrum ensues. For the sake of...
I love how we're talking about empathy in the context of political public policy, and she's talking about it in the context of bedtime.
Well, to be fair to her, we skipped it, but the broader context, at least in the beginning, was about, children's educational videos with the Miss Rachel stuff.
Right.
So that's probably why she's using that example.
She's using the bedtime stuff.
But even her, listen, I don't have a kid. She is a kid. But what she says here to me sounds...
is bad parenting.
It sounds lucky. There are certain kids, and I've talked to you know, parents, my own parents like this. My brother was like this. There are certain kids that were much easier to raise. You tell them something, they'll do it. I was the problem child. My brother, who was the firstborn, you know, he would do what he was told generally. Okay. I was not listening to my parents. Okay. Same parents, right? And I would just,
That's funny.
you know, I was
an angel, Sitch. I was a total angel.
I had a lot of energy. You know, my parents would call me a mazik, or my grandparents call me a mazik, which is like Yiddish for like monster, because I'd be like so like all over the place and stuff. So this feels like a detached from reality parenting advice she's about to give you.
Right. She's talking because she has a kid that's on Ambien.
Maybe she is an easy kid. Yes.
Right.
Authoritative parenting, so is holding boundaries. So let's say it's time to turn off the Super Kitty show because it's time to go to bed and a tantrum ensues. For the sake of argument, let's just be cold and results oriented. We want the tantrum to stop by any means possible. But this is a firm boundary. The kitties have to go bye-bye. Now, I think a lot of us may have been raised in an environment where threats or yelling may have been employed to get you to shut up about the Super Kitties or the Ninja Turtles or whatever your thing was. But here's the thing. Think about when you're frustrated. Maybe you're at Disneyland and you paid the extra $28 to ride Rise of the Resistance like a sucker, and you finally get to the front of the line, but oh no, the ride is down for the rest of the day. Adult tantrum ensues. If a cast member gets up in your face and tells you to get over it and get lost, and you need to shut up or you're going to get kicked out of the park, is that going to make you less angry? Is that going to make you stop? No, it's going to escalate the situation. Someone is going to be speaking to the manager. This is where the validation of feelings comes in. The quickest and most efficient way to get a toddler to stop throwing a tantrum is to validate their feelings and show that you understand. I know you like to watch the Super Kitties. I like trash too. Independence Day is still one of my favorite movies, and don't get me started on Showgirls. We can watch TV tomorrow. It's time to go to bed. Please God, let it be Bluey. Hooray! The key thing here.
First of all,
great screen cap.
Look at my pause.
I know, Showgirls.
All right.
Hold on, I gotta screen cap that.
So maybe with some kids, okay, maybe with their own daughter, when they're throwing when your 2-year-old, because I said her daughter was 2, your 2-year-old throwing a temper tantrum because they want to watch Super Kitties, and you're like, it's bedtime. Maybe if you say, listen, I understand that you want to watch this TV show. I also want to watch TV shows too. But that TV show will exist for you to watch tomorrow. And now is bedtime. Maybe for some kids, saying those simple words will work and get them to calm down.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm skeptical.
Right. It's not going to work.
That's going to work on,
right?
on all children. Okay.
Right.
I'm very skeptical that's going to work on most children.
Was it going to work on criminals? Can you go to Hitler and say, "Oh, I know you really want to Holocaust all the Jews." Okay,
I know that you're really upset,
desperately.
Hitler. I know you're mad that you didn't get into art school. I'm mad about lots of things that I want to get into. Okay, that I wasn't able to. Right, that didn't work out for me.
Yeah,
I get it, but that doesn't mean you can go and Holocaust the Jews.
Some people need tough love. Okay,
yeah. Some
people that shit's not going to work with.
Right. I'm skeptical. That would not have worked on me. Okay. When I was a little baby, when I was 2, if I was upset about something, actually, to be fair, my parents said I never like threw temper tantrums or something. I would just kind of like listen to what they would say, and then I would just do whatever I wanted anyway. So what would happen would be my parents would say like, oh, you can't watch TV anymore. You know, you have to go to bed. And I'd say, okay. And then I try to sneak out and watch TV more. I would just do it anyway. And I don't think them just keep explaining it to me would have changed my behavior. What changed my behavior is I didn't want to get spanked or grounded or something. So maybe I'm biased because I was just a little piece of shit.
It seems like this is the strategy that Trump is trying with Putin on Ukraine, and it's crashing and burning, not working at all.
Now, Putin, I know you're upset.
I know that you really want Ukraine to be part of Russia.
I get it. The left, Biden, they were very mean to you. They were very mean to me.
Exactly.
With the Russia. Listen, we're the same, Putin. I empathize. Russia.
I empathize with you. Yes. Yes.
I don't think it works.
It's not
doesn't
working.
seem like it's working. It's
not
working.
working. Yeah. Not only
Lindsay,
that,
why isn't it working?
Yeah. Not only that, it is empathy, and Trump is doing it. Why is it not working, Lindsay? I thought empathy was a cure-all for everything.
Right. Well, then also the second thing that's insane, that what she's saying, is that she's comparing an adult having a reaction to something as the same as a kid having a reaction to something.
Yeah, which is completely ridiculous.
Which is completely ridiculous. Adults, a 2-year-old's brain is not functioning the same way a 35-year-old Disney adult's brain is functioning in line at Disney. Okay. Maybe to some extent, if they're a Disney adult. Maybe I should have said Disney adult. Let's just say an adult at line in Disney World, right? Disney adult. Because that makes sense.
An adult at Disney is going to be, oh, thank God. I didn't want to ride this ride anyway. Holy
that makes
shit.
sense.
I'm saved.
That makes sense, yeah.
Can all the rides go down?
It's so funny to say, like, okay, well, you have a kid who doesn't really know what's good for them, is acting purely on like short-term whatever. They're like just doing whatever they want that feels good. Like that's the operating manual in their brain. Okay. There's nothing beyond that for like a 2-year-old generally. And you're comparing that to kid like, I want to watch TV all night forever, as opposed to an adult who paid a bunch of money, which is I spent a bunch of energy to get this money, and I spent a bunch of my time to get this money, and then I spent a bunch of energy and money to fly to Disney World, and then I spent a bunch of money to buy a hotel, and then I spent a bunch of money to get into the fucking park, and then I get to this park, and then I have to stand in line for a bunch of hours, and when I finally get there, they're like, oh, all that money and time you spent was wasted because the ride's down, and we're not going to reimburse you in any way, shape, or form or capacity whatsoever. And that person's mad. And you're going to compare that to a child who just wants to watch TV all night. Are you retarded?
That person is 100% going to be asking.
Are you fucking retarded, Lindsay? And it's so funny because this comes right after she was criticizing Jordan Peterson for saying, oh, Jordan Peterson, no one is talking about that you have to have undifferentiated universal empathy for all people in all situations. And then she proves that she's doing that herself by comparing these two situations that are so not fucking comparable whatsoever.
Yeah, she's messing up her own argument. She's contradicting it.
Yes. Speaking of which, and maybe we'll talk about this at the end of the stream, if anyone's interested, I went to the Epic at Universal. I went to the new Universal Park.
Did you really?
I did.
Wow.
I did with Sammy.
Where is that at?
It's in Orlando, Florida.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes.
Universal.
And maybe if you guys want, if you care, if you don't care, that's fine. But if you care, I'll give you the lowdown. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you whether it's worth the money. I'll tell you whether it's good or not.
You're gonna give us a review.
You'll get a review, and if you want to do it yourself, I'll tell you the tips and tricks how to do it properly. Okay.
For where you can make out in the park.
Well,
all the good makeout spots.
Listen, we didn't do that. We were good people. Okay. So.
Okay.
While you are empathizing with the desire to continue watching trash, that doesn't mean your empathy for the child will lead you to break the boundary that you have already put in place. Just because you can find a common emotional ground with someone else's viewpoint doesn't mean you're going to bend the rules around it. And so this...
Listen, I agree that that's the way it should be. And that's what I was saying earlier. That's the way it should be. You should be able to empathize with people without bending the rules for them. That's true, Lindsay.
But that's not what's happening.
Unfortunately, that's not the way people act in most situations.
They are bending the rules constantly.
Yes.
They're saying, oh my God, they had a tough life. Let them out.
Right.
It doesn't matter that they socked a granny in the jaw.
Right. Someone said the N-word, so it's justifiable that they got, assaulted.
Yes, someone called them the N-word. Yeah, exactly.
Policy number 1. When progressives use language like empathy or something like it, it is not a call for you to blindly do whatever somebody else says because you know how they feel. It is a reminder that everyone deserves to be treated with basic human dignity.
Even Hitler.
But what she's saying isn't even true, because, and this is where like the gaslighting comes in. We were assaulted. All of us were assaulted for the last 10 years. That if someone who was part of an oppressed group said something, that they could make a broad, sweeping claim about society, about culture, about the world, about other groups of people that are part of the majority. And if you were to say, hey, I think you're wrong. How dare you say that? Fuck you. You'd be like, you need to shut up. You need to listen to what this person is saying. You need to have empathy.
They have
and shut up and listen to what this person is saying. Right? They have a lived experience and they're part of an oppressed minority. So you have to take their word for it.
Yeah. You have to listen and learn.
Right.
Zip it.
And Lindsay had, and it's so, this is where she's like so frustratingly stupid about this. She was the victim of this herself.
I know. That's
she
so
was
ironic.
Literally the victim. This is the irony of the situation. She made a comment that this Raya, the Last Dragon, was a Avatar: The Last Airbender ripoff, which I never saw Raya, but I've heard this. Sammy, I think, saw it. She said the same thing. Okay, so Lindsay's probably correct about this, supposedly. And she made this comment, and these same fucking people using their weaponized empathy, using this ideology that Lindsay's still promoting 100% blindly, or attacking her ruthlessly, viciously for it. So much so that she felt compelled to leave the internet for an extended period of time.
To have a baby.
And live the trad life now, wearing her lobster dress. And she never grew from this experience and said, well, listen, maybe those people were wrong. Maybe there's some validity to some of the critiques of this behavior, of this ideology.
She can't do that. She's got to come back and pander. Come on, she's got to make some money. She's got a kid now, okay?
Right.
She needs to get that $3,000 for her viral video.
Suji McDuck for 10 Aussie bucks says, Miss Rachel did something with Dylan Mulvaney, so she has a bias. Bluey is the superior kids entertainment. Watch an episode with Toddler basically telling kids they're not special snowflakes. Well, look at that.
Oh, wow.
I've never seen Bluey, so I can't comment on it. But no, Miss Rachel definitely has a bias. She even did an episode with, oh my God, I forget. There was some guy's name that escapes me. She did an episode with this guy who was like pro October 7th.
No, really? Wow.
Yeah, like the episode itself wasn't political or anything, but she's like, hey, this is a guy. He's like a journalist, right? And then people are like, whoa, this guy's like pro October 7th. And then she got a bunch of flack for it and she deleted the episode. So she's obviously biased. That's completely true. And not really surprising.
Well, she deleted the episode though, because
she did
a big piece of shit. Then maybe that's the right thing to do.
Right. Well, we hope she realized. I don't know. I don't know anything about her personally. We hope she did it because she's like, oh my God, I didn't know this guy was crazy, as opposed to I'm just deleting the episode because I need to protect my reputation. Right. So.
And she really agrees with him and is in favor of October 7th.
I don't think that's her position. She has said that she's not. She's explicitly said that she does not support Hamas or October 7th. So,
well, that's probably a real position then.
Yeah, I'll take her at her word. Philip Cogans for $20 says Kilmar Garcia did have all the due process he was entitled to. Sometimes due process means a trial by jury, but most times it's a snap decision of a government official, which is the case in an immigration case. I believe that is factually incorrect. He did not have the due process that was afforded to him to overturn the opinion that he wasn't supposed to be deported, or even to do, because there was a question of which country he wasn't even supposed to be deported to. And he didn't even have any sort of due process to, once the government decided after dropping the case against him for like 5 or 6 years, he had no due process that once they basically grabbed him and sent him off to CCOT, he had no level of due process whatsoever to remedy that situation, which the Supreme Court itself has said. So I don't know even how you could say that. Supreme Court itself has also agreed that he was entitled to a level of due process that the Trump administration did not grant him.
Elon Musk is a frequent critic of the concept of empathy, unless that empathy is for taxpayers.
They really lack empathy for the average taxpayer who's working hard, paying taxes.
From responding with laughing emojis to stories of the lives that he has ruined, up to arguing that the fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy, in very unambiguous terms.
The suicidal empathy. Like, if there's so much empathy that you actually suicide yourself.
Yeah.
So that we've got civilizational suicidal empathy going on.
But this is
well, he's clearly saying there's a difference between empathy, which is a good thing, and suicidal empathy, which is a bad thing. So,
right.
She's making the claim that he's saying empathy is just bad at any level. No, he's saying there is a point when empathy goes too far. That's the argument that you're arguing against, Lindsay.
This is just the secular argument. Bafflingly, at least here in the United States, the most common argument against empathy is...
Nobody's arguing against empathy. They're arguing against suicidal empathy, pathological over-empathy. Well, Jesus fucking Christ.
There are a handful of people that are anti-empathy, but I'd say they're like very crazy. They're not like the majority of people.
Yes.
Right. But yes, most people are just saying that there's too much of it.
Right. There's a difference between pain medication and getting gacked out of your mind every fucking day on heroin. Right. Okay?
Yes, exactly.
There's a difference.
The dose
one
makes
is
the
good
versus
one is
the poison.
Yeah, one is good and will get you through your knee surgery, and the other is a way to destroy your life. Right. So all of the people talking about suicidal empathy are talking about the empathy on the left that lets hardened criminals, violent criminals, go after they just socked a granny in the jaw because they can't afford the bail. Okay? There's a huge difference. How are dumbasses watching this video, Sitch?
Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Empathy, well, this is the exact thing Jordan Peterson was talking about, where he says, you're going to be assaulted with facts and information constantly, and you're just going to focus on the ones that your personality tells you are like the things to focus on. And so a lot of people in Lindsay's audience who are on the far left, they're just going to absorb all the things that she's saying and just automatically assume that she's truthful and saying everything in a correct, non-strawmanny way.
Needs to be struck from the Christian vocabulary. It does. Empathy is dangerous. Empathy is toxic. Empathy will align you with hell.
Absolutely. Most people have a hard time imagining how empathy could ever be harmful. And therefore, if I'm the devil, where am I going to hide some of my most destructive tactics?
On February 13th of this year, David French wrote an op-ed in the New York Times titled, "Behold, the strange spectacle of Christians against empathy." In it, he wrote, "The Republican Christian right made a hard turn against immigration and, in its most extreme political faction, is turning against empathy itself. People are looking for a moral frame around which they can fit the Trump movement, and decrying empathy helps them do that." French, a Christian himself,
I think it's really bad to frame the immigration question as a question of empathy, because that is how you get into suicidal empathy. Because most people in the world are in bad conditions, probably, okay? Much worse conditions than in America. And if that's the criteria to let people come to your country, then you're going to have everyone in the world come to your country.
Yeah, it's going to be overwhelming. And
yeah,
that's when tough love really needs to kick in.
Right. So, and that's sort of the question of, okay, well, why are you having empathy for everyone outside? You're not having empathy for people inside who the country will degrade if you just let everyone in, obviously.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to, cause too many problems. And so to me, the question, this is what they're trying to frame the immigration question as empathy, is stupid. The way that, now, I guess it makes sense now. If you're very Christian, I guess that would make sense because, a lot of very kind of woke shit does come from Christianity. And, James Lindsay talks about this. But the way that I would look at the immigration situation is, okay, you shouldn't be allowing people to immigrate to the country for empathy reasons. You should be allowing people to immigrate to the country if it helps your country. If it hurts the people living there, and if it hurts your country, then you shouldn't allow immigration. If it helps, then you should. That's the way you should frame it. And I think the way that people have thought about immigration is completely wrong. Like, I don't have a problem with if they want to say, okay, we're going to only allow people to immigrate to the country if they score, you know, one standard deviation higher on an IQ test than the norm, right? We're only going to let smart people in the country. Everyone's going to have an IQ of like 110 and up or something. I would be fine with that.
People presumably are not like that.
Huh?
Well, people are not going to.
I know people aren't going to like that, but I'm just saying, like, if you're going to let people that are going to come in the country and help the country, that's good. You shouldn't just let everyone
all the smart people jobs, right?
Well, not every. Obviously, I'm not saying you should let infinite numbers of people in.
Right.
I'm saying if
all
you're going to,
immigrants are going to be your bosses because
you're going to let in
super smart ones.
If you, well, first of all, they can be mad about that. But if you're going to let in, we only have a limited number of slots. We're going to let people immigrate to the country in every year. Okay. If you're going to make sure, to me, it makes sense if you say, okay, we have a limited number of slots available. Let's make sure every year we get the best people to come in the country. And that's going to mean people that don't do crimes. And it's going to mean people that are, you know, go-getters, that are going to do good jobs, you know, that are smart people, that are going to raise upstanding citizens and are going to be intelligent. That makes sense to me, that's the way you should frame it. And I think that's the way we should frame it. Right now, we don't do that. Right now, we just do it randomly. We just say, oh, well, if you have family members, you get to come in. If you know, otherwise, then you just get, which is completely fucking random. And that doesn't make sense. Why does it make sense?
It's not random because they're American citizens, right? And they want their family to have access to.
No, I'm saying there's two tracks. There's the family track, okay, which isn't random, but I still don't necessarily agree with that. And then there's the random track, which is, oh, you get thrown into a big lottery and then you randomly assign it to people. Why is that the way? Why is it random? How the fuck does that make any sense? Why are we not trying to select for like the best people?
I don't know. People perceive it as fair if everyone has the same shot.
Yeah, but that's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
It should be what's best for the people that live in America already.
Right. Well, that people will argue over for what's best. Like, obviously, you said let all the smartest people in. Well, if those smart people are going to compete against you in business and put you out of business, then is it really good for you?
Will be better
you
for
want
the country
dumb
overall.
people. You want the dumb people to come in who you can easily best in business. And
well, if you just want the dumb people to come in, so you have cheap labor.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, but people are going to. Then the dumb Americans are going to have to compete against that.
It's going to be contested. That's why the lottery is the best system, because it's going to be contested on who is best. Who is best is going to be different for different people that are already in the United States.
I don't agree.
Right?
I don't
People who want cheap labor are going to say, "Oh, the best is cheap labor."
I don't agree
who want
because
smart people to develop patents are going to say the best is the smart people, the H-1B visa people.
There's always going to be competition, and we always want competition because this is what we're talking about with the tough love. Competition is what breeds excellence. That's the entire point of free markets, is that competition breeds excellence.
Yes.
And so you want that.
None of these people would be getting deported if the people on the left hadn't let them in. They're the ones ultimately responsible for this.
I don't think you can say it so simplistically. No one has this goes back to George W. Bush, even further than George W. Bush. No one has wanted to fix immigration for my entire life in politics. No one has ever come up with some actual plan to deal with immigration.
They called Obama the deporter in chief. The people that Obama deported are not getting deported now. They're not getting torn apart from their families that they were together with for 10 years. Because Obama deported them before that could happen.
Yeah, but Obama was okay. What's your point?
I'm just saying these people who've been here forever and are being torn apart from their families are here forever because Biden didn't deport them.
No, but what I'm saying is if you have a situation which no one wants to address, whereas you have a bunch of people who have snuck into the country illegally and have been here for a very long time period, and there isn't a political agreement between the two sides about like how to deal with that, and they'll never compromise because they never want to come to a compromise, then that's a problem for both sides of the equation there at that point.
And for the people who immigration's a problem for.
Of course.
Not for the people who it's not a problem for, obviously. But that's
of course
kind of the reason why there's been a silent agreement between the left and the right on looking the other way.
Well, that is the problem too, because yeah, you've had the left doesn't want to really deal with it
for empathy
kind of woke reasons. The right didn't want to deal with it because they wanted the cheap labor, and also because they didn't want to take the political hit of like mass deportations, which now maybe there isn't. You know, you'll find out whether it really is a political hit or not when Trump does it. We'll see what the midterms look like. So that's why I'm saying it's the parties never wanted to address the problem, and that's part of why it kind of grew out of control.
Right.
Is a former free speech litigator and the author of books like A Season for Justice, defending the rights of the Christian home church and school. And he spends like half this article crowing about how he had all these court triumphs for religious freedom in the early 2000s, but now fascists are building on the groundwork that he himself helped lay, and it's like, oh no, how could this happen?
Someone drove a hot dog-shaped car through the window!
Come on, whoever did this, just confess. We promise we won't be mad.
Whatever, David. I'm glad you're here now. Welcome to the resistance. You see, when progressives say things like, you know, we should...
Hasn't David French always been very anti-Trump?
I don't know.
I thought he was always very anti-Trump from the beginning, but...
A never Trumper.
Yeah.
Stop funding the murder of children or throwing immigrants into concentration camps is bad. They are not sincere. They are trying to manipulate good, soft-hearted Christians into supporting causes that they deep down know are sinful. Because Democrats need the Gazans and the immigrants to do secret votes, to steal votes. Look, I didn't say it made sense.
So in New York State, illegal aliens can already vote in state and city elections. A lot of people don't know that. I mean, they're trying to fight that, and they're trying to stop that, but they're currently, I think it's like 600,000 are registered to vote, illegal aliens in New York.
That is wild.
Yeah.
Stupid babies need the most attention.
You see a lot of people trying to find...
Is that not true?
So I looked into that because I'm curious, because that comes up a lot. It is true that in New York, they tried to make it, they passed a law that essentially would allow people living in New York who were not citizens, you know, even if they had like a green card or a visa or whatever, to be able to vote in local elections. And the New York State Supreme Court overturned it and said that would go against the New York Constitution.
So it's true and false.
Well, I don't know what year it was when, I don't know what time period it was when Elon said that. It might have been true when he said it. Or maybe he only heard the first part. He didn't hear that it got overturned.
Right.
But it did get overturned. So.
But obviously, it doesn't make any sense in her video.
Right. But she doesn't explain any of that context, obviously, because she doesn't know or care or, you know, whatever. So.
And now that we're in the huge redistricting fight over the number of Congress people each state gets, you can see how the numbers of illegal immigration can affect that.
Right. Yes. Well, obviously federally, no illegal immigrant can vote whatsoever in the election. In no state in the U.S. is a non-citizen allowed to vote in a statewide election. There are a handful of municipalities in certain states that do allow non-citizens to vote in local, in even localer, you know, municipality elections in Maryland and Vermont. So there you go.
And they count on the census. So just being here can garner more Congress members for the state.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with them trying to change that. Now, I don't know if they'd have to amend the Constitution, because I don't know if it's in the Constitution or if it's just in federal law, to say that for the purposes of representation in Congress, you know, they're only counting citizens. Like, that would make sense to me. That's the way it should be.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
It would definitely stop incentivizing this illegal immigration in certain areas.
Right.
a biblical framework to support this. Here is Cincinnati suburb native Jonathan Vance invoking Ordo Amoris, a medieval Catholic theological concept which is not in the Bible, but that establishes a hierarchy of duties prioritizing immediate obligations to one's family or community over distant needs.
But there's this old school, and I think it's a very Christian concept, by the way, that you love your family, and then you love your neighbor, and then you love your community, and then you love your fellow citizens in your own country, and then after that, you can focus and prioritize the rest of the world.
He got his face kicked in over this by not one but two popes, which is not relevant to this discussion, but it is very funny. David French points out the Christian nationalist belief that women are uniquely vulnerable to manipulation.
So you do have quite a bit of literature in the far right, the Christian nationalist right, that is decrying what they see as a, quote, feminized church. They say that America is a gynocracy, is what they will call it, and that empathy element is a part of their argument.
Allie Beth Stuckey, a former contributor to The Blaze and Prager University, recently published a book called Toxic Empathy: How Progressives Exploit Christian Compassion. Like Timothy, she believes that women's soft brains make them vulnerable to exploitation, and this is why women as a voting bloc cannot be trusted.
It is a tool used by progressives to emotionally manipulate women into taking the left-wing position on something.
Allie Beth's big thing is decrying empathy when used in the defense of things like reproductive rights and immigrants and trans people.
They'll use emotional, compassionate, kind-sounding language in order to get a woman to think, well, in order to be a good person, in order to be kind, in order to even love my neighbor, then I have to be pro-open borders, I have to be pro-LGBTQ, I have to be pro-choice.
So you might think you're being a good Christian by loving and accepting people as they are, but it's actually not loving because you are enabling their delusion
that love always rejoices in the truth, which means that I cannot love my gender-confused neighbor by calling him she.
Gender-affirming care is not love. You're harming them. I don't care what the science says. Do I look like I believe in science?
Like, we actually...
It's just so bad.
Well, the irony, obviously, because
now we're giant irony.
Right, finding out more and more. The science, now that people can start to do some research free of the ideology
cancel culture mob.
And cancel culture.
Yeah.
Very prominent articles are raising the questions about the effectiveness and safety of transitioning children.
Yeah.
And it's not looking too great.
Yeah. For those of you who are actually following the science, right?
Right. I do think that from a persuasion point of view, that some people on the right are doing bad persuasion by trying to persuade against empathy. I don't think that's good persuasion. I think would be better persuasion. Now this person is trying to modify it by saying toxic empathy, but I think the more persuasive or the better way to frame it would be like with the immigration question. It shouldn't be, empathy is bad. You shouldn't have empathy for people coming in this country. It's like, no, empathy is good, but you need to be empathetic to people living in this country already. And those people, you need to be empathetic to people that are victims of crime, not the criminals.
That would be way better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Much
better
more persuasive.
Framing is empathy is good, but some people on the far left, or the progressive left, they're just aiming their empathy in the wrong direction.
Well, I think that's what they mean by toxic empathy. They mean empathy taken too far and even empathizing with people who are bad people.
So yeah, some people mean it that way. I don't know enough about this woman to know her beliefs, but some people do mean like empathy is bad and they want to bring back, Deus Vults, hardcore Christian nationalism bullshit, just kind of forcing people in line situation. So
right. Well, obviously she was using all the modifiers of toxic empathy, which I just think we're talking about two different things. When they talk about toxic masculinity, they'll say, "Oh no, it's not masculinity that's bad. It's just the toxic masculinity."
Oh, that's a good point.
Bad.
That's a good point.
So they know the difference, right?
Right. That's a good point. Yes, that's interesting. So yeah, when they talk about toxic masculinity, they would hyper fixate on the modifier.
Right. They'd say, look, it's the machismo, it's the masculinity that goes over the line. And what they're saying is, look, we're talking about the empathy that goes over the line. When you start trying to make pedophilia a sexual orientation, your empathy has gone over the line, okay? Little too much empathy there.
Yeah. That makes sense. And I think, though, this is like the difficulty of talking about this, is it's the same thing with toxic masculinity. Like when you hear someone say toxic masculinity.
Oh, yeah, it's not persuasive in the same way. Yeah, I like the way you
not
framed
persuasive.
it. You got to say empathy is great, but you have empathy for the wrong people. That's great framing. Yes.
Right. But it's like, because when you say toxic masculinity, yeah, from a persuasion level, everyone hears it and thinks, oh, you're just saying masculinity is bad. And
toxic,
to be fair, lots of people that did say toxic masculinity did think masculinity was bad. Right.
They did, yeah.
So it's hard to differentiate who means it in what specific way. It's the same thing, like, you know, when we talk to FT signifier, like people when they try to use whiteness and try to be like, oh, well, whiteness doesn't mean white people are bad. It's like, well, that's what it fucking sounds like it means.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not persuasive. It is better if the right, because you're right, there are people on the right who just think empathy categorically is bad.
You should say empathy for Americans.
Yeah, look, how can you say empathy for Americans is bad?
Yeah.
Well, because they're leftists. So funny.
Start with the gut-wrenching, heartstring-pulling story from the left, and then we back up and we say, but who is the real victim here?
But like, they actually have it backwards. They're not the real victims. What about the real victims? What about the fetus at 8 weeks? Their feelings actually are more important than the ambulatory incubator carrying them. And deporting immigrants is Christian love, actually, because won't someone think of the victims of violent immigrant crime? You know, all that violent immigrant crime we have.
I want to shift people's perspective.
So she just like dismisses these points when, like, going back to the abortion thing for a hot moment. You can't just like that. She just dismisses it without even addressing it, because that is the question. When you talk about empathy, is like, well, okay, well, you have one side believes that you should have empathy or support for the fetus, and one side that says that you should have more empathy or support for the woman and doesn't think that the fetus constitutes conscious life until a certain time period, or doesn't even care about that. Some people don't even care about that question, right? And you need to address that question. It's the height of sort of narcissism to just hand wave it away like that doesn't mean anything. That's just like a nonsense talking point. It's not a nonsense talking point. That's a real, legitimate, philosophical, moral question that doesn't really have a good answer for most people.
Not for her, though. For her, it's just, you got to empathize with the woman, obviously. And if it's a 9-month fetus who's about to be born, you have no empathy for them. Because they don't count. That's a religious dogma that she's embedded in.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So funny when they go after religion, when they're just in a completely different religion.
Right.
Perspective of who the victim is in these issues, from who the media tells us the victim is to the actual victim.
And I'm not clear on how deporting asylum seekers to their home countries is Christian love, actually. She doesn't address how it's Christian love to just revoke asylum seekers' legal status for no reason, or how it's love to starve children in Gaza. Hit me up, Allie Beth, if you would like to explain to me how turning a blind eye to dead and dying children is Christian love, actually. Who is this baby's real victim, Allie Beth? I must know. Can't wait to see your mental backbends platformed by the New York Times. Here is past.
Of course, it's Hamas love, right? Obviously, Hamas is not using the innocent babies as human shields.
Yeah. Someone, I think it was Konstantin Kisin brought up this point where he's like, Hamas has a tunnel system that supposedly is like larger than the London Underground or something.
Right.
All these tunnels they built.
Bring the babies in.
Right. And yet, unlike Israel, unlike Ukraine, when when missiles are coming in, they don't let anyone enter into this tunnel system or into the shelters or any of these protected areas.
Yeah, they might try to eat some of their food.
Right, right.
Yeah, look.
So now
the Christians are the bad guys.
Right. And this was kind of annoying about the whole
even
situation.
there. That's what's so weird about this video.
But this is what's like annoying about the whole situation is like, now that doesn't justify obviously killing innocent people, but it shows you like how uniquely fucked up the situation is in that area when you have like a government essentially that is evil and terrorizing its neighbor, but then also terrorizing its own population. And how do you deal with that? How do you deal with that situation?
Yeah, at least we recognize that, though. Lindsay Ellis thinks, oh, the poor, innocent Palestinian government. Like, she thinks everything's fine there.
Mm-hmm.
She thinks it's all Israel's fault.
Mr. Ben Garrett tweeting in response to another minister imploring Trump to show mercy during the inauguration.
In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now.
Do not commit the sin of empathy. This snake.
Was that 2016? That wasn't.
No, that was recently.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is God's enemy and yours too. She hates God and his people. You need to properly hate in response. She is not merely deceived, but is a deceiver. Your eyes shall not pity. Here is Minister Joel Webbon.
I mean, you could disagree with what she's saying. That was a kind of unhinged, was an unhinged response. And this guy here, Joel Webbon, I mean, this guy is
who are these people?
I don't know who that other guy was. This guy is he believes in the Jewish question. He's a Nick Fuentes fan. He's a Christian nationalist. I saw a clip of him where he was complaining that JD Vance was married to an Indian woman, and that's like
that clip.
Right, and he's
what a fucking crazy person.
And this guy is like, he's anti-free markets. He thinks that the government should be managing and regulating the economy based on Christian principles. So this guy is like very like unhinged, obviously.
Yeah.
Tweeting Christian.
And I will say, it is disturbing to me and I don't know where this is going to go. It is disturbing to me to see that more and more unhinged far-right lunacy on X is slowly propagating into more and more mainstream internet right-wing punditry spaces. And I'm afraid that they're all going to puss out the same way that the left pussed out and let like wokeness take over. I do think that most of the right-wing pundits are going to puss out and let all this shit take over the internet right in the coming years. They don't seem to be really pushing back or fighting back whatsoever.
I watched Ben Shapiro yesterday, I think it was, and I thought he was pushing back on the far right. I almost sent it to you because I thought, wow, he's really fucking going for it.
Well, the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro, and that's a good counterexample. They're like the only people pushing back that I've seen consistently on this stuff.
Yeah, he was talking about them trying to rewrite history on the Second World War, obviously, to try to make it seem like the Nazis were just poor, misunderstood people.
Right. Well, obviously Ben Shapiro is Jewish, and he has a good reason to be worried about the rising anti-Semitism on the far right on X and other spaces.
Yeah, and good for it because he's going to be pushing back, right? I don't. Well, you're worried about other people pussing out on it. I'm just saying, look, at least the Daily Wire is not pussing out on it.
Yeah, no,
and
that's
if
good.
they're doing it because he's Jewish, more power to him.
Right.
Yeah.
But as I said, so no, that's good that he's doing that. But the same token, there's like been this, and this has been going on for the last couple of years for a lot of people on the right, for some reasons legitimate, some reasons not legitimate, to criticize the Daily Wire, call it conservative Inc., call them fake conservatives and all this other weird shit. Right. It's been going on for the last couple of years.
Isn't it strange that so many people on the left have called Ben Shapiro a Nazi and like put him in this camp and he's the one pushing back?
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I sent you that clip. That was real fucking weird.
On Tim's show, the Tim Pool show clip.
Yeah. Tim Pool, he lets, they bring on Elijah Schaffer. They bring Elijah Schaffer on a lot and he just goes off. This is insane to me. Tim Pool wasn't there. I don't know. He was like sick or something. Some other guy is hosting it. I don't know who that guy is. And they're letting Elijah Schaffer go on for an hour about how, we should be in like America should be not a democracy, but an authoritarian country. And how the Jews are bad and the Jewish question is real.
The Jews control everything. Yeah, yes. Exactly.
And he's talking about like he's just spouting this unchallenged on Tim Pool's channel, like for an hour.
He's saying like there are all these right-wing influencers that are taking the Jewish money, and he's been offered the Jewish money, but he's turned it down. He's a good all-right Christian nationalist, and he's not taking any of that Jewish money.
Right. Yeah. And how important it is that America move to an authoritarian dictatorship. And he's very open about this. It's not like even in coded language that's the only way for America to be good is to move to a dictatorship, to purge the degenerates and all.
And he's real. He's super scared of JD Vance because JD Vance has an Indian wife.
Yeah, and JD Vance has an Indian wife and all this other stuff. And he's just spouting all this shit, and the guy's just like nodding along. And then it was even funnier because he's saying that he's claiming, I don't know if it's fucking true, he's claiming that like, oh, him and a bunch of other right-wing influencers are like going to El Salvador and other countries to learn from Bukele and other people, like pro-dictatorship people, about how to like bring this to America. And he claims that there were people from the Trump administration that were there with him, that are friends with him, and are like down with this idea and down with the Jewish question and all this other stuff. And I'm thinking, this is like big news. Why isn't the guy like, well, who are these people? Like, this is breaking fucking news. You're saying there's people in the Trump administration that believe in the Jewish question and want to promote authoritarianism directly in a dictatorship in our country. And you're not going to like question like, well, who are these people?
Yes, CNN would be all over that shit.
Yes. Like, what do you mean? Give me some names here. We got to make
who
some
are
big
these people? Yeah.
Are you just spouting out your ass, right? So
I think chances are he's just pulling it out of his ass, Sitch, to be honest with you.
I don't know. It is concerning that we've had, Carl and What If All Hissed and so many other people, seems like on the right, who just keep saying the ethno-nationalist movement among young right-wing people just keeps growing online, growing and growing and growing and growing.
Is Tim Pool taking the Israel money? Because he made it sound like there was a lot of Israel money out there, and they were all just vacuuming it up.
There you go. They're all taking he was taking the Russian money, but I don't know if he was taking the Israel money. So why not? Why not take both? Okay, maybe
it's just so weird. It's so weird because he's throwing like all the other right-wing influencers. He's basically saying, they're all on the dole for Israel.
But that's how it works. And we saw the same. It's the exact same thing that happened with the left. They would say, if you don't support what I'm saying, it's because you're a racist. Mm-hmm. So that's how they would cow everyone. And now you have the far right version of that is, if you don't support what I'm saying, it's because you're a Jew or you're a shill for Israel.
Mm-hmm. God, we should cover that stream because it's so wacky.
It is insane. It's an insane fucking stream. So maybe we will at some point, but.
Must recover the lost virtue of hatred. If not, Christianity will survive, but the West will be finished.
Are we the baddies?
I think to anyone with even a cursory knowledge of Jesus' teachings, the gospel of toxic empathy might appear somewhat at odds with them. Russell Moore was once one of the top officials in the Southern Baptist Convention. When he criticized Trump, the church's response to a sexual abuse scandal, and what he saw as an increased tolerance for white nationalism, he found himself ostracized by many other evangelical leaders and eventually left his position.
Well, it was the result of having multiple pastors tell me essentially the same story about quoting the Sermon on the Mount parenthetically in their preaching. Turn the other cheek. To have someone come up after and say, where did you get those liberal talking points? In most of these scenarios, when the pastor would say, I'm literally quoting Jesus Christ, the response would not be, I apologize. The response would be, yes, but that doesn't work anymore. That's weak.
In isolation, the idea that children, at least, should be protected.
What's that church? I need to start going there. Think they'll accept me? I'm an atheist.
That's pretty bad. I mean, it's pretty crazy. I don't know why she's like,
give me them liberal talking points. Turn the other cheek. I like the eye for the eye part.
It's interesting that like, so this guy that was just talking, Russell Moore, like I don't know much about him, but he was, he was born and raised in Mississippi. And he's, some Baptist preacher or Baptist pastor. And, this whole time that this section's been going on, she's been playing this like country twang music.
It's so horrible. It's driving me insane, Sitch.
Right. Which I know driving you crazy because you have background music. But obviously the notion is to point to say like,
these are country bumpkins.
Yeah, or horrible racists and everything. I'm just thinking like, okay, what, like, imagine if there was some, right-wing guy who was talking about, people that were soft on crime or something, and they're all a bunch of soft on crime degenerates. And the whole time
playing
he's
rap
like,
music.
Yeah, like the whole time he's playing clips, he's playing like rap music and shit. Like you'd be like, I don't know, what are you trying to tell us here exactly? With this, what are you trying to tell us here, Lindsay?
She's a racist.
Yeah, seems interesting.
Because children should be guaranteed fundamental human rights isn't really a position that you can argue against, unless you're a shark-eyed psycho like Congressman Randy Fine, who just a few days ago tweeted.
Wait.
Response would not be, I apologize. The response would be, yes, but that doesn't work anymore. That's weak.
In isolation, the idea that children, at least, should be protected because children should be guaranteed fundamental human rights isn't really a position that you can argue against, unless you're a shark-eyed psycho like Congressman Randy Fine, who just a few days ago tweeted, release the hostages. Until then, starve away. Randy, the babies aren't holding anybody hostages. They can't. They're babies. They're babies, Randy, and they're starving. Randy. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, my B. It's not real. Damn, hey, eyes getting good. So we have to frame it like.
Oh my God, that's such painful cringe.
It was pretty cringy. Yeah.
Such painful cringe. Oh my God,
look,
she's making
Randy
every point about toxic empathy here.
I know.
Look, they're babies. They're babies. You gotta give in, okay? You gotta give in.
You can point out that Randy Fine guy is fucking unhinged. I saw a lot of his tweets, or supposedly tweets of his, that were like completely unhinged about just like kill every Palestinian.
What was it? What was the rest of the tweet? She didn't read the rest of it.
He said, well, in that one, he was saying that he said let them all starve, and then he said it's a lie that they're starving anyway, which is kind of. Why would you say let them all starve and then saying they're not starving? Seems to be contradictory, but whatever. Randy Fine does seem to be an unhinged fucking weirdo, psycho, whatever. But you have to be.
I mean, I wish the meme was release the hostages. I wish more people said release the hostages.
Right.
So many people on the left, they talk about this whole situation without talking about the hostages. Sorry, I empathize with the hostages.
It is interesting. I haven't really heard anyone make this argument because she was kind of saying about how like, well, every child should have, human rights and not be bombed and killed, right? Which is true.
It's a third trimester infant inside.
Right. And then I was thinking, okay, well, it's kind of interesting because then also that is sort of the rights argument against abortion, is to make that same argument.
I was thinking it the whole time she was saying it.
Right. So it's interesting. This is why I'm saying like how empathy works is like people just, it's very situational, right?
Yes.
People just, they'll give empathy or they'll give dignity or they'll give rights to people in very, same groups of people in very different circumstances, very different situations.
Right.
This is kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
See, these things aren't so easy moral questions, but
they aren't, but that's why it's interesting.
Right.
But this person is evil. Lindsay Ellis is an evil person. It's like clipping that shit out of context, knowing full well what you're doing, to lie to 1.5 million people, for me, is just unforgivable. Completely unforgivable.
Well, I watched a video that was criticizing, it was like a Lindsay Ellis expose video. And they were talking about how, she used to be on Channel Awesome with Doug Walker. And afterwards, she was like very critical of it. And, she called them all sexist and everything. And she had this story that she would tell, where she would say, oh, well, the example of sexism was, we were all filming a movie and I was advocating that people should be able to have food while they're filming, and everyone shot me down, or Doug shot me down. It was only when a man stood up and said the same idea that they all listened. Okay, this is what she says. It's the way she portrayed this, and supposedly she's portrayed this many, many times as this big example of sexism. And they're like, well, unfortunately for Lindsay, there is actual behind the scenes footage that shows this exact instant, this exact conversation.
Really? Uh-oh.
And then they play the clip, and you see what happens is Lindsay Ellis is, they're like, any questions? And Lindsay Ellis is there, and she's like, what about coffee? And Doug's like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, shouldn't there be coffee available to people? And then Doug's like, well, I mean, people can get coffee before they show up. And then she just starts saying, but she starts saying like coffee, but like, what about coffee? She just starts like kind of devolving into saying nothing. And everyone around her is like, Lindsay, what the fuck are you trying to say? And they're just kind of confused. And she even acknowledges that what she's saying, was like not making sense. And then someone else says, I think what Lindsay's trying to say is that there should be a craft services table that, provides food and coffee to people while they're filming. And then they're like, oh, okay.
Oh,
so
wow.
It was the exact situation, which is that, she just wasn't being intelligent or intelligible in what she was asking for. Someone who happened to be male made more sense.
Mansplained it.
Yeah, but because she viewed it through the lens of feminism or radical feminism, she assumed it has something to do with sexism, as opposed to like, no, what you were saying at that time was just not really sensible.
Yeah. It's because women are unintelligible, and obviously men get to the heart of the subject, and everyone understands what they're saying.
The reality.
There's a level of articulation that men have that women can only dream of.
And that's why women need to be mansplained to more. Right. And shouldn't be in the workplace because they can't be trusted.
Look, I'm joking. Competent. I don't know if Sitch is joking. I want it to be clear here. I'm kidding. Okay.
I'm being 100% sincere. Okay. Women shouldn't be in the workplace. Right. They should only be in the kitchen barefoot with a pot roast in the oven.
When I talk about bitches who are unarticulate, I'm talking about Lindsay Ellis.
I see.
Okay?
I see.
I know plenty of ladies that are very articulate. So,
right.
And God bless them all. I'm not one of those repeal the 19th type. So, and I actually hate those people. So I think even Lindsay Ellis, look, I don't think you have to be smart to vote. Lindsay Ellis is stupid, but she can vote.
There you go.
Lots of stupid people vote.
True.
I don't think you should listen to her. I think she's a liar. I think she knows she's lying. So I think she's a dishonest piece of shit. Oh God, it so gets under my skin. How can people do that? Like, look, I'm a big YouTuber. I got millions of fans. They'll believe this shit. Let me just lie to their faces. Wow. And she'll suffer no downside from that at all. They'll just lap it right up. They're like, oh yeah, of course, I believe it. Trump, this was as bad as Trump saying grab him by the pussy.
Well, she does. Well, we're not going to watch it, but she does have the whole fine people line in here too.
Does she really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Of course she does.
She's got to carry on the lie. This is why the left has lost so much credibility here. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And we need a left in this country that does actually care about the working class. But look, they don't give a fuck about the working class anymore. They care about elites and just virtue signaling to the elites and just luxury beliefs. That's what they care about. They care about dinner parties with their friends.
Appeals to humanity are actually attempts at manipulation. But perhaps the most insidious rebuttal isn't that appeals to humanity are in bad faith, but are anti-Semitic. You know what? I'm gonna need everybody to sit down for a sec. Hold on.
Okay, and this is where she's gonna go off on her like hour-long conversation or history of anti-Semitism in Europe and all this other stuff, which I don't think it's worth even watching or getting into. So it doesn't really seem to have anything to do with the topic of the video of, empathy, toxic empathy, Miss Rachel, any of this conversation.
The Christian detour, the Christian history, is that what we're skipping?
No, I was gonna skip the rest of the video. That's the entire rest of the video.
Oh, okay.
That was it for this video.
Okay, good.
I mean, do you want to watch an hour-long history of antisemitism?
I hate Lindsay Ellis.
Okay.
It was the whole video just was completely anti-Christian. It was like, oh, the Christians, they hate the Jewish people.
Right.
Christians hate Jews. They think Jewish people were responsible for the death of Christ. I mean, that used to be a meme and stuff, but times change.
Yeah.
And we've said it a million times. The evangelical Christians are the ones that are they are AIPAC supporters.
Right.
Yes. It's these weird anti-Jewish Christian nationalists. They're the only ones that are super anti-Jewish. Most evangelical Christians are pro-Jewish. They all go to the Holy Land. They love to watch where Jesus walked. They love Jewish people. Mm-hmm. They think when the end times come, Jewish people will be saved because they'll convert. They'll see that they were right. Jesus is the Son of God. And they're going to go, I told you so. And they're all going to go live happily ever after in heaven. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Jesus is coming back, and come on.
Wow.
Sitch, I don't believe that.
Can't believe you.
I do think Jesus is the original superhero, though, obviously.
Oh, really?
Yeah, of course. Jesus is I believe in Christianity as far as, I mean, people should follow Jesus and they should be kind to one another and honest and forthright and do the right thing, even when it's hard. I mean, all the teachings of Jesus are about doing the right thing, even when it's hard. And a lot of times it is hard. It is hard to do the right thing. Look at Idubbbz, right?
Idubbbz is doing the right thing, Adam.
No, the right thing is telling his girlfriend to fucking fuck off.
Maturing and becoming a better person, a better individual.
Do you keep showing shots of Idubbbz' girlfriend's cleavage? I don't even know her name. What's her name?
Anissa. Well, I think it's an interesting contrast because this is what she used to look like.
The worst wife on YouTube.
Look at how she used to look.
Right?
Okay. She used to look like a fairly normal person.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
This is what a normal person looks like? I mean, I don't condone the bangs, but.
Oh, okay. You don't. Well, comparatively, right? Compared to what she looks like now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to find a scrub to a part of the video where you.
Is this just for before and afters?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, also, I figured you have some tits on screen while I'm, reading the super chats.
Oh my God. What happened? Holy shit. Someone got an OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, what the fuck? What is this?
What? What's the issue? What's the difference?
I mean, she's all tatted up.
Yeah.
She's got bleach blonde hair.
Well, she doesn't have the bleach blonde hair anymore now, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The tats, really showed up. I think now she looks more like this. Oh, that's a guy.
Dude, that's what she looks like. She looks like donut operator.
On my meat.
Like donut operator.
Really? Well, basically, I'm taking a steak and I'm rating a steak.
She's completely transitioned. Now she looks
and like, see, that's the reaction that you're supposed to have.
That's Anissa right there, everybody.
Now she looks like donut operator.
Right.
That's hilarious.
Okay. There you go. She's wearing a shirt though, so you can use your imagination.
It's good.
That's true.
Some modesty right there. Responsibility deflection. Are we going to watch this video?
Yeah, we're going to watch it.
The worst wife on YouTube?
I'm going to read some super chats.
Let's do it.
Stephen Niz. I don't know if you pronounce the K here. Niznek for $10. Says, saw a notification, wondered if Lindsay had reverted to Nostalgia Chick so she could review how good Ice Cube's War of the World was. Yeah, exactly. And also, Adam needs to replace Sitch with Kraut as his co-host. Wow. Guess if you want to add actual TDS to the stream, you could do that, I guess.
Does Kraut have TDS? I don't think Kraut likes me. Last couple interactions I had with Kraut, I think he was like mad at me or something.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know that Kraut would come on, but look, I love Sitch. I'm Sitch till you die. So
there you go. Look at that. My husband. Pig Venus for $5 says, since Sitch is always late and gay, is Sammy secretly a man? Samuel G confirmed manlet. Wow. Sammy, is this true? Are you in fact a man?
Uh-oh. You think you know that by now, but I guess.
Maybe she's very good at talking. You don't know.
I guess you haven't got to third base yet.
As I said, she's very good at talking. Very good at it. Squeeze Louis, thanks so much for $20. Says, Adam, your takes feel like you hit a golf ball in the exact opposite direction and it somehow bounces into a hole in one anyway. Jesus is the original superhero. Not sure how you got there, but like based ?
Oh yeah.
There you go.
That's my goal, is to like hit the ball in the opposite direction and still make a hole in one.
There's your better to be lucky, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's baller style right there.
Canvas Infinite, thanks so much for $2. Says, when you guys miss a show, I gasp. Don't wake up. I was just out of town. That's all.
Look, Sitch was gallivanting.
I was gallivanting.
Look, I am not going to say no to
Universal
time
Studios.
off.
Okay.
I haven't.
Well, no, we just
I
had
been bullying Sitch to like stream more this week to make it up to you guys. So,
or we're going to, but no, there's just some unfortunate timing of like, we had planned a trip, and then another trip was kind of foisted upon us at the last second, so we lost. Because originally we were just gonna miss Sunday, but then we were forced to miss Tuesday and Thursday and Sunday. So that's all.
No worries.
Michael, the Dober Daff 41 months says, did you guys see Not So Erudite lost her YouTube channel? So sad. I did see that. I don't know why she lost her channel, but I did see that.
Obviously, I don't condone mass flagging, which I think is what happened. But I don't like Not So Erudite. So, I mean, I'm not shedding any tears.
Right. There you go. Steven Niz Zach for $5 says, Lindsay Ellis saw a shoe on a head turn trad wife and said, wait a minute. Yeah, there you go. That looks good.
She's like, I can do that.
Trad wife shoe on a head. There you go. The Mongolian Leprechaun Man from Saturn for 25 months says, hey, Sitch Adam, I have an important question. Do you guys think you can defeat a horse-sized great blue heron or a horse-sized Canadian goose?
I would have to look at those birds specifically. So we made some headway on the horse-sized duck, though. Sitch now thinks a horse-sized duck could actually kill him. So,
well, no, because we're defining it differently. I was defining a horse that's like the height and length of a horse. A duck that's the height and length of a horse. You were defining it as a horse that weighs the same amount as a duck, which when we would calculate would make the duck like, like a fucking gigantic monster.
Yeah,
ducks are so much lighter than horses. Yes. But either way, I think a blue heron and a goose would be both pretty difficult because goose are already pretty aggressive if you have a giant goose. And then with a blue heron, I mean, they got that sharp little beak because they like stab fish. They like wade in the water and they stab fish. So that'd be, I think, a lot more dangerous than a duck. I can still do it, but it'd be a lot more sketchy.
I saw some bird recently, and now I can't remember what the bird was, but this bird is fucking terrifying looking. I was thinking we should run that through the horse size, whatever bird this is thing. Yeah, because it looked like a mass murderer.
DJ Judd for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I went to voice my opinion at my city council meeting this week. AMA LOL. Thank you all for taking time to go through all these videos to break down arguments. It's really helped me from a neutral and non-elephant response.
Well, you're welcome. And that's awesome of you to go to your city council meeting.
Right. How'd that go?
Contemplated going to the city council meeting just to.
Right. What was the topic that you were voicing your opinion on? Obviously, it was to make it so that women shouldn't vote anymore in the city, right?
No. Come on.
Ace for 7 months says Jews had it good in Muslim countries the same way blacks had it good in Jim Crow America. You know what? That's actually a hilarious and good comparison, Ace. All these people who make all these excuses for Jews living in the Middle East historically, they would not make that same excuse for black people living in Jim Crow America, which would be a pretty apt comparison.
Right.
A very apt comparison, yeah.
But you did make an interesting point that they thought, oh, yeah, Jewish people are fine as long as they don't have a state. As soon as they got Israel, that's when they're like, oh, well, fuck that.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely increased the problems, but yeah, they weren't big fans before then. Lincoln Towns for $5 says, if anyone wants more lolcow Lindsay Ellis, watch Sitch and Adam Show number 133. Absolutely hilarious. Highly recommend. There you go.
Yeah, that's great. That was a fun show. Sitch was on fire.
Thank you. Cocoa Beans for 24 months. Thanks so much for 2 years of Free Will Seeker. Says, can't believe I've been a member for 2 years already. Got gifted a sub and never looked back. I can't thank you enough for the amazing content. Well, thank you, Cocoa Beans.
Yeah, thanks. That's very nice of you.
Of course, I got one for $2. Says, liberals, quote, were anti-Semitic for the right reasons.
Oh, that should be, they should put that on a t-shirt.
That insane idea comes up in the Adam Friedland, Richie Torres conversation, where he's basically, even though I believe Adam Friedland's Jewish, because he comes up as like in the conversation, he's basically making it sound like it's okay for a lot of people on the left to be anti-Semitic because it's Israel's fault, because what they're doing. It's so insane that it's so insane that a Jewish person would fucking say that, let alone anyone would say that. But Steven Nizek for $5 says, I want to see Sitch's trad husband video. Will it come out pre or post Dev's trucker video? There you go. I'll be Sammy's trad husband. Is that what you want to see me like? You want to see? This is what Sammy wants. She want me naked in the apron, like cooking something, in the kitchen. She would appreciate that.
Wow.
She'd pay big money for that, just like she'd pay big money for the maid outfit. So.
That'd be great. I'd dig that. That'd be a good face reveal video.
I don't know if that's, I don't know if I agree with that. That would be a good second or third face reveal. I don't know if I want the original face reveal to be naked in an apron. Okay.
That'd be risky. That's for sure.
Ace for $10 says, Adam, which is worse, taking someone out of context or telling deranged conspiracies that inspire your supporters to riot the Capitol? Trump's comment about the plane crash was awful because he was making a joke in light of a horrible tragedy.
Well, we went and listened to the whole clip, so obviously I don't think he was making light of it. I think he was taking it very seriously from my read of the context, but
I think he was making fun of, which I still don't think he should have done, stupid, but he was making fun of the reporter framing it, I guess, on site that way. But what about the first part, which is where it takes?
Well, I don't condone. Yeah, look, I don't condone Trump gassing up his supporters about election fraud.
Right.
I don't support that. No, I think that's horrible. But Lindsay Ellis got to pay too.
Right. Why do you think it is that energetically the Lindsay Ellis situation ignites such animus in you, more so than like a lot of the things that Trump is saying or doing that would be lying?
Well, if she's going to lie to her supporters, how is she any better than Trump? How is she any different than Trump? Right? But she's here saying, look, I have the moral high ground here. Trump is a liar. He's lying to his constituents about the election and whatnot. Well, she fucking lies to her constituents too. How's it any different? What's different? What's the difference?
So, okay. But but what is it? The hypocrisy? You think the feeling of hypocrisy makes you angrier? Or?
Yes, there you go.
Okay.
Because she's saying, look, it's terrible. We shouldn't do this. And then she's doing it. I'm not lying to my constituents. I'm not doing it. I can say it's bad if Trump does it. I can say it's bad if Lindsay Ellis does it. Are you saying that I'm not appropriately outraged about Trump doing it?
That's what they're saying.
Yeah. I mean, I was appropriately outraged when it happened 10 years ago, okay? If I'm still going on about this, about Lindsay Ellis doing this clipped Trump out of context thing in 10 years, yes, sue me, okay? I'm a total fucking hypocrite. It's just, it's hard to sustain that kind of, it's just, sooner or later, you got to move past it.
Well, I would say the same thing for Trump. I mean, he still brings it up constantly.
Yeah, and look,
you do hate it.
Did we not just do a stream? I believe it was our last Sunday stream before you decided to take a month off. And all I did was talk about how cringy it is that Trump constantly brings all of this stuff up. So what am I supposed to do here to avoid this accusation that Ace is making? Do I have to bring up clips from that live stream? I guess I should just get some timestamps and have them at the ready so I could say, "Oh, here you go, Ace. Here's me saying, "Oh, I think it's cringy that he's bringing this stuff up." Here it is. Right. Look, I said it again. Here it is again. Here it is again. Here it is again. I don't condone it. Here it is again. Here you go. One more time. What do you think? Would that be
Dear
good?
Fuck says, wouldn't a trad husband be chopping wood? Listen, not in Florida. Okay. You don't need a fireplace in Florida.
He'd be butchering an alligator.
I was going to say, he'd be chopping
alligator jerky.
Exactly. Right? You got to chop the alligators when they walk up in the yard and try to ring your doorbell. So that's what you got to do.
Do you think I like it when Trump talks about election fraud? Do you think that fucking entertains me?
It gets you hard. You get sexually excited.
If someone is going to come out and complain about Lindsay Ellis clipping Trump out of context, as much as Ace comes out and complains about Donald Trump gassing up his supporters over January 6th, then I'm going to go against that person too. I'm going to say, look, you need to get over it. You need to get a fucking life, okay? She clipped him out of context, okay? Get over it. But this just happened, okay? This is like my reaction to this. This has happened today. We saw this, right? I'm not going to be going on about this in 6 months. I don't think it's fair to say, oh my God, you should be going on about Trump for months and years and decades after the fact. Trump is doing other stuff that drives me crazy now, okay? I think Trump's reaction in the whole Ukraine thing. Look, and we bring it up all the time. It doesn't make us any friends. So many of the fucking MAGA people are like, oh my God, they hate Zelensky and they think Trump is going to actually solve Ukraine and bring us world peace. They completely mischaracterize our position as being against peace. Right? Which is insane. Of course we'd be in favor of peace. If Trump could bring peace in Ukraine, like I'd nominate him for the Nobel Prize. Okay. Look, I would be so happy. I would wear a MAGA hat on stream. I'd come out with my MAGA hat and say, make America great again. Trump is the best president in human history. Okay. Do you think that's going to happen, Sitch? What do you think the likelihood is that that's going to happen? That Trump is going to get
that's going to happen.
Yeah, he's not going to get a fucking peace deal, and everyone knows it. And now he's moving on to something else. Okay, but you can't look. MAGA's going to conveniently forget about all this. I'm not, but I'm not going to bring it up. Like, when it comes up, I'll bring it up. I'm not embarrassed to talk about it. I'm not trying to kowtow to the MAGA supporters who don't want to hear it.
Well,
but
what about
at the same time, I'm not going to continue to bring it up over and over and over again because this isn't a David Pakman channel where we're just here to have TDS all day.
What about 4 years from now?
Anything that starts with what about is not good, Sid.
I know. What about 4 years from now when Trump is leaving office, okay, and he still hasn't released the Epstein files?
Well, I think that's terrible, obviously. There's a clip that I need to get. I'll find it, of the CNBC host asking Trump if he's going to run again in 2028. Because Trump's response so shows that he's not going to run again, and he thinks it's just funny to troll the left. Have you listened to that clip, Sitch?
I have seen that clip, yeah.
Yeah, it is hilarious because it makes me think. I offered to bet Destiny $1,000 that Trump wouldn't try to run again in 2028, and Destiny wouldn't bet me. He wanted odds. I'm like, well, then obviously you don't think there's a good chance that he's going to do it again. Then why are you telling your supporters that you think he will? Trump is not going to run again in 2028.
I mean, Trump is even going to make it to 2028. I mean, all the speculation. He's dead.
He's disappeared. I know.
He's dead. I mean, I don't think that's true.
But
he's dead. He's been replaced by a bi double, just like Putin. Listen, Trump met with Putin in Alaska, and he realized it was a bi double, and he said, "What the fuck? Why can't I do this too?"
Oh my, he's jealous of the body double.
He wants his own body double. That makes sense. He's jealous. You're right.
Yeah.
So this is Trump testing the body double switcheroo right now. That's what's happening.
So many YouTube channels were like, Trump is missing in action.
There was a whole video from
David Pakman.
No, from Lines on Map. This guy, Spaniel.
Oh.
Criticizing the Putin body double narrative.
Oh, did he? Oh, we should watch that. That sounds good.
It was pretty funny. It was just saying that like people don't watch enough clips of Putin to see like all the arguments about like Putin not emoting. He's like none of that's true. There's like tons of clips of Putin laughing and emoting.
So he doesn't think it's a body double?
No, he said he thought the whole thing was retarded.
I saw a thing where there was a guy that went with him to Alaska that takes all of Putin's feces and
bodily
urine.
Secretions.
Yes. So that we can't investigate his health condition. And I thought, well, they don't do that for the body double, right? I mean, obviously.
Well, no, wouldn't they
obviously
have
it's got to be
double?
Oh, so you do think they could? He still could be a body double.
If it's a body double, well, it depends. Because if they have Putin's DNA on record, which I don't know if they do, but if they do, and it's a body double, then
then you'd have to do it.
DNA, and you'd be like, oh, that wasn't Putin.
Oh, okay. So you're right. Maybe they do have to do it, even if it is the body double.
I convinced you back into the body double theory. You were firmly away from it. I said, nope.
Well, I was leaning away from it with the whole, like, why would they go around for a body double and do that? They don't care if they can, if they want to fish around in the body double's poop, go for it, right?
Right.
That's not going to give them any information. They should send over a body double with AIDS and be like, here's my stool.
Just to fuck with America.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh my God, Putin's dying. And they're like, hey.
That'd be pretty funny.
Ace for $10 says, if my memory is correct, you claim Trump's actions are forgivable and you think cutting someone out of context like Lindsay did is unforgivable. Trump's actions are 1,000 times worse than Lindsay's.
Forgivable. Did I ever say that they were forgivable? I mean, I said in the context that you need to get over it. Yeah, I mean, you can get over it without necessarily forgiving him. So, and look, you'd have to show me where I said they were forgivable. I said that they were adjudicated by an election, that the American people have forgiven him.
I don't forgive him.
Look, and I know a lot of people don't forgive him, so.
Fuck him. I'm
not sure that what he did is even forgivable in my book. So, but I think it's bad persuasion, it's bad politics to constantly go back to an argument that has failed an electoral challenge, especially an electoral challenge at the presidential level, where it's the highest turnout in the country. Does that make sense, Sitch? Is that a persuasive argument?
Sure, I guess.
Because that argument has failed.
Right.
It's failed to persuade people. So why would you continue to use an argument that is having zero impact on anybody?
Because it feels good.
Well, look, if that's it, if it's all about this masturbatory feeling that you get when you're talking about it, knock yourself out, okay? Go ahead, masturbate in public.
And just the last super chat on it so we can move on and not get bogged down in this one question. Ace for $5 says, I have no problem saying like you do with someone cutting someone else out of context that January 6th was unforgivable. Trump deserves no forgiveness.
Well, look, I am not going to forgive Lindsay Ellis either, okay?
There you go.
But I'm not going to be dwelling on this for years and years and years, okay?
And Alex for $2 says, how long ago was the CNN Chiron?
Which one?
Which one are you talking about?
Mostly peaceful protests? Fiery, but mostly peaceful.
I mean, it's whenever BLM stuff happens, I guess.
No, I don't know what CNN Chiron
Yeah, I don't know which one
they're talking about either, so. Ace, you're up to number 2. Wait, Ace is number 1 now. Look at this. Holy shit. Well, look, Ace, don't let anyone tell you TDS hasn't paid off, okay? Because you are number 1 in the chat right now.
There you go. The Mongolian Lover Concert Man from Santa for $10 says, I have one more question. When are you guys going to watch anime on your media channel? I think it'd be interesting for you guys to review Lucky Star or K-On! I don't know, maybe. I mean, obviously I like anime. It'd be interesting to see, Adam's perspective as a not anime watcher.
What do you mean? I love anime. What are you talking about?
Well, you don't watch
I only had Cartoon Network because they had anime on. I was just Adult Swim all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
I love it. What are you talking about?
You can watch, I don't know.
Your girlfriend doesn't even like Foodie Cootie. What's up with that?
Who doesn't?
Sammy.
Oh, I know. What is up with that?
Yeah, terrible. What's going on?
Terrible. Kick Nastanza for $5 says, just a reminder that the Trump administration continues to punish Kilmar Abrego Garcia for the repeated mistakes they made regarding deporting him illegally.
Yes, but what's going on with the human trafficking trial? I tried to look it up, but there was too much to read while I'm on stream.
Are they even trying to adjudicate it at all? Or are they just trying to deport him through other means? Because
I am not sure.
Make a criminal case or something. So.
I'm going to ask Grok if Kilmar is a human trafficker and see what it says.
Ace for $5 says, I take a more hardline position than Jordan Peterson. I think empathy is overrated. Compassion and sympathy are much better. Wow. Ace is anti-empathy. Malik for $10 says, retarded leftists don't understand that representing the opposition's arguments in bad faith only goes to show how weak their own arguments are. I mean, to be fair, Malik, that's literally what everyone does for the most part. I don't think that's a left-right thing. It's what everyone does. They just strawman the other side. So, but I agree with you in context that it really shows you how weak your own arguments are if you can't actually address the argument. 0 for 25 months says, oh, the joy, a hole in my life has been filled. Well, thank you for being 25 months a Free Will Seeker.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Death by Sloth for 41 months. Thank you so much. I think leftists being interpersonal empathy isn't good enough, so they want mass-produced empathy and readily disregard individual empathy. Interesting. I had to think about that. That's an interesting concept. Ace for $5 says, the far right loves cruelty and the far left loves cruelty when it is masked as something virtuous. Yes. Well, the far right, they're masking it as virtuous too. They're both masking it as virtue. But yes, horseshoe theory is correct. Extremists do like cruelty and are psychopaths. Short Side Gama for says, not karma, you reap what you sow. Well, it's kind of karma, but I understand there's a distinction because karma is more like magical justice and reap what you sow is more like you are just creating circumstances that are negative by doing negative actions more directly. It's not like mystical.
So the Kilmar Garcia case where he's been accused of human smuggling is still ongoing.
Right.
Yeah. So it has not been resolved yet. He is getting his day in court.
Are they actively pursuing it? Because like if they found him guilty of that, wouldn't he go to prison in America? He wouldn't be deported? And then he'd be deported once his sentence is over?
I just read the conclusion here.
Okay.
So I didn't.
Whatever.
I didn't dive into the whole thing, but well, look, I do care. I want to know what's going on, but this whole he's such an innocent just victim of all this. I hate that. We don't know. We don't know.
Origuni for 10 months says, does the adult tantrum get the Disney ride working, or is it people staying calm who get to work fixing the problem? It's always people that is calm. You shouldn't throw a tantrum, obviously. But you also, if you're just, this is where you have to kind of find the line where you have to use your anger productively to stand up for yourself. Because if you just if you let Disney walk over you and they say, hey, fuck you, we're not going to reimburse you, or we're just going to walk all over you, eat shit. So sorry you spent a bunch of money, fuck off. That's bad too. You just get walked all over. You become a bitch.
Yeah, doormat. Don't do that.
Right.
Don't be a doormat.
Don't be a doormat.
Not a Disney doormat.
So got to find the happy medium. Michael
What you
Doberman
mean,
dad
putting
for
a big old foot up Mickey Mouse's ass.
There you go. Michael, the Doberman dog for 5 Canadians. My dad broke his ankle before we went to Disneyland back in 1985. We went to the front of all the lines. It was great. I pulled the sword from the stone. Look at that. That's the trick.
Wow.
I actually saw a video on this. It was pretty funny. They had so many people who were either faking injuries or illnesses, or get this, there was an actual service where if you were a person who had a disability, someone going to Disney could pay you
Would
to
rent
go
you?
with them, to rent you just so that you could go to the front of the lines.
That's amazing.
Okay?
That's a
And
great
this got
service. God
so
bless
bad.
America.
Yeah. This got so bad, people renting out the cripples to do this, that Disney has to institute some like new policy where if you're going to try to get, because there still is, you still can get like a special ticket if you have a disability or something to go to the front. But in order to get that, you have to go through some kind of like interview process so they can make sure that it's real and that it's like really someone.
They need a DNA test to show that he's a blood relative.
Right. So it's like my parents actually had a situation to like that. I think it was the Louvre. My parents went to the Louvre with my grandmother, who, she can't walk very far. She's like 100, like literally she's over 100. And she might've been in a wheelchair, and they basically just took them to the front of the line at the Louvre. They said some insane line that would like go on for hours to get into the fucking Louvre. And they got to go in because, my grandmother can't stand around. So Ace for $10 says, from what I've read about the Richie Tory's interview, Adam just used crocodile tears, and weren't Tories used to dealing with babies like him? Friedland justifies using weaponized empathy like Jordan Peterson talked about. Yeah, I'd say that's basically what happened, except I would say I think Richie Torres, I had more hopes of him because he seemed to be anti-woke, at least to some extent. I think he did something sus, but I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. But that interview, I think he performed very poorly. He didn't seem to know how to interact with the situation, and he comes off as kind of autistic, which is not good if you're a politician. So I don't think, even though I think Adam Friedland was like insane in that conversation, I think Richie Torres handles himself very poorly. Liam S. for 38 months says, got married yesterday. No more living in sin for me. Great day. Would recommend. Well, congratulations, Liam.
Yeah,
That's
congratulations. That's
Look
awesome.
at that.
Joining the respectable cast of life.
And what is this? Adam friended for 37 months.
What's it say?
There's a free will seeker. Look, Adam's not even the longest member. How terrible is that?
I know it's awful, but whatever.
Adam friended says, Lindsay Ellis is a lying cunt. Wow. Look at that.
Show some energy. I put 4 exclamation points on it.
You can read it with all the energy you want. Okay.
I was like, will it let me do one of these chats? Oh, look.
There you go. Didn't censor you. That's true.
Look, she doesn't have to clip me out of context.
Right. The Good White for $5 says, I'm short, fat, and retarded like Lindsay Ellis. Where's my empathy and DEI representation? I like it. Michael the Dober Dad for 2 Canadians says, we love Phil on this show. He is a good man. True. He released a song recently that was really kick ass. I saw on X. So Noah Screams the Void for $2 says, Jesus made a whip and used it. Empathy or no? I mean, that obviously, what you're talking about when he was whipping the money changers, obviously was not a moment of empathy. Though I would agree with the outrage towards what would be the word? Not incentivizing, towards creating a profit motive towards people praying is obviously pretty disgusting, right? So I understand the anger. Dr. Diller for 41 months says, never leave me alone on Sundays again. I had to sit in the dark alone with my thoughts for 6 to 8 hours, had to spend the entire time picturing an apple. Well, there you go. That's how long it would take me to picture the apple. Sorry to hear that.
Glad you guys missed us, though.
Yes. Seki Jokes 451 for £5 says, I love how these far-right Christians avoid talking about which version is the correct one, especially the Catholics in a Protestant-found country. That is true. That is true. Bilbus Bungleton for $10 says, Sitch, a couple weeks ago, you said you finally saw Steins Gate and had some hot takes. What were they? Also, Adam's on fire today. A-Team reigns supreme. Love you guys. Have been listening since 2019. Well, thank you.
Wow. That's awesome.
Thank you. The short of it is, maybe we'll talk about it in detail later in the stream. The short of it is I didn't like Steins Gate. There was
Steins Gate?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's an anime about time travel that a lot of people recommend. I didn't like it really that much at all. There's one interesting concept about the time travel that I think should have been introduced very early in the series that would have made the show interesting, but unfortunately it's literally only talked about, I think, in the last episode is brought up. But beyond that, I did not like it, and I didn't like the main character. And I didn't realize until I was watching, I think Sammy told me this is based off of a visual novel, which is kind of explains why some of the things happen the way they happen, but not a fan. Leo 901 for 23 months says, everything is yin yang with extra steps, including internal and external Loki. Base Taoism strikes again, live in the center of the circle. That is true. That's all true. Seki Jokes 451 for £5 says, I know the true Sitch. There's no Sammy G because you are Sammy G. You Jewish femboy LARPing as a cute Latina chick. You thought I wouldn't notice.
Yeah, why are you doing that, Sitch?
Why do you have to shit on my dream? How do you know that I just don't have this internal feeling that deep inside I am a cute Latina? All right. Why?
Yeah.
What's wrong with it? Why are you attacking me? Accept me for who I am inside.
That's his authentic self.
Okay. Oh, DJ Judd, I missed your second super chat for $5 says, this is about the city council meeting. The artist of a commissioned piece on city property changed the design on the day of painting, then threatened legal action of the city. Legal action of the city and had it changed. Oh.
If the city had it changed, it's probably.
That's weird.
So I bet the piece was not. I don't know what the piece was, but
I mean, you could just say in the normal chat, was it like a political thing? Did they make it like the city agreed
probably
to make the design something apolitical, and then they're like, no, it's got to be.
Yeah, it's got to be free Palestine.
Right. Yeah.
And if you paint over it, you're a racist towards me. Fascinating.
Burger Dan for $2 says both leaders at the Alaska met were both body doubles. There you go. True.
Oh yeah. They both had sex.
There you go. They both played gay chicken and lost together.
What?
Trump and Putin both told their body doubles to play gay chicken.
To have sex with the other one, yeah.
To play gay chicken. See, that's really what happened. Okay. Trump and Putin both had body doubles, and they both told their body doubles to have sex with the other one so that they could secretly film it and use as blackmail material. But it didn't work because they both were body
doubles, yeah.
Yes.
So now they both have a tape of the body doubles fucking.
Right. Which is useless. Except for their own.
Except for their own amusement.
Except for their own amusement at late at night. Ace for $10 says, we should bring January 6th when it matters. I don't think Dems should focus on January 6th in election. I do think when talking about Trump's legacy, January 6th shouldn't be forgotten. Oh,
look, if you're a historian and want to bring up January 6th, look, the historians are going to do that. So I completely agree with you. But for all of Tiny's whining and complaining about January 6th, it didn't do anything for the election. And it's kind of naive that he thought that this is just like the ace card, the Trump card that's going to completely destroy Biden or Kamala Harris in the election.
No Screaming to the Void for 2 hours says, what the fuck focuses, or who the fuck focuses on January 6th after COVID and BLM? Loser. There you go.
See? And that's most people's attitude right there. You're never going to get past that.
John Watts, CPA for 19 months, says, behold, I use my membership chat to immortalize my first year wedding anniversary. Behold, well, congratulations.
Yeah,
Look at that. Great. That's wonderful. Beautiful. People getting married, people celebrating anniversaries. So
That's great. Yeah. We had 2 of our mods go on a date. Remember that happened too.
That happened last Sunday, didn't it?
Yes. If they get married, we'll have our first Sitch and Adam wedding.
There you go.
Be fucking killer.
Kyumbi Madara for 250 Ps says, I prefer the term convenient self-righteousness over suicidal empathy. It shows what's actually happening, which is projecting virtue without suffering consequences for it. Oh, that's interesting.
I like that term too. That's a great term.
Convenient self-righteousness. Yeah, that is a good term.
And that's what bugs me. That's how they get so condescending. The self-righteousness is where the condescension comes from. They're like, oh, I'm on the right side of history here.
I do the class, sir.
How dare you? How dare you think other thoughts than me?
The Oceanus for $5 says, maybe Lindsay Ellis is a body double. Maybe she ate her body double. Who knows?
It could be.
R-worded for 13 months says, yes, karma is essentially the same as you reap what you sow. According to the Eightfold Path, right action is one of the tenets to end suffering.
Yes.
There you go.
You reap what you sow. And didn't Jesus say that? You reap what you sow? That's a famous Jesus aphorism.
I don't think Jesus said you reap what you sow.
Really?
Did he?
Who? Okay. I'll look it up. Who said that?
Galatians 6:7. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows.
Galatians?
Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
Galatians.
I mean, the Old Testament is technically the... Oh, is Galatians the New Testament or the Old Testament? I think Galatians... Isn't it? No, I think it's the Old Testament.
No, it's the New Testament because
it is. Okay.
I don't know how to say the word, so not a thing I learned in Jew school. So there you go. Maybe Jesus did say it then, or whoever was saying it.
No, the Apostle Paul said it.
Oh, there you go. It was Paul. Good old Paul.
But I mean, he was probably channeling Jesus, so I'm close enough.
Okay.
I'll take the win.
Interesting.
Paul, Jesus, what's the difference?
There you go. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, obviously I've heard the reap what you sow thing. I didn't even realize that was like a Bible quote.
A biblical thing?
I didn't even know that.
All the good stuff comes from the Bible.
That is true.
Even I, an atheist, know this is true.
Galactus. There you go. The book of Galactus. Thank you.
Galatians.
Yes. Proteron for $5 New Zealand dollars says, if Sitch and Adam are going to review anime, then the first one has to be JoJo. Might as well start off with a bang.
Yeah, look, I like JoJo. Sitch is a big snooty patootie.
Well, here's the problem. JoJo's, I mean, the first season of JoJo is trash. Do we review that, and then so that you can watch season 1, which makes season 2 so much better, or do you just skip it? Does the slog of season 1 of JoJo make the sweetness of season 2 of JoJo all the more sweet?
I mean, you could just skip it. You jump right into season 2.
I don't know. Does Sitch like Dan? I loved it. Dan's great. I think it's one of the top animes out right now.
Dan to Dan is the one where the kid is like an alien hunter and she's a ghost hunter.
Yes.
Is that Dan to Dan?
Yes.
Look at that. Adam is like a pro. I know all the anime, okay? You can't fool me. Like an anime super fan.
Right. Someone said the original quote is from the Old Testament. For they have sown the wind, they shall reap the whirlwind. Well, there you go. That sounds way cooler. Doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds way cooler. That sounds like something that you say as you like drop a bomb on somebody.
God, it's all over the place. It's even in the Quran.
Michael, the Dorbert after 5 Canadian says, when Sitch agrees that soul leveling and Overlord are good, that is the day I will join S-Class. Until then, 18 reigns supreme. Well, I only seen the first level of soul leveling. Sam went back and watched the whole thing, and she kind of likes it. I think she does like it a lot, but admits that she acknowledges that it's trash, but she likes it. Overlord is trash, and I know you're trolling me, but you're just trash if you like Overlord Michael. Sorry. Okay. Let's watch this video. Now, so there's a video that someone made that's kind of crazy. And this is a video that is defending Idubbbz. Okay. But they're doing it primarily through criticizing another video that is critical of Anissa. And so in order to give it proper context, we do have to watch some of the original video. Okay. So we're going to watch some of the original video and see how we feel about Anissa after this. All right. So this is a guy named Ren's Reviews. This is the first video I've seen of his. This is about a month ago. It was called The Worst Wife on YouTube. And we're going to watch a little bit of it where he's going to go through why Anissa sucks and why,
I love
Anissa
it.
ruined
This is already
Idubbbz.
good.
That's
This is great.
The analysis of the video here.
Number 9, responsibility. Oh.
She is what a psychiatrist might refer to as being doused with lunacy.
It keeps me on a leash, okay? And I'm okay with that because I need to be on a leash because I am unhinged.
She's angry.
I know that you would fucking cry if I said something to you in real life. I know you would cry. How do I know? Because I've done it to one of you fuckers in real life and you have cried.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I don't think that's some
This
solid
seems a little
reasoning
unhinged.
there.
That seems a little unhinged. What does that even mean? I made someone else cry in public? So
I
can
know.
make you cry?
Therefore, you would cry. I know you would cry because someone somewhere else one time cried.
Right.
The reasoning seems a little flawed there to me,
Yes.
Sitch. I don't know about you, but
Interesting.
people tend to be different.
Do they?
A lot of different people out there. Some cry, some don't. Yep.
Angry bitch.
She has ADHD, but since she's a woman, it's Lady HD. She's got a good old body dysmorphia.
Body dysmorphia is something that not only I've struggled with, but a lot of my family members and friends struggle with as well.
She's got OCD.
You may have heard me mention that I do have OCD.
Does every guy who wishes he was a couple inches taller have body dysmorphia? I feel like there's a lot of people claiming they have body dysmorphia when they wish they were a little more attractive.
Yeah.
Or,
Well,
you know,
yeah, I
their
don't know.
boobs were a little bigger. Their butt was a little nicer. They're like, I have body dysmorphia.
Well,
I wish I wasn't a fat ass.
Yeah, like there is definitely everyone has sort of the over pathologizing of every
Right.
little thing that people have.
I mean, I wish I was 6 feet tall. Do I have body dysmorphia?
You do. No. So,
Yeah.
but with her, to be fair to her, which I guess is a weird thing to say.
Why would you even contemplate that, Sitch?
Well,
Come
if she
on.
does actually have OCD, body dysmorphia a lot of people think is related to OCD.
Oh, okay.
So it would track if she had both of these problems.
Right. Well, I think she could be a lot uglier. So,
Well, it's weird that someone who I think started off looking reasonably attractive would basically ruin themselves with a bunch of ugly tattoos
right.
and, styling themselves in a very unattractive way.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good.
Potentially even some BPD in there. That's a fun one.
People online love diagnosing me with BPD. They love telling me I have BPD.
Crippling anxiety.
We limit driving specifically because I'm so terrified of getting in an accident. So
Maybe even a splash of some histrionic personality disorder.
Other symptoms include
I would say that if you have so much anxiety that you can't drive places like everyone else, you definitely should be getting help.
Institutionalized.
You should definitely be doing something for that, right? Like, it's a little strange because it seems like there's a lot of emphasis on Idubbbz in terms of like him needing to get therapy and stuff. Like, is she getting therapy so she can drive in a car somewhere? Don't they live in the middle of like the woods or something?
I don't know. Yeah.
include compulsive oversharing about one's private life, dressing in a provocative manner for attention, being strongly opinionated about things they don't know much about, being easily influenced by peers and emulating them, and the list goes on.
She's got post-traumatic stress.
have PTSD from when I was 5. I went into septic shock. I almost died. My parents said goodbye to me. It was a big thing.
Pre-traumatic stress.
Can you imagine telling your kid, I don't think you're going to make it?
That's insane. God.
Why wouldn't you just lie to them? Why wouldn't you just tell them, look, everything's going to be fine. You're going to be fine. You're going to be okay. Now your parents come in and they're like, you're going to fucking die. All right.
Right.
I don't think
Not
this
great.
really I don't believe this. I
Oh,
don't think
okay.
this really happened. I think this is bullshit.
Maybe.
I think a lot of people, they play up shit like this.
It's
Their
hard to
parents
tell
were
with
probably
her.
the nicest people in the world. And she's like, nah, they wanted me to die. I got septic shock and they told me I was going to die. They left the hospital. They said, we got to go hire a hearse.
A therapist tell me that I have hypervigilance.
Complex post-traumatic stress.
I do have, I guess, some CPTSD and some other things.
Abandonment issues.
I would get triggered by any form of abandonment, basically, and I would go into 5-year-old brain.
Idubbbz right now, the look on his face is like, what the fuck have I gotten myself into here?
Yeah, what I go into
guess
5-year-old
some
brain? What the fuck? Jesus. These are like, we're racking up so many red flags.
Yeah,
Okay.
why? How does he not notice this? Idubbbz doesn't have a better option than this. This is
Where's
like
the green flags? There's nothing but red flags here. You're in a mountain of red flags. You're in a sea of red. Okay.
It's hard for me to imagine that Idubbbz, someone with such a popular YouTube channel, has zero optionality left, and this is what he's forced to deal with.
I think Anissa is like the only girl he ever like went out with.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
I believe that's the case.
What happened?
I don't know.
Did she get compromising photos of him and like threaten to publish him on the internet or something? Like, what's happening here?
I'm not sure. This is like the end of Evangelion where there's just like an ocean of red. Okay, that's the amount of red flags that we've stacked up here when Idubbbz listening to all this shit.
Like you're panning out and the flags are just stacking up, and pretty soon it's like a whole ocean of flags.
It's her face floating in a red ocean of red flags, and there's nothing else
It's
left
like a
on the
billion
planet.
flags, a trillion flags. You're like, oh my God. Yeah, Idubbbz. I mean, he's got to be the dumbest person on the planet.
Get out of there!
Run
away!
Escape. No woman would want to date. Well, now I don't know. Idubbbz is not as popular as he was, so maybe they were in love. Oh shit.
CPTSD and some other things.
Abandonment issues.
I would get triggered by any.
Why is this other guy filming his video at a Denny's? What's going on with that?
So in the beginning of it, he says that there was some comment that said that you should film the entire video at Applebee's.
Oh, okay.
So he's doing it to be funny, I guess.
At an Applebee's.
Yeah. At an
Okay,
Applebee's.
well that's cool. Get out and about.
I'm surprised.
I don't think I've ever filmed elsewhere.
I have to give Ren here credit. He's filming in an Applebee's, and his audio quality is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm amazed. I am. I will take Applebee's background talking over background music any day.
Well, there is background music too, but
oh, there is. Fuck this guy.
Any form of abandonment, basically, and I would go into 5-year-old brain.
I'm running out of fingers here, guys. She's been through a lot of traumatic stuff. The fact that she felt compelled to post something like this.
Okay, we have to.
Do we have to read all that?
We do, because obviously there are people who are just listening.
Okay, let's go back here. This horror show.
To post something like
you
this.
You want to read?
Raped at 16 by a classmate.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, you get the next one here.
Oh, we have to take turns on the horror show? Okay.
Drugged at 18 at a bar and God knows what. Look, if this is what your girlfriend is posting, run, fellas, run. Run! Especially look, obviously if shit like this happens, that's bad, but sooner or later you got to get past it and move on with your life. You can't be talking about this on your deathbed, okay? Letting this define you as a person, which is what's going on here, is not good. Not healthy, shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Touched inappropriately by my boss as a server, as a serve constantly. I think
I
it's
assume
server.
it meant server.
Yeah. Touched by your boss, huh? I mean, you were fucking him at the time, but whatever. Groped at every TwitchCon I've ever been to. All of them. Well, look, you went with Idubbbz and he's your boyfriend. What did you expect? Can't go out without boyfriend. Oh my God. Can you imagine? You're like, okay, if I go out with this girl, I'm going to be in a fight every fucking time. Hashtag not all men, huh?
Is proof that she
But my abusers were without
is in dire.
All men.
But my abusers were all men.
Oh, okay.
So saying not all men, but my abusers were all men.
My abusers. So that's bad. Faulty reasoning, obviously, right? Yeah.
Need of psychiatric help. And if all these things in her TikTok are true, well then yeah, she's gonna be messed up from all that. It's clearly skewed her view of dudes, as Eminem might say. I mean, she can't even go outside without her boyfriend. There's a lot of
Yeah, misspelled boyfriend.
Without her boyfriend. Right. Oh my God, that was good.
mental illness.
What's that?
That feels appropriate. Idubbbz does feel fried.
Oh yeah.
He's the boy fried.
Why would you, Sitch? Why would you participate in that? Holy fuck!
There's well, this is like, I think it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a type of therapy that is helpful for people, helpful to people. I think certain types of cognitive behavioral therapy, and I think you can reprogram yourself with therapy as long as there are behavioral aspects to it that you need to engage in with a competent behavioral psychiatrist or psychologist.
Oh yeah. Big if on that.
Right. I feel like so much of the therapy though is just this like talk therapy where you just talk to a person and you just vomit out all these bad things that happen to you. And I don't think that shit works. I think
it doesn't. No.
So much worse. And then people go out there and they just basically broadcast their trauma or the bad things that happened to them in order to gain victim points for the internet. And they do, because people feel bad for them. And that can't be good for you. That can't possibly be good for you in order to become actually stronger and overcome these traumas that you faced.
Yeah. Yeah. And do you think people see this and they're like, oh yeah, I have a lot of respect for this person, that they're broadcasting all their trauma.
Yeah.
It's very
some people
stunning
do.
And brave.
They clap. Yeah. They clap at that and they say it's very stunning and brave for her to publicly say all these things.
Right. But do they say that because that's what they think people want to hear? And secretly they're like, this person's fucking lame. What a fucking loser.
Maybe some of them. I do think people have been basically brainwashed or psyoped into thinking, yes, that is good to just basically broadcast every bad thing that's happened to you in the world and, gain victim points from doing it.
I mean, I'm thinking my boss touched me inappropriately and I got like a 6-figure payday. This bitch is dumb. What a stupid fucking bitch.
Terrible.
No, my boss never touched me inappropriately. I would have slapped her.
They did. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't know that I've had a boss that I would have liked to touch me inappropriately. So.
Well, no, for the payout, not because you were attracted to them.
Oh, okay. The payout.
Yeah.
She might have liked that.
Terrible.
That old noodle of hers. She is mentally what Stephen Hawking was physically. Does that make sense? So when somebody has been through as much trauma and strife as Anissa, it's very difficult for them to properly function in the world and in their relationships, right?
Dude, how much of this do you believe, though? I mean, I'm not sure I believe any of it.
Well, he's giving her the benefit of the doubt that it's true. Right. I think I don't know. For a lot of people, it's interesting. This kind of aligns thematically with the Lindsay Ellis video about toxic empathy, because that's kind of what's going on here. It's that you have a person who, let's just say, will be as charitable, good faith as possible, say all these traumas that they say they suffer, they did actually suffer all those traumas, and it fucked them up. Okay. Well, you can be in a situation like, okay, I can be empathetic to that or compassionate that I can understand that all these things fucked you up. But if you're then a bad person and a horrible person to other people or your boyfriend or, the world or your husband, at the world at large, I mean, just because you suffered bad things that maybe influenced you to be the way you are, that's not a justification. Who gives a shit? You need to be more empathetic then, because you've experienced traumas yourself.
Yeah, I agree. And both of us have the position that just because someone's been fucked over doesn't give them a license to go fuck other people over or be insufferable pieces of shit. At some point you're looking and going, how does she keep getting into these situations, right?
Yeah, I understand.
What's going on here?
You're like, okay, this person is a statistical anomaly.
Yeah,
the amount
exactly.
Of, like, bad things that seem to happen to them. So it,
Right. Maybe
Sucks.
don't wear the Nirvana Rape Me t-shirt anymore. Okay. Maybe leave that at home.
I think it's why she has this undying need for external validation.
See, this person is just starved for attention, Sitch. This is what throws all of this, throws up my skeptical flags on all of this.
Right. Yeah. So she has a TikTok, and the caption says, "Surviving the stress of planning an event as a couple."
Mm-hmm.
Fans coming up to us in the hotel lobby telling us it was the best thing ever they've ever seen in their life, and being asked when the next one is. She looks sad.
She's a lot like Pennywise if you were to...
God.
It's
what?
It's just
hyper
it's
cringe.
Like, God, it is just hyper cringe. It's you're complaining about a good thing. You did something that people liked.
And you're completely spitting in your fans' face.
Yeah, it was stressful. Obviously, it's stressful to set up a big thing, and then people liked it so much they want to do it again, and you're like mad about it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's when you need to get the therapy. Not be so fucking anxious prone all the time.
Replace children's fear with raw validation.
I'm fucking so uncomfortable in this shirt. I look like a little pudgy lad.
You don't look like a pudgy lad.
To be fair, that's the oldest female trick in the book. Okay.
Fishing for compliments. Oh,
that's the old. I don't think that's just like Anissa's psycho. That's like what every girl does. She goes, "I look ugly in this," and you go,
they
"No,
all
sweetie.
go fishing.
You look beautiful," and then they go, "Oh, thank you."
Full-time fisherman.
Yes, that's that's the most common thing. That's the oldest Rick trick in the book.
Yeah.
Which explains why she wanted to start up an OnlyFans and post pictures of her
money shot.
Or I guess it explains why anybody makes an OnlyFans, really.
I'm pleasantly surprised by what OnlyFans has done for me, not only financially, but mentally and emotionally.
Now look, I like to goof around and make a lot of jokes and that type of thing, right? But I mean it when I say that my heart genuinely goes out to Anissa. Because having a slew of mental illnesses like she does makes life extremely difficult. She's done well financially, yes, sure, but inside, she's got this unfillable black chasm. She's miserable. And being
Okay.
Is she miserable? I don't know.
I mean, she seems like it. She acts like
a lot of attention, though. I mean, if that's the goal, then she's probably not miserable. You know those people who have the Munchausen syndrome where they're always poisoning themselves and stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sure, they seem like they're dying, but really they're in heaven. They're like, oh my God, everyone's paying attention to me.
Well, if that's the case, I mean, I think there are people that have, like he's saying, the void that's never satiated, that's never satisfied. Most people are miserable and they're constantly seeking that validation that, they can never really fully grasp. I do think those people are miserable, probably. So he's got this is the next part says 10 signs you're in a toxic relationship. Now I do have to give, I do think this is a good video so far. But I do have to dock some points for Ren's reviews here because he holds up his green beans in a way that I find gross.
Oh, okay.
So
Number 1, obsessive behavior.
He called me one time.
So he's eating the green beans with his hands.
Hey, he's just yeah.
Which is not, yeah.
Well, he's holding them up like 1, 2, 3. I just think it's a little gross.
Just yeah.
Guys, I dock points for that.
Don't play with your food, guy.
Yeah.
Okay. And
not on camera.
Ixnay that background music.
I don't want to. I'm fine with the goofy background music. Doesn't bother me.
No, Sitch. Come on, we have to be united on this front. Background music is cancer. Okay.
Okay.
Anyone who uses it on YouTube deserves to lose their YouTube channel.
Wow.
And be deported to an Salvadorian prison.
I'm going to defend Ren here and say he does not need to lose his YouTube channel because he did background music in this video.
Okay.
Bold take.
Time after we were together in Edmonton, you said, I don't want to talk to you, and hung up the phone. And I was like, holy shit, what's going on? Like, I was panicking. So I contacted his mom, and she was like, he needs to know that you are going to like let him exist, that you're not going to like make this a problem, that he has the freedom to like do what he needs to do. So she was like, do not contact him until he contacts you. And for 2 weeks, I managed to not reach out once. It was the hardest thing I had ever done. I literally felt like I was dying.
Number 2, possessiveness.
She would tell Ian when he was tired. One time we ended sparring, and afterwards everybody's hanging out, and she walks up to Ian and she goes, "You're hungry."
Yes.
And then so they had to leave because Ian was hungry.
God damn, I don't even talk to my dog like that. And I am his master. Number 3, manipulation.
We were in a boxing gym called Top Rank one time, and there was a guy named Jay Prince who was like the manager for Floyd Mayweather, manager for Andre Ward, and all these very high-level boxers. So for me, that's a big deal. And the owner of the gym was kind enough to introduce us, and she was like, "No, I don't want to meet him. Ian's tired. We don't want to meet him."
Wait, I don't want to meet him because of what?
Yeah. Ian was tired.
Number 4, guilting.
How much of your career did I honestly fuck up?
That to me is incredibly sad, and I feel really terrible that you feel that way, and I feel even worse that there are these chunks of people on the internet that like to push that narrative.
Number 5.
Well, it's true. What do you mean? That narrative is a fact of life.
It definitely seems true. It definitely seems true.
Can't get past it.
Belittling.
I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants. No. Because since I've known you, you've always had like...
Did you hear the little no? It was so sad.
He said, "Oh no, she's bringing this up."
You've always been shitting your pants. No. Because...
No, he just said no, like as a response. No.
Well,
since I've known you, you've always had like the IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, someone said...
Obviously not very comfortable discussing the topic, it seems like, from that
Well,
tone
look,
of voice.
I think he was like, "Oh no, she's bringing this up on stream.
Right,
Like she shouldn't
maybe.
be talking about this." Yeah,
Maybe.
He wasn't saying no, it doesn't happen. He was saying no. What the fuck? Why are you doing this? Why are you telling the entire internet that I shit my pants? Can you imagine?
Pretty bad.
Oh my god.
Pretty bad.
How could you trust someone after that?
That's
They come out with your
difficult.
deepest, darkest secret that you shit yourself daily and rubbing it in your face on a live stream.
Not great.
Holy crap.
Pick 3 words to describe your fashion, and that's like how you can like work on your fashion. So for Ian, for example, I would say trashy or trailer park would be one, untucked or like a bit unorganized, and simple.
Number 6.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's so bad.
So bad. Yeah.
Jesus.
Sabotage.
What the?
Can you imagine? Like, this is the girl that has, you know, body dysmorphia and all this other shit. Can you imagine Ian publicly being like, let me talk about how ugly you are in public and how bad you dress?
That sure makes you look fat.
Oh my god. That's so bad.
This does make me think negging works though, because that's exactly what she's doing to him. And he seems completely hooked.
There's actually a very interesting clip. I think I have the time code for it. From a Turkey Tom video where Anissa says something that I never thought about and is genius. from like a dark manipulative perspective.
Yeah.
That is kind of related to negging.
She's a manipulator all the way.
Hell is this. He's taken her last name. They married in June with Idubbbz' last name changed from Washburn to Joma.
Not that it matters, but the only reason why we changed or chose my name over his last name is because his last name is like just objectively ugly.
Number 7, isolation.
In COVID.
So I was confused when she said it was that Washburn is objectively ugly compared to Joma, right?
Mhm.
And I was like, why Washburn doesn't seem like an ugly name to me.
Mhm.
Seems like a standard random name. And I found a longer version of that clip.
I know what she says.
And and it's unfortunate that Ren cut it or didn't have the longer version, because what she says immediately after, she says, that's the last name that sounds like someone that stormed the Capitol on January 6th.
Yes, yeah.
And I was
Anissa
like,
Washburn stormed the
oh
Capitol.
my God. That's the reason. She didn't like that his name sounded too white or too white trashy, I guess, or rednecky or something.
Yep.
And I was like, that's pretty bad.
Pretty racist.
And how, like, that's pretty fucking weird too, because if she said, listen, I don't really like your last name, I'm going to keep my last name. Okay, fair enough, right? But change your own last name to my last name? That's crazy. Is that like, that's
Totally
a whole other
crazy.
level.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Even celebrities do the hyphenate. Come on, you both keep your names.
Right. And I assume they're not going to, or they hyphen each other's name, but I'm assuming they're not going to have children. So the hyphen children thing, they're going to come up. So
maybe.
It rolls around, I get bored at home, so I make an OnlyFans where I'm showing my meat.
Really?
And, well, basically, I'm taking a steak and I'm rating a steak. And like,
see, that's the reaction that you're supposed to have.
And I sent it to Ian, and he got mad and called me and like said I was making fun of Anissa, and like I wasn't.
You'll never understand what it's like to be an ally.
Yeah, he like said stuff like that. Haven't talked to him since. That was like 5 years ago.
Over that?
Ian is very malleable. He's the friend in high school who ditches his friend group.
can you imagine also like sort of the ego of someone does like a pun that they think is funny, and then they're like, you're just doing this to make fun of my situation, my wife. It's like, I wasn't even thinking about your wife. What the fuck are you talking about?
But
That's crazy.
somebody is thinking about it all the time.
Yeah, doesn't that show you that, like, if you say, oh, I'm not insecure about my wife having OnlyFans, and then that situation happens, doesn't that project or to the world that you are actually insecure about your wife having
of
OnlyFans?
course it does. Yes, it does.
When he gets his first girlfriend. No, like actually. He missed his best friend's wedding for his wife's tattoo appointment. Number 8, controlling behavior.
Now, to be fair, I don't believe that claim has ever been corroborated with actual evidence.
The missing the wedding.
Missing Max Mofo's wedding for the tattoo. Yeah.
Oh,
It's been sort of like extrapolated, but not really strongly confirmed. So
Look, a lot of times guys don't really want to go to weddings. They'll find any excuse not to go.
well, it was also in Australia.
Yeah, so it's a destination wedding. He's
Though-
like, look, I really don't want to fly 10 hours.
Supposedly they did fly out to Australia a month earlier. So maybe they just didn't want to fly.
Oh,
back.
he was
I don't know
in-
what's going on there.
He
I don't know
was
what
in
was going on.
Australia at the
Weird stuff.
time. Well, that's different.
No, it was a month earlier than the
Right.
wedding. So I don't know. Who knows what the fuck's going on?
Hmm.
I have a kinesiology background, nutrition background, so I'm able to kind of like
She
help
was
with
guiding me the whole time, tell me what to eat, when to eat. I got diagnosed with ADHD.
Well, he said after the first session he knew that you had ADHD, but after the second session he really knew.
He really knew. Yeah.
That's because I helped take the notes for the second one.
Yeah.
You still doing okay?
Oh yeah, we're good. Thanks. Number 9, responsibility deflection.
It's impossible not to notice.
He's going to eat those green beans in the end of this video, isn't he? After
I
he's
think he
palmed them all this video, all the entire
Yeah,
video.
I'm not a fan.
He's putting his big greasy hand all over them. It's going to slurp them down.
Points off.
Whenever it's to show up to a podcast or take credit for things going well, Anissa's involvement is unavoidable. But whenever it's to address difficult things and actually communicate clearly, you only see Ian. And it's always Ian that pops his head up to take the damage to his reputation, despite him and Anissa being equally responsible for the situation.
Finally, number 10, betrayal.
The fucking day it all ended for Ian.
So we're talking about that ring. I want to point out that when Anissa was over at Hassan's, that ring was nowhere to be found on her finger.
What?
And she said that getting to kiss Hassan's dog was the moment of her year.
I'd be real careful if I were you, Ian. Hassan.
What? Oh my God, she's having sex with Hassan.
Isn't that bad? That's really bad.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's a talk about stacking up red flags.
Ian was at Hassan's.
I guess there was a different time.
Separate occasions.
Yeah.
Kind of fits right into Anissa's criteria.
The guy that we're gonna watch who's defending Idubbbz here.
When Ian goes over,
he just says that's like not a big deal. He's like, "Oh, you're weird for caring about that." I'm like, "What?
Caring about the ring being missing?"
If my wife went to
another
another man's house and took off her wedding ring, there'd be problems. Okay, like, why are you doing that? What the fuck's happening here? That's crazy.
There's only one reason to take off your wedding ring at Hassan's house. Because you're gonna fuck.
Right.
It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
What she's looking for in a fella.
Anissa said that like her mom only had two expectations for her to marry someone that was rich and also to be of her religion, right? And so she said that Anissa goes, well, I mean, I didn't get someone that was of my religion, but at least I got one part of it right. He's rich.
Now, it's important to note that Anissa isn't toxic intentionally, right?
You said it, and also my therapist said this, and it changed my life, to be honest, is most people don't wake up trying to hurt other people.
I don't think she understands how actively poisonous she's being. Because to ruin his life is also to ruin her own life. And here's the thing, right? Being in a toxic relationship can really mess you up. It can strip you of your
about those fucking green beans.
I know.
He's torturing us.
He is.
Entire being, because when your other half is an empty void, that void will drain you of your life essence.
Oh my God, he did it! Holy shit! I did not know that was coming.
Man?
That was horrendous.
Gross.
Horrendous.
Gross. Listen, it's a good video. Why don't ruin it? Don't ruin it with this.
The disgust levels off the charts.
No, look at this. It is not uncommon for someone to be.
Oh my God! And now he's got the green bean dangling out of his mouth.
Yeah, he's trying to do. In the beginning, he talks about how like Idubbbz kind of inspired him to be better. So I think he's trying to do like Idubbbz. You know, Idubbbz used to do like the gross content.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what's going
on.
I
don't approve.
I don't either.
He's got his sweaty, his palm.
I have a high disgust mechanism.
Yeah, not good.
Oblivious to it.
He's probably going to eat that one that just fell on the floor.
A toxic relationship. Often changes are gradual, so it's easy not to know that you might be in an unhealthy relationship. Here are some symptoms to look out for.
Should he be deported because of the green beans? I mean, you're not willing to go to the map for the background music, but the green beans. I mean, it is some black bag level shit. Yeah.
I thought we were talking about getting cancels from YouTube. Now we've moved to the deportation.
Well, I said he should be deported to a El Salvadorian prison. And you were like, nah, that's too far.
Right.
But after this green bean incident, I'm thinking I might win you over.
Oh, maybe.
It's a combination of both. Okay.
Right.
He's obviously disgusting.
I am very insecure about my ability to create interesting content or like entertain.
Now this is a guy who used to appear, at least, to be very secure, like a straitjacket.
Why are you so controversial?
Man, I think it's like a lot of unregulated confidence.
You have unregulated confidence?
Yeah, I think I have in the past. I've toned it down a bit. You gotta pick and choose what you're confident about, right?
But now, the guy can barely even speak without Anissa nearby.
I have this problem where I talk for us.
Yeah.
I've always had that problem. And
she's doing it now.
I'm doing it now, but that's why I love that you're in therapy, because I think that
I'm getting better at it. Having no choice but to confront it head on. It's like really like, okay, fuck. Anissa's not here. What do I say?
God, how sad is that? Okay.
This is the most depressing video we've ever watched, Sitch.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's how we'll watch a friend's video, just to get a good glimpse of what's going on. I said, except for the green beans, good video. I understand the point he's making. I think he's making the argument in a persuasive way, just showing a bunch of clips that shows examples of what he's talking about, right? Very classic, very
that's the way to do it.
Right.
YouTube 101.
In mid-2010s.
So now before we skip or move to the person who is defending Idubbbz here, here's this clip from this Turkey Tom video. I'd not seen this before. This is pretty crazy. Okay.
Is wrong.
In July, a month before her and Idubbbz started dating, she made a video giving dating advice for men, where she provided a mind-bending amount of foreshadowing for the rest of the story.
I have dated a lot of dudes. I will not lie to you. Nice guys do finish last. I wish that I could, meet a nice guy who is right away emotionally available and committed and just be like, holy shit, I want to date you forever. But there's something about it that is an extreme turnoff for a lot of women. In my opinion, when a man opens himself up emotionally fully and commits fully, it is essentially like a woman sleeping with a man. It's on the same level.
Oh my God, she's making my argument right
Isn't
here.
that? I was like, oh my God, that's probably true. And I never thought about that before. That's so crazy.
Men are the gatekeepers of commitment. Yeah. Women are the gatekeepers of sex.
Well, the argument like men, if something's too easy, you don't want it. You want to be challenged to some extent to achieve something. And so that's where kind of the idea is like, oh, the girl sleeps with a guy on the first date. He's not going to necessarily look at her not only as a challenge, but he might also look at her as like slut. So he doesn't want to be the mother of her children and things like that. And it's interesting because I never considered the emotional aspect from the woman's perspective. Like maybe they want the challenge of cracking the emotional nut of a man. And if the man is emotionally available from the get-go, maybe they're like turned off by that the same way. That's very interesting. I never thought about that before, but I couldn't believe that that's true. Ladies, is that true? Let me know.
Of like giving. But if a girl slept with you on the first date, chances are you wouldn't be very interested in having an actual relationship. If you give a woman your full emotional availability, they will take it for granted and they will not value it to the same extent that they should. And by not valuing it, they will also not respect you to the same extent that they should. And that opens you up for disinterest and, in worst case scenario, abuse. Because you will be abused if you're not respected. It's just the way it is. Being a nice guy means that you're a selfless human being and you want to put others in front of you. And I know it's extremely hard, but it's something that if you just throw yourself at that person, chances are you're not going to get out of the relationship what you want. A lot of guys, if you find a woman that you think is worth your time and you think is interesting and you think is deserving of the world, you will immediately put them on a pedestal and think that they deserve everything. And it has happened to me before. And as soon as you put that woman on a pedestal, you are asking for trouble, especially in the gift market. Things that are just instant turnoffs for women: crying. A good rule of thumb: if she is not crying, you should not be crying. Period. It shows overall emotional weakness, and later on in life, you wonder how they're going to handle serious, actual, legitimate issues. Crying at really stupid shit is a really good way to make a girl not like you really fast.
It truly fills one's mind.
Great advice.
There you go.
I honestly think it's good advice.
But this is all very interesting because it all seems like Idubbbz would fall into all these traps that she's talking about.
Crying.
Or actually, maybe not, because I think they started dating when he was still doing his like normal content. So he basically became all these things that she talks about that she doesn't like, which is interesting. So.
And with contemplation to see her saying this stuff, knowing how it all ends. In the same month as this was published, another
Okay. Okay, so let's watch the actual video here. The actual.
In mid-2010s, YouTube.
Where's the actual?
Who knows?
Give me the URL. What are you doing? Okay, this is called Idubbbz Grew Up. His fans hate that.
I think Ace sent this to us too. So
yes, Ace. This is Ace's fault that you're gonna have to see this in the beginning. Okay, this is entirely Ace's fault. He DM'd this to us. YouTuber Crimes New Roman.
Crimes New Roman, definitely hitting the masculinity.
Yes.
With all
this is the
four
first video
cylinders,
I've seen.
right? With
this
all
is
8 cylinders
video.
Or 4 cylinders. More
This
like
is
a
the first-
4-cylinder.
It is, yes. It's the first video I've seen of his. So. Not
Idubbbz
great.
grew up. His fans hate that.
Yes.
He grew up into a big sloppy pussy. And everyone hates it now.
Everyone does hate that.
He grew up into a woman.
JMac or Circuit Fire, thanks so much, Daddy. JMac for $20 says, seeing relationships as toxic and destructive as Anissa and Ian really puts in perspective whenever my wife and I may have a tiff. So I'm glad I married the woman I did and not one of the many possible crazies out there. Very true.
Yes.
Very true.
Everyone should thank their lucky stars who has a sane woman.
Yeah. That's why people, I think, like to watch some of this content. Just to go. Makes them feel better about their situation.
Right. They're like, at least my wife is not crazy.
Right. John Sullivan for $20. Thank you. Says, watching the beginning now. Christianity/Judaism has both society and human corruption. The idea of Babylon is nation you must live under, even though it is corrupt. Daniel is a great example of neither rebelling nor assimilating.
Good point. Yes.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, obviously the whole getting kicked out of man, original sin, getting kicked out of the garden. Well, the Jews didn't conceptualize it in the same way that Christians did with original sin, but obviously the whole context of getting kicked out of the garden and humans being sinful, comes from Judaism because it's in the Old Testament. So that is true.
Oh no, that's hilarious.
JMac or Circuit Fire, thanks so much, Daddy JMac, for the $100. Says, I just realized Ace has top XP. I find this unacceptable. Wow, look at that.
He knocked Ace down to second place.
Look at that. JMac just slapped Ace down.
Yep.
The fury of the 1,000 suns. He's doubled his XP. He just said, get the fuck down there to the number 2 spot.
Coming in for the kill here.
Look at that. We still appreciate you, Ace. Okay. There's nothing wrong with second place. Of course
we do. Yes.
Okay. Second place is still good. Still solid. And Daniel Sank for 24 months. Thanks so much. Says 2 years of membership. I feel like I deserve a promotion from Brigadier General. A team cleans behind their ears and S class doesn't lather the soap.
What? Terrible.
There you go.
S class. You need to get some Q-tips.
Well, here's the question. Here's your soap question for the day. Okay. 2 soap questions. Number 1, do you use a bar of soap or do you use body wash?
I use a bar of soap.
God.
Does that make a difference?
What up, boomer?
Do you use body wash?
Of course. I use the little gel.
So you squirt soap into your hand?
I squirt all over myself in the shower.
So Sitch really likes the tactile feel of the soap, like semen between his fingertips.
Well, first of all, I don't know what bath wash you've used that the consistency of has felt the same as semen. Okay.
Sitch loves.
It feels a little different. I don't know what kind of someone's tricking you. They're like, "Oh, this is just coconut bath wash."
Sitch goes into his shower.
Like semen. I don't know.
Sitch goes into his shower with a big old dong full of bath body wash.
That it is a dick-shaped bottle. That is true.
That he loves to squeeze and lather all over his face.
Yeah. Does not feel like that. No.
A-team just goes in with the normal bar of soap, like a human being.
Now, to me, it feels like the bar of soap feels like not hygienic.
Really?
Yeah, you're like leaving this bar of soap open in the shower and then you're rubbing it on your body.
Well, I mean, it's my shower. No,
Okay.
I'm not inviting other people into my shower, so.
Well, do you use, okay, and the second question was, do you use a washcloth?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you put the soap on the washcloth and then you put the washcloth on your body.
Yes, that's how.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Gotcha. Okay. That's okay. At least that's, if you're going to use a bar of soap, I think you have to use a washcloth.
The washcloth that's how you get all the dead skin off and stuff, obviously. Clean and
you're giving a
yourself
good
and
scrub.
clean. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. There you go.
I mean, I don't just lathering yourself with your hand. I don't think you're going to get really clean that way.
Right.
I
Sitch
mean-
bar soaps are self-washable. I don't know if
Yeah. Yeah, what
I don't know if I
what
believe
I
that.
have 2 bars of soap, Sitch. I have
Right.
the bar of soap that I wash with, and then I have the bar of soap that I wash the bar of soap that I wash
There
with.
you see, there you go. I like it.
So I lather up the cleaning bar.
Right. Wasn't that the same thing when people are like, "Oh, why do you have to wash your toothbrush? Because I put toothpaste on it. That makes it clean." Or like, "Why do you have to
Right.
wash your towel? Because I come out of the shower clean when I dry myself off. So shouldn't it be cleaner by touching me?"
I never really thought about the soap, I guess, collecting germs. The soap seems like you're taking a layer off of the soap when you use it. I mean, you're adding a layer of the soap to the washcloth, and you're
Right.
yeah. And you're
I don't
regularly-
know.
I mean,
scientifically, I don't know if it is actually not hygienic or not. It's just my own bugaboo. It just
Mhm.
seems like it. So
yeah.
who knows?
Well, I mean, you've got the bottle. I
Mhm.
don't know. I mean, there
I
are
got the
things
bottle.
you've put like a bottle of. Well, you don't drink milk because you're lactose intolerant, right?
I have drunk directly from the bottle on occasion of certain beverages and put it back.
In the refrigerator? Oh, that's
when I was
horrible.
younger. Yeah, I would do stuff like that.
Well, I'm just saying, if you had, say, like a carton of juice,
Mhm.
and you left that carton of juice in the refrigerator for a long period of time, that juice would go bad in the carton. Being in the carton does not make it more hygienic. So why does the soap being in a bottle make it more hygienic?
Well, okay. Well, there's 2 problems. Number 1, when it comes to juice, there are things in the juice or in the milk with
Right.
bacteria already in it that over time will cause it to spoil,
Right.
even if it's in a refrigerator.
There's
And
none
when
of that in soap.
I don't believe that is in soap
Okay.
or body wash, at least not naturally.
Well,
And
I
so-
agree, but I don't see how it being exposed in a bar and being in the bottle is.
Well, my thought process
Any
is that when it's in the bottle, I'm squeezing a set amount out of the bottle and then putting the cap back on. I'm not like, so it shouldn't really be getting germs inside of it at any point.
Right. You're arguing that you're leaving germs on the soap as you touch it.
Yeah, with the washcloth or with your body or with your
Right.
hand or something. Like I'm sure the outside of the soap bottle would have germs on it, but the inside shouldn't.
Right. Well, you should only touch the inside of the bottle then, where there's no germs.
But then you bring the germs when you touch it.
I don't think I've ever gotten sick from the bar of soap.
No, I understand. I'm just saying. This is all the OCD germ conversation.
Right. Well, look, I find it disgusting when I eat, I try not to slobber all over the fork and then put the fork back in the dish. I try to be conscious of not getting
Right.
my slobber into the dish.
Right.
So I'm with you there. I'm definitely with you there in the whole contamination thing, but it just doesn't seem like an issue with the soap. But
Listen, does also for $2 says motto: if she's cluster B, don't give the D. There you go. I like it.
that's great.
Okay. Now let's get into this. Idubbbz grew up and his fans hate that.
Love, men, relationships, and growth. What do all of these things have in common?
Now, so before we get into that,
Mm-hmm.
there is a video that I watched with Sam. Maybe we'll watch it on stream. It's kind of interesting. It's called the nose ring theory. Have you heard about this?
I haven't, but it sounds fascinating.
It's the idea that that when you look at someone, they have a septum piercing and a bunch of piercings on their face, it says something about their personality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the idea is that people with septum piercings make their trauma their primary part of their personality. That's the idea.
It makes sense. I buy it.
Right. And so I had a long conversation. We watched a video, I had a long conversation with Sam. Another one of these conversations we should have recorded about why is it that people who fall into cliques, why do they look and dress very similar? And is there something about their personality of falling in the cliques makes them dress that way? Or is it that on some level, whether conscious or unconscious, people that fall into some clique or political ideology or some camp see other people dressing in that way and they just emulate it?
Yeah. Which do you think it is?
I think it's the latter. I think people perceive other people dressing and behaving in certain ways and they just emulate it in order to fit in or to signal that they're part of that group.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they're drawn to that group because they think those particular people look cool or are cool, and then are just dressing that way because they're like, I want to look cool and be cool.
Okay. But the question is, why does a person think something looks cool? Because obviously people have different conceptions of what looks cool. Some person might think having a septum piercing, and they go, that's cool. Some people might think that looks gross. They might think a person wearing a nice suit and tie looks cool, right?
What's interesting is that if they're adopting their belief system, their ideology off just an aesthetic appeal, right? They just think it looks cool. And then they're like, okay, well, I'll adopt the whole communism ideology just because that goes with nose piercings and nose piercings look cool.
That's interesting. Maybe, maybe up. I'm not a very visual person, so it wouldn't occur to me that someone would prefer the aesthetic first and then adopt the ideology because they care about the aesthetic. But maybe people that are more visually oriented, that happens to. Yeah, I never thought about that.
Well, it could also be they're just like Anissa has that look that just drives them wild. They're like, oh my God, this woman's a 10. This is just so, they're so enamored by her look that whatever fashion she adopts, they'll be like, I like that fashion.
Mm-hmm.
But really, they're just in love with the look of the person, right?
Well, I think the way that people dress and look, you're signaling information to everyone else by the way you dress.
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah.
And so the question you have is, okay, what is the person signaling by their appearance? And I generally look at it like, people are signaling, I'm trying to fit in, I'm trying to be conservative, or I'm trying to be rebellious, right? I'm dyeing my hair, I'm being rebellious, or I'm trying to fit into, I'm dressing goth, I'm trying to fit in with the goth crowds. Like I feel like people are dressing, even if it's unconscious, are dressing in a way to signal to people something about their personality or their group identity to some effect. So when you look at this gentleman.
Yeah. What's he trying to signal?
It's interesting because I feel like we all instantly look at him and you can know their politics just by looking at them.
All the way. Yeah. Look, he's like, look, I'm a ContraPoints wannabe.
Is that good? Because to me, and this is just my own Daria-esque nature, I guess, of being too cool for other people. I would not like it if someone looked at me and instantly knew my politics from my appearance. I would be very perturbed by that. I try to go out of my way to not appear as a stereotype in how I wonder if dress.
I wonder if it drives people crazy every time you say that because they have no one sees you, no one knows what you look like.
That's funny,
like,
but that makes it
how do they know?
Funny, right?
Look, I want you guys to know that Sitch looks like the entire stereotype of a left wing of a left wing person. Okay,
there you go. I got blue hair. I got the pedo mustache, right? I got a bunch of tattoos all over the place, face piercings.
I mean, you look more like you kind of got like the David Pakman type look going.
David Pakman? David Pakman wore like a
He's just like regular guy look.
He wears like button downs all everywhere and like a suit, doesn't he? In his show. I don't dress like that.
Well, we've only hung out a few times, but I mean, you didn't strike me as like an ostentatious dresser. Or
no, I'm not. But that is true. David Pakman dresses very
conservatively,
generically.
Yeah.
Yes, generic person.
I could see you wearing the things that David Pakman wears. Would you not? I mean, he wears like button-down shirts and shit.
See it, sure.
Yeah. What do you typically wear? I mean, you see what I wear all the time. I'm like, I got a million black T-shirts that I grab one.
It'll be a mystery. It'll be a mystery.
What you have?
There you go. Margin said Sitch wears his jacket around his waist all the time. That's true.
I do. It seems you were like in a members only jacket when we hung out.
What? I don't even own a members only.
I seem to remember you in a members only jacket. You had your pants pegged and rolled up around you had some penny loafers on, I think.
I did. This is true. This is true. Yeah. I look like a stockbroker is what you're saying. A stockbroker, bro.
It's weird because I can't remember. We've hung out 4 or 5 times. I can't.
Adam doesn't even remember what I look like.
I can't remember what you wore any of the times we've hung out. we hung out at
how I splend in the background. I was wearing camo. That's why I don't remember.
I mean, we hung out 4 or 5 times when you went to VidCon, and we hung out like a dozen times when you came to Los Angeles, right?
Right.
We went to Universal Studios together.
That's true.
What the fuck did you wear to Universal Studios? I can't even remember.
We rode the Mario Kart ride together, and Adam doesn't even remember what I was wearing.
I used all my ammo immediately, and I was just sitting there fucking bummed. I can't
shot
even
all
shoot
of his
anymore.
turtle shells immediately.
I shot all my turtle shells, I think, in the first 5 seconds.
Yes.
I had to ride the whole ride without any turtle shells.
What a
watch
fool.
Sitch shooting turtle shells strategically through the entire ride.
Yeah, it's true. Because
as he was wearing a
line,
members only jacket.
I listened to the instructions that the little TV monitor told me. Okay, I was
said,
conforming.
I said, I'm going to read these instructions. I said, Sitch, read these instructions too.
Adam said, this is a ride. I'm not reading instructions for a ride.
Bullshit. Yeah, I don't remember. Anyway.
I don't remember what the fuck I was wearing.
If you dressed like this with these wings and this stupid outfit, I would have remembered it. I'd have been like, "Oh my god, why you dressed like a fairy? No, like a literal fairy." That's not derogatory. He's dressed like a fairy.
I think he's dressed like a Cupid, which
aren't Cupids fairies?
Even no, they're angels.
Fairies have wings, right?
They're cherubs, Adam.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know why he's dressed like this. I don't know I watched this video and I don't even know what this has to do with the video.
This is the BreadTube aesthetic. Of course, it's all about wearing a costume.
Okay. But it's usually supposed to be like related, right?
This says, I am a theater kid. Watch my video.
Okay. There you go. Andrew Bear for $2 says Sitch only wears double denim with the denim Jew hat. Oh, you mean a yarmulke? The Jew hat.
Sitch did have a yarmulke the whole time. No, he didn't.
And it was, how do you know this? I was actually wearing a full denim outfit. Okay. Denim jeans and a denim shirt with a denim vest. And I did have a denim yarmulke on. I don't know how you know this. Okay. Someone must have snapped a picture and uploaded it secretly.
We went out for Chinese food or Japanese food or something like that, and Sitch asked for a fork, and the waitress was just like, "What the fuck, this guy?"
Listen, you can't make fun of me, okay? We went to
guy. Listen, oh my god, no! Don't stop. Let's move on. Let's watch the video.
Okay, I won't say. I will say we went to ramen.
No, you can say. You can say. Okay. I didn't know what to order because my wife usually orders for me.
We went to a Japanese ramen place,
yeah,
and I ordered ramen, and I assumed Adam was going to order ramen, and he didn't.
But I didn't know what I like because my wife usually
he couldn't figure it out.
My wife orders the good stuff for me, and I don't know what it is she orders. So
he doesn't even know what his order is. Your wife has to tell you. Come on.
Look, she knows what I like. I have a woman that knows what I like. So
there you go, a true lady.
And it's in the different, there's so many, ramen is so fucking complicated, okay?
Uh-huh.
There's like 70 different types of ramen. And if you order the wrong kind of ramen, oh my God, you could be sick for days. Yeah.
Well, you'll be happy to know.
I was like, give me some chicken tenders. That's what I ordered.
Softened my stance on chopsticks.
Oh, good.
Okay. I've been around Sammy too long. I do use chopsticks when I eat sushi.
Are great.
I do use chopsticks when I eat ramen, even though it's kind of annoying, but I do. And it's funny. She actually got custom chopsticks that said like, Sitch can use chopsticks on one, and the other one said achievement unlocked.
Nice.
So there you go.
That's so great. Sammy probably knows the stuff that you like, right? I'm amazed. My wife constantly knows what I like, which is, that's based. That's totally based.
That is nice. It's very nice. Yeah. Very sweet.
She goes out. She's like, "You want me to bring you some lunch back?" She knows what to order. I don't even have to tell her. It's a great thing.
I don't know if we're on that level yet. That Sammy could walk into any restaurant and know what I'd want. I don't know if we're there yet.
Yeah.
Seki Jokes for £2 says Sitch ironically is a 6-foot-tall blonde Jewish Aryan. That is true. That is true. And Pig Beans for $2 says Sitch Sweeney has good genes. Now that is true.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I got Old Navy had these like, I don't know if they still have them. They had these like stretchy jeans that had a little bit of I don't know if it's like spandex, something that makes them like a little stretchy. So they have that kind of like stretchy feel to them, as opposed to just normal jeans. I bought like
I love those. Those are amazing.
This is the best jean I've ever had. Oh,
they look exactly like denim, but they have just a tiny bit of stretch to them. I know exactly what you're talking about. They're
so comfy.
They're fucking amazing. Yeah.
Yes. So good. Good stuff. Okay. Anyway, let's watch this.
They're all things that Idubbbz fans know nothing about.
Wouldn't these be ex-Idubbbz fan? Isn't he an Idubbbz fan now? Aren't you an Idubbbz fan?
Is this the explanation of the outfit?
Love, men, relationships, and
so he's just doing this because it's
Cupid.
Like he's Cupid because Idubbbz is in love with Anissa. That's the whole okay.
Growth. What do all of these things have in common? They're all things that Idubbbz fans know nothing about. Hello and welcome to another episode of Noah Was Ambushed by some pretty weird and dishonest and kind of sexist internet content and is now going to use it as a framework to try and teach you hot bitches something useful. Do not try and leave or you will be going in the soup. Also, this costume sucks so fucking much. These feet things don't stay on. These wings are digging into my back. I am on the verge of a sensory overload. On July 31st,
Sitch.
Yeah. What? You can't just appreciate the cringe as it comes in, okay? Like a fine wine.
This is why I will not let you wear that dress, okay?
You have you have to like take the glass and you have to, like waft it around a little bit under your nose, let the cringe percolate.
What are these tattoos that he has?
Who knows?
Guys, if you're gonna get a big tattoo on your chest, get something badass like a skull.
Got a big skull.
Like an evil fucking skull or a pentagram, skull. Okay?
Oh, wow, okay.
Don't get this shit. What is this
satanic
shit?
sign.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it a Grim Reaper? It might be. It looks kind of like a Grim Reaper to me.
Yeah, but it looks like this is the pussiest Grim Reaper I've ever seen.
I don't know what it is. Can't tell.
Get like fire and flames and shit.
It looks like scribbles now that I'm looking at it closely.
Yeah, it does.
I can't tell what it is.
2025, I was the Twin Towers and a YouTube video was the plane. The Worst Wife on YouTube is a late-term abortion of a video put out by Ren's Reviews, who...
Well, at least we know he's against late-term abortion, right? Which most leftists are in favor of that. So
yeah, look.
Normally he would be saying a late-term abortion is a good thing, right?
Right.
not a bad thing. So
well, I'm glad we found some common ground.
We're making some progress here.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
I knew from his quirky game reviews, but it seems in my absence from watching him in a while, he's pivoting to cruel, mean-spirited F-tier drama slop about Idubbbz and his wife Anissa. Excuse me, he's making a character study, not drama.
She is mentally what Stephen Hawking was physically.
If you don't know...
Hey, I like drama slop. What's the matter with that?
What's wrong with that?
Come on, this is entertaining.
Who Idubbbz is. He used to say the N-word on the internet.
I would argue that Ren's video was educational.
Yeah. Taught me not to eat with my hands.
It taught me not to eat with my hands. It teaches you what to look out for as red flags in women and in men. Okay.
Which is worse, playing with your green beans or using a bar of soap in the shower?
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with using a bar of soap in the shower. Okay. Unless you're in prison. Then you definitely should use the body wash bottle.
You should.
Yes. But yeah, so I would say eating with your hands is worse.
What if you drop the bottle?
I don't even know if Times Crimes New Roman, whatever his name is, I don't know if he even brings it up in this video.
The green beans?
critique.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, he likes it. He's like, oh yeah, he slobber all over those green beans.
Wait, hold on.
She is mentally what Stephen Hawking was physically.
If you don't know who Idubbbz is, he used to say the N-word on the internet. And now he doesn't. And understandably, some people are mad about this because...
So, sorry to pause it here, but he doesn't explain the context of the Tana Mongeau thing, which to me feels pretty dishonest. Okay. And because I would assume a lot of people nowadays don't even know what that was about.
Right.
So the situation was that Tana Mongeau was attacking Idubbbz because Idubbbz would on occasion say, because he thought it was funny, he would say the N-word, the N/F slur together. Okay, which I can't even say without getting in trouble with YouTube. Back when you were allowed to say edgier things. He wasn't, now to be clear, he wasn't calling people that, or he would call himself that in somewhat of a joking way, or call his friends that. And Tana Mongeau was very mad about this and was criticized, randomly started attacking Idubbbz, and he had no interaction with her, and was criticizing Idubbbz about this very strongly. I believe she said that he should, kill himself and be canceled from YouTube and all this other stuff. And when Idubbbz looked into her past, he saw that she was calling other people the N-word herself in a way that I would say was more egregious than Idubbbz was doing it. Who was doing it in obviously comedic, but you could say offensive way. And she was not doing it in a comedic way. She was doing it in I don't like you. You are an N-word. She was just doing it to levy as an insult.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Right.
Oh, wow.
And so Idubbbz then, in reaction to this, shows up at one of her fan meets, and when they go to take a picture, he says, instead of say cheese, he says, say the N-word. Okay. And she kind of gets freaked out and then walks away, and that's the clip. And then he did a video basically talking about how she was a hypocrite to attack him for using the N-word when she used it in a different way, a worse way than he ever used it. And then on top of that, when she was called out for using the N-word by her own audience, she lied, saying that she didn't understand that the N-word was even a racial slur or anything bad. She only heard it in rap music and thought it meant like homie or brother.
Oh my God. So she's basically just a full-on liar.
Yeah. So she's just a full line. So that was the context of the Tana Mongeau situation, which is important because if you leave all that out, it makes it seem like Idubbbz is just a virulent racist who just runs around saying the N-word for no fucking reason or calling black people the N-word or something.
Right.
So, which obviously this guy leaves out all that context. And yes, Idubbbz was cucked to apologize for that video.
Because of this video showing up in my notifications, I was forced to learn that this slop is an entire genre of YouTube video, and now you are too. You're welcome. I've been loosely aware of many edgelord fans of Idubbbz who do not like his objectively good pivot to being less of a bigoted human being, but this scam sponsor-filled abomination taught me that many of them are so slathered in denial that they have manufactured a big dumb conspiracy made of many smaller baby conspiracies that he is in a toxic relationship, and that is why he doesn't like eating sewer pickles and eating hair cake anymore. None of those words are in the Bible.
He built a leg.
So whenever people talk about this, again, they always talk about it dishonestly.
Anymore.
The issue, there are some people, there are some people I'm sure that are Idubbbz fans. If Idubbbz came out and he said, you know, I want to be more positive. I feel like my content has been more negative. I've been criticizing people. I've been insulting people. And I'm in a new place in my life. I just want to do positive things. Okay, I want to focus on positivity. If he came out and said that, some people would be like, oh, that's lame.
Boring.
You're not going to be funny anymore. You're gay, whatever. Like, there'd be people who say that. But I think a lot of people would have been like, okay, I don't maybe like that direction. I don't think it's funny, but that's fair, right? You know, maybe I won't watch your content anymore, but that's fine. You've changed as a person. You know, good luck to you. And I think people, even if they didn't like it, yeah, they would respect that, and they would just kind of move on from Idubbbz.
Right.
That's not what happened. That's what Idubbbz claims is what happened. That's what this guy is claiming what happened. That's not what happened. What happened was Idubbbz pretended that he was growing and maturing and being a better person, but all he did was change political hats. He went from being a guy who I would say was mostly apolitical, but seemed kind of anti-SJW back in the day when we use that term, to now being like, oh, I'm on the far left now, and I have to frame everything in the far left view of the world, and I have to criticize, Ethan because I don't think he's, pro-Palestinian enough, and I have to defend Hassan because he's a fucking socialist and all this other shit. That's why people are like, what the fuck is this? It seems like he flip-flopped his politics and is trying to frame it as a moral change.
Yeah. Yeah. They want to frame it that way too, because they want to make everyone believe they're the moral superiors.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So that's the issue. And they never frame it that way. And it feels very dishonest not to frame it that way.
Even the story that you told of him using the N-word, I think he's in the morally superior position. He's not using it to disparage people, and he's pointing out someone being a total hypocrite and doing that, and virtue signaling about it as if they weren't doing that.
Right.
And then fucking lying, obviously lying that they had a different concept of what the N-word was. Well, then if that's true, why did you care that Idubbbz used it? If it just means pal, why'd you lose your shit when he used it then?
Exactly.
Should have been the same miscommunication, right?
Or she should have been empathetic to Idubbbz to say, oh, maybe he's just mistaken like I am.
No, come on. This is all bullshit.
Well, no, obviously she's lying. I'm just saying, if she was being truthful, that's what, the position she would have taken.
But we are supposed to think, oh, just because she has the right politics that she can be a big fat liar.
Because she virtue signaled the right politics when it became popular. Yes.
Yeah. Lindsay Ellis can clip people out of context because, look, she's got the right politics.
Right.
She's saving the world from the Nazis.
And even Idubbbz came out and he said, listen, I'm not going to use the N slur or the S slur, anymore, because even though I never meant it as an insult, I still think it's insulting people. Like, okay, that would have been fine, but that's not what he did.
As a human being,
that's not what he did.
He had to come out and say, Ethan is bad. Ethan is a Zionist piece of shit baby killer.
Yeah. And then it was even worse because, and we covered the content, Idubbbz, Ethan's content cop at the end of it, after he does all this kind of insane attack on Ethan, including flicking him off in the beginning with Hassan and Frogan and all these horrible fucking people. At the end of it, he tries to be like, oh, listen, Ethan, I'm doing this out of love. We can, you can become a better person. You can go to therapy like I did and become a better person like me. In this like very disgusting, fake, I don't even know if it's
You're
not
not
passive
a
aggressive.
better
I don't know what
person
you call
way.
it.
Oh
yeah, like this like really gross, fucking disgusting way that people who think they're enlightened are like lording it over other people while being incredibly insulting to them.
yeah, it's condescending. The thing that
Super
always drives me
condescending.
crazy.
Super condescending. Yeah.
I hate fucks that think they're better than me. Well, look, there are a lot of people that are better than me. If you're better than me, yeah, fucking knock yourself out. Like you're a Nobel Prize winner. You're you're some amazing inventor. You're a fabulous artist. Whatever, lord over me, right?
Right.
But the people who are doing this are just fucking pieces of shit. They're not better than me.
Right.
And it drives me crazy that they think they're better than me. They're like my fucking moral superiors. Econo Boy lasted 15 minutes on the internet. He ain't better than me. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. He ran off with his tail between his legs. He doesn't even have the courage of his convictions to stay on the internet for 5 minutes. For 5 fucking minutes.
Wow.
And that guy's going to talk down to me. He's got massive TDS, and Trump is adopting half of his goofy fucking policies. The guy is conflicted all over the place. Fuck that guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just ridiculous. And this guy, look, this guy, Sitch, this guy
doesn't think he's better than anything.
This guy. Oh, this guy definitely thinks he's better than you and me. Are you kidding me?
Not in that
This
outfit.
fucking crazy creep. He definitely
yeah.
thinks he's better than me.
Okay, maybe.
He's probably diddling his sister, and he still thinks he's better than us.
Words are in the Bible.
He built a
I'll be right
legacy
back, okay?
of 8 million subscribers and threw it all away for a girl. And I mean that. He literally actively changed himself for her. In fact, I believe that I have the most compelling case against Anissa on YouTube.
You stupid ass. I'm gonna fucking boot this piece of goddamn garbage, shitty ass fucking stupid. However, the psychological landmine that I walked into surprisingly turned out to be the perfect vessel to talk about a bunch of things that have been on my mind recently, like what it means to grow up as a man, what it means to have a good relationship with another human being, not AI, you absolute weirdos, and how many people would rather make content obsessing over another man's wife rather than talk about their feelings.
I think if you actually were not an NPC, if you actually could divorce your ideology from your worldview, you could look at someone, even if they share your politics, you could look at someone and say, okay, this person might share my politics, but their relationship doesn't seem to be healthy. And I think if this person could do that, could divorce themselves from their own political ideology, it would become increasingly clear to them, like it is increasingly clear to many people, that Idubbbz and Anissa's relationship doesn't seem healthy. And their politics and your politics shouldn't prevent you from being able to see that and to perceive that.
Yes, true, exactly.
Watching how Ren and many others have spent years obsessing and attempting to dismantle the relationship of a man who has clearly tried to better himself and create distance from his own clearly vitriolic fan base, I found the perfect group in Idubbbz fans to illustrate everything you should not do if you don't want to die alone, in misery, or both. No offense to the non-shitty.
I mean, you can die not alone and in misery if you're in a horrible, toxic relationship.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like Idubbbz is in, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Idubbbz fans out there, like, you guys know who you are and you're not who I'm talking about. And I just want to be extra.
Yeah, look, he's the Idubbbz fan now, right? This is your typical Idubbbz fan now, right here.
Yes.
Wearing this goofy outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Crystal clear here, and that I am not here to glaze or disavow the moral character or actions of either of these people, because quite frankly, I don't give a shit and I probably never will. Despite how it might look, I get bitches. I stack paper.
Sitch, why are you pausing?
I'm just letting a moment.
Come on, look. He
gets the bitches.
He's a player. He pulls it in. He's raking, he's swimming in it.
I don't know how you could say you can do this entire video. Like, how does this make sense? He's doing a video. The theme of the video, the premise of the video is that Idubbbz is growing up. That he's becoming a better person. Okay.
Yeah. He's becoming an adult.
Right, listen to this.
You're not who I'm talking about. And I just want to be extra crystal clear here in that I am not here to glaze or disavow the moral character or actions of either of these people, because quite frankly, I don't give a shit and I probably never will.
How can you make a video that you're saying Idubbbz is growing up and becoming a better, more mature person, and then saying in that video saying, well, actually, I'm not really going to get into whether they're good people or not because I don't care. How does that make any sense?
It doesn't make any sense. What's your argument here?
Yeah, it's insane. This is why it feels all like, oh, well, he just has the right politics now, so that makes it good.
Yeah, that means
Even
you're
if-
an adult.
Yeah, if you're
you
an
have the
adult,
politics of a child.
exactly. If you're an adult, you could look at someone that shares your politics and say, you know what? I think that what Idubbbz and Anissa did with the whole creator clash thing was pretty irresponsible and shitty and stupid, right? At its best, they were horribly irresponsible and bit off more than they could chew. At worst, they were intentionally deceptive with trying to get money out of people in the guise of a charity, right?
Yes,
You could
of
have
course.
that. So
That's completely wrong.
like, how can you frame it like, oh, Idubbbz is growing up and becoming such a more mature person? Meanwhile, they have this entire controversy about Creator Clash 3 and the whole thing about, how much they were getting paid and that people didn't really know how much they were getting paid and how irresponsible they were being with, managing the fight and managing the finances and everything about the whole situation, and basically pulling out at the last minute and dooming the whole situation, washing their hands and dooming the whole situation when it was like already, fucked for everyone. And you're like, oh, well, he's a more mature, competent person now, more mature adult now. Like, get out of here. What the fuck are you talking about?
Adult.
Yes. When I think of a more mature adult, I think of a guy who puts on a police officer outfit and goes to a socialist's house and dances around with the little middle fingers, telling someone to fuck off. That's what I think of like a mature adult.
Exactly. That's what I think. Yeah.
So
adult.
mature.
So
Yes.
adulting.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. Hanging out with a bunch of losers.
Despite how it might look, I get bitches. I stack paper. I don't give a shit what a creator clash is, and nothing will make me care that she has an OnlyFans. Grow up. I'm here to...
I don't care that they might have defrauded people of money and are horribly irresponsible and fucked over a bunch of other people. Grow up. Grow up, loser. How dare you care about that? Oh my God.
They defrauded people. Who cares?
Who cares?
Talk about men, love, growth, but first, I need to do a little bit of groundwork on what I'm about to talk about because, God, this shit's so ass.
Part 1. This video was totally just made for ad money. LMAO.
This video was terrible. It's effectively just a big compilation of all the deranged talking points that people like him have been coming up with, because the actual content of this video is just slapping together a billion clips of Ian and Anissa or other people's content with almost zero editing and added context on top of them, outside of the occasional insult towards Anissa.
She's done well financially.
He didn't even wear a Cupid costume. Oh my God.
I know. He just filmed in an Applebee's like a piece of shit.
Right. Yeah. Played with his food.
Yeah, I know. His audio quality was pretty good, though.
Yeah.
Better than this guy. And this
Acceptable.
guy's not in Applebee's.
Financially, yes, sure, but inside, she's got this unfillable black.
Where is the mic? I mean, this mic is amazing. I gotta get one of these.
I know.
Holy fucking shit.
I was wondering because it doesn't look like he's wearing a lapel mic.
Yeah. Is it in his tooth or something? How's he doing this?
Chasm. And of course, the sprinkling of very revealing statements about his own inner world.
Yet he still seems to harbor such tremendous guilt for reasons that elude us.
Also, a lot of this is basically just like moral grandstanding, lies, and sexism, but we'll We'll get there. Outside of the large amount of clipping that he had to do for this, the video feels very structurally and intellectually lazy, to the point that it feels like it just kind of shat out to get the ad money from the extremely sketchy scam sponsor that he put in this video.
Applebee's is expensive, okay? Luckily though, I can make money through Cash Giraffe. It's an app that lets you earn money by playing mobile games.
Like,
oh my God, please
now,
make it stop.
I do agree that is a good critique. Okay. That thing that he was showing does seem like a total scam. And I don't think people should shill scam products. So
I agree.
That's second /
Terrible.
against Ren's video. I like it overall. Playing with your food is bad, and shilling for a bullshit app for money is also bad.
The worst. Yeah.
Yes.
Selling that shit to kids.
Not good. Not
terrible. Good. Yeah.
An obvious scam. You can't look at this and the Trustpilot reviews and tell me that this is legitimate. Also, like, come on, man. If you're gonna try to frame this piece of drama slop as like a character study on the nature of toxic relationships, put in a little bit more effort than doing one take in an Applebee's while literally just reading off of Google. See, I've gone ahead and roughly color coded this. So
yeah, put on a Cupid outfit in front of a green screen.
So you can kind of see the breakdown.
It is interesting. I don't know if effort always translates into goodness as far as any artistic endeavor.
It doesn't, as I fortunately learned by making videos myself.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes you put very little effort in and you find yourself making something amazing. And sometimes you put a lot of effort in and it's all just meh. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I would
the
say
effort correlation.
And I do think that applies here because that guy, now I don't know.
He put a lot of effort in, and it's fucking slop.
Some people maybe just have better charisma or whatever, but I say that Ren's video in the Applebee's, to me, and not just because I agree with it, but in terms of how he was like acting and how he was speaking, was way better, more convincing, more charismatic than this guy doing however many takes he did in front of a blue screen or green screen with the outfit that he's wearing.
Yeah.
Which just to me doesn't read as interesting or worth really engaging with if it was not for, content purposes.
Yeah.
That I'm talking about here. The pink sections are where he's really just playing clips. The two biggest sections here and here are where he's listing off and mocking Anissa's personal struggles while framing her as a broken person who just hurts other people.
What video editor is this that he's in here, Sitch? Was this DaVinci Resolve?
DaVinci, yeah.
Oh my God, he's going to color correct.
People.
So being subjected to a lot of toxic situations, like Anissa has been, tends to make one a toxic individual.
The other one is him trying to frame her as an abuser and Ian as the abused by reading off another list from a domestic abuse website. This is a real video somebody wrote, recorded, edited, and uploaded. Crazy. The orange sections are where he's adding his very robust commentary, and the green, naturally, is the ad read. See, if we get rid of his very enriching commentary, this video is really just about 2/3 clips, nearly devoid of context or elaboration on his part, and make this entire video almost feel like satire unless you come into it wanting the old Idubbbz back. And of course, having questionable.
So this is part of why I played the, part of the video first, which was very heavy with the clips. Now, I don't understand this argument because he's making a claim. He's saying, I'm accusing Anissa, or I'm claiming Anissa engages in a behavior. And then he plays a clip that's supposed to show you her engaged in that behavior. I found, now maybe you don't find it persuasive. I found it persuasive. I found the clips to be mostly self-evident. So how is that a criticism? You're saying, well, what is he supposed to, he's supposed to just add needless commentary, even though he has a clip that just illustrates the thing he's talking about?
Yeah, he's saying he's using other people's content. He should just not show the evidence.
Right.
Just make the claim without showing the evidence. The evidence is way more persuasive, obviously. Yes. So he's just bitching. Yes.
Views on women and relationships, but let me show you a few examples of why it feels just so weird and disjointed. Shitty costume company make boots that stay on challenge. Level impossible. Number 6 on his list of toxic relationship traits is sabotage, and this is the entire unedited section.
Number 6, sabotage.
What the hell is this? He's taken her last name. They married in June with Idubbbz' last name changed from Washburn to Joma.
Not that it matters, but the only reason why we chose my name over his last name is because his last name is like just objectively ugly.
Number 7.
Super weird, right? Like no elaboration on this at all, how it is sabotage. The Sam Hyde inclusion is also questionable considering what he is up to. Like, why would Ian taking Anissa's name, A, even be something anybody gives a shit about, and B, count as sabotage? Keep that in the back of your head, and we'll come back to it later. Like, number 3.
Well, I'd say the real critique would be, and I don't know if this guy knows it either, would be why Ren cut off the clip, I assume accidentally, at the key part, right before she explains what she means by the name being trashy. Which is that it's like white, Southern coded or Republican coded, I guess would be how she would frame it. She didn't like the name because it sounds like it's someone who's on the right, who stormed the Capitol on January 6th, is what she says.
Was sabotage from the list of traits from the abusive website? Is that why he used sabotage?
Yeah.
Because I didn't really... That didn't correlate nicely with sabotage as a concept anyway, so. But whatever, it's just one of the things.
So, yeah, that's a fair point.
Valid criticism, but.
Valid criticism. Well, how is that sabotage, right?
Yeah,
I'd say it's fucking weird. I would say it's definitely weird and shows you how bizarre her political view is, that she thinks a name sounds too Republican and basically gets Ian to change his own last name because she thinks it sounds Republican-y.
Yeah.
That's a weird thing. That is a weird thing.
Manipulation.
Could sabotage their relationship, but I mean, maybe Ian hates his last name, so he's happy to change it.
Maybe, I don't know. But this is why everyone thinks, this is where the whole Yoko Ono sort of perception comes in, is because everyone sees Ian as being one way, and then they see that his girlfriend/wife seems to have a political shift in another direction, and then he starts to mirror that. So the assumption is, oh, like, what's going on here, right?
Yeah, he's just doing it to get laid.
Well, or that he's basically just being sort of manipulated in some nefarious, devious fashion to match her belief system.
Yeah, he's getting laid. Come on, Sitch. It's pretty basic.
Right.
He's like, look, I like sex, and this is how I get it.
A better fit for this than the super weird H3H3 clip. Like, come on, Ren. I feel like I could do this better than you can. Number 4 is guilting. And again, full clip.
How much of your career did I honestly fuck up?
That to me is incredibly sad, and I feel really terrible that you feel that way, and I feel even worse that there are these chunks of people on the internet that like to push that narrative.
See, this only looks like guilting if you come into this ready to hate this woman already. To anybody else, like me, without context, this looks like a sweet but sad moment of Ian reassuring his wife that these dogshit fans are in fact gigantic, cruel babies, incapable of moving in the same way that he has. Number 7,
So, I mean, that one's obviously bullshit, because that would be, at least from the clip that we see, it definitely does look like an example of trying to guilt Ian into saying what he's saying.
Yeah, form of manipulation.
If there was, now, if this guy said, well, Ren clipped it in some dishonest way. Here's a longer part of the clip that adds additional context. Then we'd be having a conversation. But that's not what happened. He just said, well, I viewed the clip in a different way. It's like, okay, well, I think the way that you viewed it was wrong.
I saw it differently once I saw the entire clip in context.
Right. Which ironically, he's saying, oh, wow, you're only seeing it as guilting because you went into it wanting to blame Anissa and seeing her already as a bad person, blah, 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 blah. When this guy's just on the other end of the spectrum, he's looking at it from the perspective of, well, Ian and Idubbbz now is adopted my political ideology that I like. So obviously he's in the right, and obviously Anissa's in the right, or the left, you should say.
Yeah. And they love each other, and it's a beautiful thing.
Yes.
Isolation has 2 clips back to back. Very nice change of pace. But I'm going to play the second clip because we'll get to the topic of the first one later.
Number 7. Isolation.
Ian is very malleable. He's the friend in high school who ditches his friend group when he gets his first girlfriend. No, like actually. He missed his best friend's wedding for his wife's tattoo appointment.
Number 8.
This particular clip is actually quite important because 1, no context at all. Very cool. 2, it's literally just a cut of someone else's sad, desperate content, which is a pretty frequent occurrence in this video. And 3, it leads to a very common pattern that is in this video, as well as all of them, in that it's not true, and he's just lying.
I mean, it's a pretty common practice to clip clips from other people's videos, but he keeps losing his shit over that.
Yes.
I mean, that happens all the time. Well, he's doing that. He played the clip from the other guy's video. What's going on here? Part 1A. These dorks just lying.
Disregarding the fact that in that clip, Idubbbz explains the context of why he didn't go to his friend's wedding, and they are actively choosing not to believe him over, according to my sleuthing, some guy on Twitter who appears to be the source of this conspiracy, per a shitty YouTube channel where someone just, like, reads tweets. Man, look at those fucking views. I'm making the wrong kind of content here.
Yeah, I talked to Max about the wedding situation. When he was first fucking sending out invites, I was like really uncertain of how that was going to work out because I had some kind of important plans here in the States. So we went a month earlier to kind of, you know, give him and Kat our well wishes.
A guy just said this.
Holy cow, he went. He already went
a month
to
earlier,
Australia.
yeah. Right.
Well, he went
I think this
specifically
is
to see them, though. I didn't know he went to see them. I thought they just were in Australia, so I didn't know he went specifically.
Oh, no,
like,
no, no.
Oh,
right,
bro,
right, right.
thanks.
Yeah.
Good to see you're getting married. So we could make it to the wedding. So he did kind of do the right thing.
Yeah, which is why I said I think this is the one clip that he played that was not
the weak
fair.
one. Yeah.
Yeah. Because we don't know, actually, no one really knows why they didn't show up. I don't believe. It's all just speculation.
Right.
And people ran with it because they wanted to hate him. What are we doing? Ren lies again through clipping someone else's video about why Idubbbz is crying in a clip from when he went on a podcast with his therapist to talk about his life.
This same person live streamed his own therapy session where he actually cried while expressing he wished he had the relationship that Ethan and Hila have.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Hila. I'm like, fuck, like.
This is a self-own so devastating, I can hardly believe it's real.
If you're thinking, wow, that Turkey Tom guy really sounds like the kind of person who would have real wigger swag as the tagline for his merch, you would be correct. Riddle me this, Batman.
But wait, but where's the lie? What was the lie there?
There was no lie. He's just, he's doing the slur.
Maybe he'll explain it to us. Maybe we paused it too soon.
No, he's not going to explain anything.
Okay.
He's already moved on. He's past that.
We'll see.
And
he's gonna riddle
do you
us.
know why Ren pulled that clip of Turkey Tom only playing that single isolated line from the podcast with his own moral grandstanding disguised as contextualization? It's because he cares more about keeping this dehumanizing fantasy alive than actually telling the truth, just like everybody else who does this. It's why there's no sources anywhere from any of these people. This clip is not about him wanting Ethan and Hila's relationship. It's about him talking about what it's like to watch your partner get harassed online.
It's just really, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. They lied about the wedding.
I mean, he didn't really, I mean, he just said he looks like a cuck crying on camera. There's no lie there.
Yeah, wait, what? Okay. Wait, what's going on here? Wait.
I mean, yeah, he wasn't making an argument that this is what he's crying about. And that's pertinent. He's just saying, look, what a douchebag crying on camera in front of everyone.
Right.
Which is true. And crying like a big baby. Oh, it's so terrible. Well, why the fuck are you and your partner both online then? Why didn't you get in a relationship with someone who maybe is not online? And then you wouldn't have to go on your YouTube channel and cry like a little bitch.
Right.
What?
Okay. Now I'm curious to try to find because he didn't even play enough of it either to really give a context.
That was in his content cop thing.
Right.
I remember seeing people posting that immediately and thinking, somebody AI this shit? What the fuck is happening here? Idubbbz is like in a full tears streaming down the face, bawling clip. How's that? What? Did he think, oh man, I'm going to have all sorts of opportunities after this, man. I have women knocking down my door once they can see how much I cry.
This was in Idubbbz's video, you think?
Yeah, the content cop.
This was in the content cop video.
This was in the content cop about Ethan. Yeah. You don't remember this?
I don't remember that. I remember him talking to the guy. Didn't he try to get the guy to like
change? Yeah, he tried to get the
apology grade for Ethan or something crazy.
He graded Ethan's apology video like an A++, and Idubbbz tried to get him to lower the apology grade down to an F- or something.
Right.
And he was like, nah, he did a good job.
Which is, first of all, that's kind of an insane thing.
Right.
And not an example of someone who is
has grown and become an adult, right?
Or mature or something to that effect.
Sitch, as an adult, I usually don't go around bitching and moaning about people's grade on their apology video. Okay.
Right.
Like, that's not something adults do, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Usually if someone got a grade on an apology video, I'd be like, good for you.
Okay.
Can you imagine? Even if not so erudite got an A+ on her apology video, I wouldn't give a fuck. Okay? Doesn't matter.
You wouldn't go to the apology coach and be like, listen, you gotta.
I would not.
Grade her down now.
I would not. Nope. Not a Connell boy could get it. Connor could get an A++. Look, no one who I have conflict with, it's not really gonna make a big difference to me that they got an A+ on their apology.
Then we got Oz Cobb, friend of the channel.
Did you just touch on something inside of you right now?
Yeah, I think so.
What was that?
Oh, yeah, I've just seen.
Oh my God, this is so sad, Sitch. This is so sad.
Watch the sadness.
No, I feel like we're watching a snuff film.
Watch the snuff film, bitch.
This is bad.
We gotta understand about the wigger swag. This is the only way. Okay,
harden
your heart.
We can't watch this. This is a man
like the Pharaoh. Harden your heart. Okay.
This is a man slitting his own throat in front of everyone. Okay, let's watch. Sitch did this to us.
Yes.
Even the apology guy is going, what a fucking cuck. Can't believe this. What is he crying about?
It's frustrating because fuck.
He's trying so hard not to laugh. Doing such a good job.
He is a therapist. How dare you?
The therapist so badly wants to laugh. He's like, oh my God, this guy's such a bitch.
Well, we got to get through the clip. We have to learn the truth here, okay?
There's so much sniffling.
We had to learn the truth.
The truth?
The truth.
You just went to the clips. You didn't go to the actual video.
Well, no, fortunately, the crimes guy did put the clip in his description, so thank you.
Okay.
I've really tried hard to like control what I've been putting out online and like what I'm going to react to and think about other people. And it was like,
I don't think he did a good job in regards to the Ethan content cop, if that's the case.
And nobody likes that stuff because it's all cringe bullshit.
At minimum, like a full year of me like really questioning like everything I was putting out. And, I had some confidence at the start of that, but like every video I put out, I'd be like, oh shit, like the views aren't good. The comments aren't good. Like, I don't know. Like, it just kept getting worse and worse. And so, now that I feel like it wasn't overnight, like me gaining my confidence back, and I'm still probably not all the way there, but like, I feel like I have a much clearer idea because I didn't take like an easy route, or I didn't like fight back, or when I say easy route, I basically mean to say that I didn't go for the drama or the things that I know would get like views or attention. Mm-hmm. Because I am familiar with it, but I know that it's just going to lead me to the same kind of place.
Which was what?
Which is being unhappy and regretful.
Yeah. Regretting what?
Hurting people. Just making like content that like didn't align with like my beliefs or principles. I also see the dynamic.
Wait a minute.
Someone's skipping around. This video's all cut up.
Okay. So, but this is part of where people think the Anissa gaslighting is coming in. Okay. The people that Idubbbz was doing content cops on, those are people that were doing things that everyone agreed were bad. One of his most famous questionable. Like, he was criticizing Rice Gum, right? Rice Gum was acting like a total piece of shit. He was criticizing Jinx for stealing people's content, essentially, and making money off it. He was criticizing Leafy for being a huge piece of shit to people, generally. He was criticizing Tanamangu for being a virtue signaling hypocrite. He was criticizing the React Bros guys, because remember, they tried to like...
Oh yeah, they tried to copyright React videos.
Yeah, they tried to copyright reacting to things. Right. So it's just like that. So that's why I'm saying, like, you could frame this like, okay, I want to be a positive person. That's fine. But to frame this like, oh, I'm regretful that I'm hurting people. Fuck, those people were bad.
Yeah,
and
they deserve to be hurt.
Bad things. And then on top of that, this all rings completely insincere because you didn't change. All you did was just change the target. And you changed the target to Ethan in order to protect Hassan.
Yeah, the ultimate piece of shit.
Right. So, like, the old Idubbbz, even the old Idubbbz had a problem with Ethan, because Ethan is not fucking spotless either. Ethan is kind of a fucked up, person and fuck up in his own way. But the old Idubbbz, even if he would have called out Ethan for doing that shit, he would have 100% called out Hassan for being a huge piece of shit too. He wouldn't have done some attack piece to defend Hassan, to fucking white knight for Hassan because his wife is a Hassan fan, which is super fucking cucked. Like what? That's why this seems all so insincere.
Well, so much of it seems like I was doing content. It was popular. The situation changed. Now I'm doing content nobody likes. It's boring. And I got to dip a toe into the BreadTube stuff just to get my footing again.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it reads like to me.
Right.
It reads like desperate to get back some of those views.
Well, even if I'm going to interpret it in the most charitable way possible, again, so not assuming, because it's possible, you're saying it's all very possible. It's just very self-serving and bullshit. Even if it's not, it reads as false. You can't say, oh, you were hurting people and all this other bullshit, and then you go out and you're like, well, let me just do the same thing to someone else, but this person has bad politics, so it makes it okay. Like, that's crazy. That's insincere. That's bullshit.
I wonder if he's gone back and looked at that content, or he's just so terrified to look at it because he's been gaslighted into believing that content was actually cruel to the people.
Well, I don't understand. How is it cruel to attack people like Leafy, attack people like Jinx and all these other people, but it's not cruel to attack Ethan?
Yeah, Jinx was definitely stealing content. Leafy was just a fucking schoolyard bully constantly.
Yes.
I mean, it would be funny. He'd troll people and stuff like that. But I mean, Leafy didn't come at it with, I have the moral high ground here. I mean, he was making fun of the way people looked and shit.
Right. Which is why he was making fun of the way that Leafy looked.
Yeah, he's giving them a dose of their own medicine. That's what Idubbbz did. Yeah.
He made a content cop about Jake Paul.
I don't think Idubbbz. I mean,
oh no, the Jake Paul one was the Rice Gum one in disguise. I forgot. Yeah.
He did go after people for doing goofy shit, but I don't think it was overly vindictive. I mean, we go after people all the time, but it's just, obviously we try to go after people that we feel have it coming, to have some moral indiscretion. That
I think you can criticize people if they're doing or saying things you think are shitty.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could fucking criticize people for that.
I don't mind if people have leftist politics. I do mind if they're lying pieces of shit that are going to clip people out of context.
Okay, so anyway, I think we've made it to the clip. The clip in question that's supposed to be dishonest. Let me back up slightly.
Like, didn't align with like my beliefs or principles. You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil, and I'm like, fuck, like, it's just really, it's really hard.
He put this in his own videos.
It's pretty bad.
Anissa was probably there the whole time going, oh yeah, this clip of you crying is great. I'll never have to worry about you leaving me for another woman ever again.
Yeah, you remember what she said about the crying thing?
Oh yeah, totally. People don't want to see. Right now, she's thinking that's right. I got this guy on lockdown. No woman will want to have anything to do with him after this clip. He's all mine.
To be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them. So I'm seeing Ethan go through a lot of that, Ethan and Hila. And
so funny. That's so funny because Ethan asked him to defend Ethan, and he's like, nah, I'm not going to do that. Now he's like, sometimes it makes it worse if you defend them. You should just let them defend themselves. Kind of self-serving, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, it's just best to stay out of it.
Yeah, I just, I really relate heavily to
the harassment that they're getting, and I see them kind of like, you know, turn away from friends, lean more into money, get a lot more.
Was this before or after his Content Cop video on Ethan?
This is in the Content Cop video.
How can you put this in the content? How could you participate in the harassment and then cry about it?
Yeah, the harassment is, you brought the harassment on. You were part of the harassment. Your girlfriend was in other people's chats. Like,
this is insane.
Laughing and shit about CPS being called on Ethan.
Yes.
Yeah, no. This is why like he's completely lost his marbles, Sitch. This guy has no... This is why my intuition is that it's really just about, he was once on top. He had a channel with 8 million subscribers. Every video he uploaded would get 1 million views. That has vanished. You know, he hooked up with this girl. The storyline has become, this girl destroyed his life. He's no longer funny. He's no longer cool. Nobody wants to pay attention to him. And he's like, how can I get back on top? I know Hassan is on top. I'll become a fucking leftist. That's how I'll do it. It'll be great. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's talking to Anissa about this, going, do you think really leftist content is going to get me back to the top? She's probably like, oh, yes, yes. Leftist content really works. I took my wedding ring off when I went over to Hassan's because that's how cool leftists are. I'm sure of it. Well, I'm not 100% positive of it, but look, my moral...
That's just a theory.
Yeah, an Idubbbz theory. I think it's on sound footing, though.
I hope it. I hope what you're saying is true, because that's better than him just being so detached from reality that he would contribute to that harassment and then cry about it afterwards or in the same video. It's so fucking stupid.
We just see, he sees it. He sees YouTube as a big game, which Ethan has played into this a little bit. I mean, Ethan's gone to war with everyone, right? I mean, it's hard for me to believe that some of the beefs that Ethan have been completely like authentic. Right?
Yeah, no, I mean, he definitely seems like not a stable individual himself.
Yeah, they're playing. There's a little bit of kayfabe on YouTube sometimes. Not always. I think there's legitimate conflict between content creators, right? But sometimes I think they both content creators realize that them beefing will be good for both of them.
I don't know what's going on here. I just think that they're both just not solidly healthy individuals.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going on.
Well, Ian wants to be on top again, so he's trying the leftist thing. It's not working out, but he's trying it.
Like flippant and a lot more like aggressive toward people, and I'm just like, fuck, that is not ultimately going to like solve it for you.
You could see, so that's that Y in the road.
Yeah,
you took the healing, touching grass, or touching marriage route away from the internet toward stability and attachment and love, whereas he's taking.
So I'm just confused here. What is the? So we're supposed to see that this is not a cell phone by watching the longer context. How is this not a cell phone?
Oh, it is a cell phone.
That seems like a massive.
It totally is. Yeah.
Seems like an
insane.
And
him saying, "Do you honestly think?" I mean, this therapist is got the narrative completely wrong here. That Ian is out there touching grass. Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, Idubbbz is trying to make it seem like, oh yeah, I'm the adult now. What the fuck? You're not an adult.
No.
You flew halfway across the country to get some therapist to change their grade of an apology video of another YouTuber. Okay, that's not something adults do. All right.
Mm-hmm.
That's very in the not adult realm.
Right.
Which, look, I don't mind that he did
in
that.
mid 2010s. You
don't try to frame it. And everyone on the Idubbbz side is trying to make this argument. Oh, Idubbbz is just grown up. He's the grown up now. No, he's not. Fuck you. Nothing he's doing is grown up. Look, if Idubbbz decided he was going to go to school and become an attorney, okay, I'd say, look, Idubbbz has grown up. Okay, he's done with the internet. Now he's going to be. If he came back and decided, oh, I'm going to be legal eagle now. Okay, I'd go, all right, he's a fucking adult. That's not what's going on here.
Be as open as possible on your podcast.
This guy's wife has been airing out their relationship issues and even detailing his bowel movements to anyone willing to listen online. And now he wants to make a problem out of Ethan's openness. This same person live streamed his own therapy session where he actually cried while expressing he wished he had the relationship that Ethan and Hila have.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Hila. I'm like, fuck, like...
Well, that's not really what happened in the clip. So he's probably objecting to him saying that. Is that Turkey
what?
Tom? Sorry, Turkey Tom. I think you got the context wrong here.
Right.
Yeah, he's crying because Ethan, he's empathizing with someone's partner being attacked and how difficult it is to deal with that. But he's crying about his partner being attacked. He doesn't give a fuck about Ethan's partner being attacked. Yeah. He actually attacked Ethan's partner, so obviously he doesn't give a fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just really it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
This is a self-own so devastating I can hardly believe it's real. It sounds like I'm making it up and this clip is AI, but no, he did this. And that's without even getting into the possibility that maybe, just maybe, your actual wife posting nudes online for anyone to see might fall within the umbrella of unhealthy openness that invites negative attention from people online.
See, and it rests on what he's saying is a cell phone. Like if he's saying the crying is a cell phone, I think he's on very firm ground here because that is a complete cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
If he's saying the cell phone is wishing that he had the life of Ethan Klein, I don't think that's what he said. So it's not really a cell phone.
You would say that he's criticizing Ethan and Hila's kind of relationship to some extent, and then crying about it and saying that he wishes that his relationship to some level was like that, is a cell phone.
Yeah,
totally. In a different video, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Got to the bottom of it. So the watch together is bugging out on me again.
I mean, it's fine. Oh, look, he's got a bunch of other videos making fun of people. Where are you going? I'm over here. I'm over there. What were we at?
12:33.
12:33. I'll get it perfectly.
A couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. They lied about the wedding. They lied about the crying. They lying about Anissa supposedly cheating on Ian with...
How are they lying about the crying? He was crying. Holy shit.
Hassan, because they found like a photo where she's not wearing a wedding ring or something. Very normal. Also...
Very normal.
Oh, hold on.
His wife does that all the time, so he knows it's totally normal.
Right.
When she goes to her job at the strip club and takes her wedding ring off, he's like, "Oh yeah, that's normal."
This is first of all, no one is saying, they're not lying by saying, "Oh, we definitively know that Anissa is fucking Hassan." People are speculating openly based on her behavior that she's fucking Hassan. But everyone understands that. No one is saying, I saw them fucking and lied about it. They're saying, she's going to his house and taking the wedding ring off. That seems very, very sus, doesn't it?
I mean, it's embarrassing if you're her husband. Why would you do that?
Yes. Why would you do that? Yeah, very interesting. And it's also interesting that this guy says that he doesn't understand why people would find that as weird. He thinks that that's a normal behavior. Now, listen,
okay.
I'm not this guy. I don't know. Maybe I just need to have enough bitches and fat stacks like him to understand why, if my wife goes to a man's house who she seems to really like and takes the wedding ring off, that would be just a normal thing that I shouldn't be worried about.
Because she told you, oh, it's no big deal. I do that all the time. Whenever I go to a strange man's house that she wants to fuck.
Of course, yeah. Interesting.
She always begins with taking the wedding ring off.
It almost is like there's a entire reason. It like defeats the entire reason
why
of
do
having
people
a wedding
wear
ring
wedding rings
in the first place? Yeah, interesting. Okay.
What is the purpose of that wedding ring?
It's a signal of some sort, right? We talked about this at the beginning, that the way you
signaling
present and wear clothing is a signal to other people, some kind of information.
Now, if you knew a married woman was coming to your house,
yes,
that wore a wedding ring, but when she showed up, that wedding ring was missing, what would you think? I would think this woman wants to fuck me. That's what I would think.
I would think that exact same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That is exactly what I would think. Yes.
You'd say, "Oh, what happened to your wedding ring?" Oh my God, this is horrible.
Not good stuff.
This is horrible. This is horrible. And why would you look? Oh man, I just feel like these people have got to be dum-dums. Like, why would you not think that? Why would you not be like, if I take my wedding ring off, the entire internet's going to be a buzz about it. You would just know that.
Well, or she just doesn't care. Doesn't care at all. Right. It's kind of like, remember with Destiny and his, at the time before they got divorced, his wife dancing with ABBA in the background.
Oh, that was so uncomfortable.
And him looking like he was sitting in the cock chair, and you're like, how could you possibly?
She knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing because Destiny constantly went out with other women around her, and she was like, oh, I'm going to get
revenge,
even. Yeah, totally. Totally.
That's how I would interpret it as well. Yeah.
She's like, open marriage me, bitch. Watch this.
Right.
And Destiny was like, oh, I immediately regret this whole open marriage thing. I've never seen Ethan Klein in that situation, right? I don't think Hila's ever completely embarrassed Ethan, has she?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, obviously.
Ben and Tom appear to be psych.
That's what he wants.
This guy's stacking bitches and counting paper.
101 students, because they are just diagnosing Anissa with mental disorders that they're just kind of assuming she has based on their extremely sexist interpretation of her behavior.
Maybe even a splash of some histrionic personality disorder.
Other symptoms include compulsive oversharing about one's private life, dressing in a provocative manner for attention, being strongly opinionated about things they don't know much about, being easily influenced by peers and emulating them, and the list goes on.
What's going on? I hope that...
Wait a minute. He said that they're being sexist. Is he implying that that's just normal female behavior?
I know. Nobody said all women act this way.
What are you talking about? What does that mean? Are you saying that those symptoms are not true symptoms or something? What's happening here? Maybe he'll make an argument.
Me showing these examples is illustrating why I think this is terrible. I mean, these aren't even good lies and conspiracies. It's just easily disprovable edgy shit from man children who want to hate Anissa more than they want to care about Ian. I wish there was...
All of the clips, though, was her admitting all of these things, bragging about it even.
Well, you see, isn't it interesting? He was criticizing them for clipping people, in some dishonest way, and he's not playing the clips of her saying all the problems that she had, admitting to them publicly.
Yeah, look, even if you take away all of the diagnosis, the medicalized diagnosis and stuff like that, there's still red flags everywhere. Red flags. Red flags, okay? Like, this is not stuff people should be bragging about.
Right.
So I don't think you even need the medical diagnosis with this stuff.
No. But so here's what the Cleveland Clinic says about histrionic personality disorder. Okay. Histrionic personality disorder is a mental health condition marked by unstable emotions, a distorted self-image, and an overwhelming desire to be noticed. People with HPD often behave dramatically or inappropriately to get attention. What are signs and symptoms? A person with histrionic personality disorder may feel underappreciated or depressed when they're not the center of attention. I feel like we saw a clip that she said that exact thing. Have rapidly shifting and shallow emotions. Be dramatic and extremely emotionally expressive, even to the point of embarrassing friends and family in public.
Oh my God.
That's interesting. Having a larger-than-life presence. Being persistently charming and flirtatious. Being overly concerned with their physical appearance. Using their physical appearance to draw attention to themselves by wearing brightly colored clothing or revealing clothing.
Yeah.
Acting. This is very interesting. We're starting to see some things stack up, right? I guess I'm just being sexist here because these are all just normal traits for women to have. Acting inappropriately sexually with most of the people they meet, even when they're not sexually attracted to them. I'm not sure about that one, but speak dramatically and express strong opinions, but with few facts or details to support their opinions. Well,
yeah, guilty.
Yeah, guilty. But being gullible and easily influenced by others, especially by the people they admire. Think that their relationships with others are closer than they usually are. Have difficulty maintaining relationships, often seeming fake or shallow in their interactions with others. Needing instant gratification, becoming bored or frustrated very easily, and constantly seek reassurance or approval. Well, I'm just saying she hits a lot of those symptoms. She's definitely hitting a lot of those symptoms in the clips that we saw.
Whether it's legit or not, or she's just faking it for attention. But look, even if she's faking it for attention, then that goes into the diagnosis.
That's a symptom.
It's totally a symptom.
Right.
Oh, that's funny. That is way funny.
Interesting. I guess we're being sexist for reading that list of symptoms and looking at clips and saying those seem.
I know plenty of dudes that match every one of those symptoms just as well. Yes.
Well, you're a sexist then. If you think a man could have histrionic personality disorder.
No, easily. There are plenty of men that are just so thirsty for attention in the same way.
Right. According to the Cleveland Clinic, the sexist, it says females are more commonly diagnosed with histrionic personality disorder.
No, they didn't. They went there. Holy shit.
But researchers think males may be underdiagnosed.
Oh, they are,
so
definitely. There you
go. It's our patriarchy that's preventing them from being diagnosed properly.
Right. They've got their thumb on the scale. So many of the doctors are men. They're like, I'm not going to diagnose. This guy's he's a Chad.
There were problems with, I believe, with OCD and autism where it was being underdiagnosed in women because there was an assumption that those disorders would have the same symptoms in men and women or show the same way when they would have slightly different symptoms.
Oh, fascinating.
And as they started to realize this, they'd say, oh, well, actually, it's more prevalent in women than we thought. It just has a somewhat different way of showing itself. So it's possible, same thing with histrionic personality disorder with men.
Yeah. It's like nymphomania.
There you go.
That's just normal male behavior. Right?
In the vein of like the whole Jewish space laser shit, like that may be pretty bad, but at least it's interesting. But instead, we just get like
So if you think Anissa might be histrionic or is having a bad relationship with Idubbbz, that puts you on the level of believing in Jewish space lasers. Okay, that's good. I'm glad we're not over exaggerating things for dramatic effect, being very truthful.
Yeah, being very histrionic.
Yes.
the digital equivalent of a bunch of sexist toddlers putting their fingers in their ears and going la 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 as they lash out in what they perceive to be the problem with definitely not the same enlightened centrist but actually conservative coded perspectives that Ian has worked to extract from his brain because they were actively hurting people. Whether he
Adam.
Dude, don't you love that this is a meme now? This is a meme now. That enlightened centrist is just conservative.
Nobody even like, who called themselves enlightened centrists? We kind of did it as a joke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tongue in cheek.
But yet everyone says it like this was some
serious movement.
Like that all these people, all these YouTubers are running around calling themselves enlightened centrists. Who the fuck are they? Who did this? Who are they talking about? It's like, it's very weird. It's very strange.
I love that it's such a meme. It's like people believe this.
Yes.
They can't help bring it up in every video.
Oh, I forgot to play. You just remind me. There was a part, and it's very similar to this, in the Lindsay Ellis video at the end, or near the end, where she talks about the whole, if you scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds.
Mm-hmm.
And she says that that's basically true.
Oh, wow.
And she adds some
socialist.
Kind of qualifier where she's like, I think what they mean is that like a liberal is a bystander, that is a person who will stand by and watch like the fascists do fascist-y things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's interesting with this guy too. It's like, oh, if you're like, if you say that you're like in the center, well, that just means you're a secret conservative. Like, why? I don't even understand this argument anymore. Why would you secretly say you're conservative? You don't lose anything on YouTube or any political space outwardly being a conservative and advocating for conservative issues. Nobody loses anything doing that.
You actually win. This is why Tim Pool was like, yeah, I'm a conservative.
Right.
Wanted them to or not, because intent does not matter.
I was being very bigoted in a lot of my videos, and I justified it because, I didn't...
Wait.
What were the
Wanted
videos
them
he was
to
being bigoted
or not conservative coded perspectives that Ian has worked to extract from his brain because they were actively hurting people, whether he wanted them to or not.
I think he's wearing bike shorts.
Yeah, that's right. The little sensor went away.
Yeah.
Not because intent does not matter.
So he's saying intent doesn't matter. If you say something and it hurts someone in some way, the intent doesn't matter. Interesting. Okay.
Being very bigoted in a lot of my videos, and I justified it because, I didn't think it was too serious. And I thought that people were going to see that I had good intentions, but that's so silly, Casual racism is still racism. Casual bigotry is still bigotry.
Oh my God, I am going to have a sensory overload from this. Holy fuck. That same awareness in Ian, completely absent here.
Look, I think you can accidentally hurt people. In the racism situation, I think more people are pretending to be hurt for attention than are actually hurt. So I don't think people are losing their fucking shit over someone saying the N-word in some comedy show.
Yeah, I don't think him using the NFer in the context he was doing was actually hurting people. I do agree with that for the most part. But as I said from the beginning, if Idubbbz just came out and said, I don't mean it to be offensive, but it's still a slur, and maybe some people are offended, or I just don't really like it. I do feel like there are people that are using the slur in a way that is meant to be offensive to black people or gay people, so I'm not going to use it anymore. If that's all he said, and that was all that happened,
100% support.
No one would give a fuck.
Yeah.
No one would care. They'd be like, okay, whatever, that's fine. They wouldn't give a shit. That's not it. That's not it at all. And it's just, I'm tired of these people pretending. They just keep pretending that that's what's going on here.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it?
It's dishonest, you could say.
Oh,
we're talking about dishonesty in this
I
video.
hate dishonesty.
It's incredibly dishonest.
sure that people like Ren would say that they have absolutely no issues with women at all, and honestly believe that in their heart of hearts. But anybody who is well-adjusted and sees this video and watches how he frames and talks about this subject matter will pick up on a remarkably different vibe, like a large amount of people in his comment section. Obviously, there's a certain amount of people who are like kind of on board with this, but I'm pleasantly surprised that basically all of the most upvoted comments are like, what the fuck is this video, man? All this shit is such a self-report.
So wait, was he going to show us what it, because in the clips that we saw, what was in there that makes you watch this guy and say, okay, this guy hates women because he doesn't like the way that Anissa is acting and thinks that Anissa like poisoned Idubbbz' mind?
Nothing.
Is it just you're not allowed to think that? You're not allowed to think that someone can get in a relationship and one partner influences the other partner in a negative fashion? One of the most common things that people see in their entire existence. If it's a woman that does it, then oh, you're a sexist if you say that.
Yeah, you're supposed to look the other way and ignore it.
Everyone's been there. Everyone's seen a friend they know, guy or girl, go out with someone, and you're like, okay, this person's a bad influence. Everyone's experienced that.
Yeah, I've seen it in both women and men.
Yes.
I've seen the bad person be a woman or a man.
Right.
Yeah. Easy.
I've seen the bad person be a woman that transitioned to a man. Okay. We live in
Did you
the
really?
future.
Wow.
Right.
I've never
we live
seen
in the
that.
future now. Right. It's crazy.
Like, even just the endless moaning these people make about Anissa having an OnlyFans and not liking that Ian is fine with it.
We covered that immediately when it happened. Sitch was not in favor of the OnlyFans.
I know. I wasn't in favor of it, but I defended Idubbbz. Like, okay, like if they're fine with it, then everyone should shut the fuck up.
Right. But nobody believes they're actually fine with it. So
no, that's the issue.
I mean, if they were fine with it, they wouldn't need to make videos about it.
It is just super weird. Like, they hate that shit. Oh my God.
I think it's why she has this undying need for external validation. She's a lot like Pennywise if you were to replace children's fear with raw validation, which explains why she wanted to start up an OnlyFans and post pictures of her
money shot.
Or I guess it explains why anybody makes an OnlyFans, really.
Ren saying that she's looking for validation is extremely rich, coming from someone who ritualistically humiliates himself in public for his videos.
After earning...
I hate the fact that he can't take his eyes off the script. You notice that? He's fucking reading off the script.
Well, how much is the video too?
Such low effort. He didn't even memorize his lines.
I mean, I say that this video is a low effort because it's called Idubbbz Grew Up and His Fans Hate That. I thought this is going to be some kind of video that's about why it's actually good that Idubbbz changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of it just being like, look at this Ren guy. He sucks.
Yeah, this Ren guy's
okay.
a liar. He even in the beginning, he's like, I'm not going to defend Idubbbz. That fucker didn't grow up.
Well, yeah, what the fuck is this video then?
$5 you can get paid through PayPal, Bitcoin, or virtual Visa cards. And if you register now using the special link in the description, you'll instantly get $1 in your Pawns app balance.
But based on the sponsor for this video, I'm guessing his quest for validation isn't nearly as successful financially as hers. I know that took a little bit of time, but I only really scratched the surface, and I hope you can realize why I had to break some of this down and inflict psychic damage upon you to contextualize a lot of what I'm about to talk about next.
Can't he just move the script closer to where the camera is so he's not looking like off in the bleachers there? What do you think?
You don't like that?
I mean, it is distracting.
I like it. I like it. It's just...
I can't believe he wrote a script for all this shit.
Yeah. Oh, he put a lot of effort in this.
What a waste of time.
He got cotton too to put in the foreground, like little cotton balls.
Is that that's real cotton? No.
Is it?
Come on.
Or do you think it's just green screen more?
It's just a green screen.
Okay.
Maybe.
taking responsibility and developing emotional attachments as men, because so many men, as we're seeing, don't do any of those. Also, I need to get out of this costume or I'm going to have a panic attack.
I guess he didn't see the clip of Anissa talking about how it's like bad for men to be openly emotion in the beginning of a relationship.
Oh yeah. Was that in his video or did you pull the clip
That was in
up?
Turkey Tom's video, which
Okay.
I assume he watched.
Oh my lord, this is so much better. I'm going halvesies with the costume. I'm not going full quitter, but holy fuck. The rest of that, learning about this whole situation really has me thinking about what it means to grow up as a man and what that means in the context of a relationship, particularly one that so many shitters have a sad parasocial relationship with. It's always kind of sad to see somebody reach Ren and Tom's level of artistic and intellectual stagnation, because I always think like, that could have been me. I was like these guys 10 years ago, complaining about irrelevant garbage with this toxic, ignorant, and angry view of the world, and picking the most sexist common denominator answers to my very...
He's got a bunch of Gamergate graphics in the background, guys.
Right.
So
Shockingly.
yeah.
Just in case you didn't realize that this is all just nothing to do with Idubbbz or Ian becoming a better person, is all just, well, he has the politics that I support now. He didn't before, now he does.
Well,
Gamergate bad.
Isn't he saying he was a Gamergater?
Gamergate bad.
Seems like he was saying, oh yeah, I was part of this Gamergate thing, but
Yeah.
I grew up too.
Tom's level of artistic and intellectual stagnation, because I always think like, that could have been me. I was like these guys 10 years ago, complaining about irrelevant garbage with this toxic, ignorant, and angry view of the world, and picking...
Look, he's saying, I was
grew
there
up.
too 10 years ago. I
matured
was
like
a part of...
Like
Yeah,
Idubbbz.
I was a part of Gamergate.
Oh.
The most sexist common denominator answers to my very real problems. Oh, and if you think I'm being unfair in...
And then he grew up and now he just slays all the pussy and catches all the fat stacks. How's he not sexist for making those comments in the beginning? Come on. Come on now. You're not a good ally.
Labeling Rand as ignorant and selfish, despite what I have already showed. Here's a clip from his Wolfenstein 2 review a few months ago.
Now, I've stayed out of politics almost entirely because, well, I genuinely do not care about them. And I find conversations regarding politics, both on YouTube and in person, to be exhausting. Because, you know, I'm just here to have fun and play video games, man. The marketing team did lean into the current day events of the time for the new Colossus's marketing campaign.
A lot of companies would say, back away from it, please buy.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't listen to anything because I was still thinking about the Gamergate thing. What about what Anita Sarkeesian and Gamergate and all this shit, like, what changed his mind? He's like, oh, it's actually totally fine to jump on board with this insane, anti-scientific, male-hating, radical feminist view of the world, and to complain and try to shove your... Like, he's like, this is something about politics, when the whole complaint about Anita Sarkeesian from the first part was someone is coming in here, and this was kind of the broad complaint too, it's still going on with a lot of stuff in nerd culture. These people from the far left come in and they shove their fucking politics into everything. They enter a space. They say, oh, I'm entering the gaming space. I'm looking around. I don't like this space that I'm now inserting myself into. So now the space has to change to conform to my political liking.
Yeah.
And you saw this with gaming. You saw this with D&D and the tabletop shit. You're seeing this with time and time again in like nerd spaces, again and again and again. And people who like that stuff, before some fucking piece of shit lefty, far left guy entered into that niche, is mad about it. Rightfully so. They said, why these people come in and get to fucking change everything and get to pretend that they're doing it from some sort of moral high ground standpoint? Fuck those people.
Yeah. Yeah, they're changing the thing that I like. Getting rid of the thing I liked about it. all the tits and ass everywhere.
Yes, getting rid of the hot ladies.
What's going on?
Fuck you. Bring back the hot bitches.
That's half of the fun of playing the game.
Our game.
Well, there's one main difference between us and our game and everything else, which is games about Nazis.
Ultimately, I think this was a poor decision because it caused people to come into playing this game with a political lens.
My favorite apolitical franchise, Wolfenstein. In my humble and objectively correct opinion, Idubbbz's arc should be, to a certain degree, aspirational. We have a man emerging from the digital void, reflecting on his past and taking accountability for his actions, and trying to evolve in what he wants to do not only with his work, but how he wants to go through life. We are literally in real time watching him change from an angry caricature that says the N-word in public to someone that openly embraces therapy and can talk about his personal and emotional struggles on a public forum. That's amazing. But despite
these people
That's amazing.
are so full of shit.
I know they are.
Okay.
Totally.
Just because you like, and this is what's wrong with these people. Like their brains are turned to mush about this over therapizing nonsense. Okay. Just because you publicly cry and say, I have problems, a boo-hoo-hoo, that doesn't mean shit. You can do that. And a lot of people do. Some of the worst fucking people talk about going to therapy openly, cry openly, and they're manipulative, emotionally garbage, fucking horrible people. Okay. Just because you cry openly and talk about going to therapy doesn't mean you're a moral fucking person. And if you could pull your head out of your ass and you weren't so fucking obsessed with your own bullshit ideology, you would say Ian's being a fucking huge hypocrite. He's saying that he's this better person now. He's this more mature fucking person. He's anti-negativity. He's anti-bullying people. He doesn't like the harassment that his wife receives. He doesn't like the harassment that Ethan receives. And then he fucking goes and he does all the same fucking shit. And
Yeah,
this
it's
fucker,
obvious.
yes, and everyone knows it. And that's why everyone's calling him a fucking piece of shit. He's acting like a huge fucking hypocrite. And this guy's going to pretend he's going to gaslight to his audience that that's not what's going on because, well, he has the right politics now. He turned away from the evil Gamergator, so it's fine now. He's a good leftist now. Fuck you.
Yeah. I don't even see, I mean, the Gamergate, I don't really see as conservative politics in games, obviously. It's everyone just chilling. And then people wanting to shove progressive politics into games.
Yes, but it wasn't. At least it wasn't at first. And that was the whole thing. It was that you had a bunch of people who were reacting to being accused of being sexist wrongly.
Yeah,
falsely like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah.
You're just coming in here and saying all gamers are sexist and that you need to change everything about gaming because all the gamers are sexist pieces of shit. And all these people are like, what the fuck you? You can't just walk into my house.
Sexy women is sexist.
And start fucking criticizing me. Why is there this? And this is the thing that these people never will grasp with. Okay. There was this argument that the way, men and women behave differently and interact with each other and with people of their own sex differently. And we've talked about this before. Like, men can get into big fights with each other and then they can kind of be more friendly afterwards. Women, not so much, right? Or men could be generally more physical, aggressively with each other. Women are more reputationally destructive with each other. There's like different ways that men interact with men and different ways women interact with women and all this other stuff. And some of the ways are good and some of the ways are bad. Okay. And one of the ways that guys interact with other guys in male spaces is they rag on each other. They're offensive to each other. They try to, tease each other in a specific way. They insult each other, often racially, not in a demeaning way to each other because they're friends, but they'll often, throw these, insults to each other, all this other stuff. And, women interact with each other in a different way, and that's fine. The problem is that we had this situation where a bunch of women started to enter into male spaces or male dominated spaces like gaming. And they looked at the way that men interact with other men and they said, I don't like the way that men interact with other men. This makes me uncomfortable. You should have to change the way that you guys interact. Your behavior is wrong. Fuck you.
You should act like ladies and
Yeah.
cry and
You
glaze
should
each
act-
other all the
Yes,
time.
exactly.
Lie to each other's face.
You should act like a woman. You should cry and you should be emotionally open to every fucking Tom, Dick, and Sally that walks by. And you shouldn't be aggressively, you know, messing with each other. And you shouldn't be ragging on each other, teasing each other in this fucking way. You're not allowed to behave the way that young boys, 'cause usually we're talking about young boys and like playing game stuff. You're not allowed to act this way anymore. You now have to basically act as women would find appropriate.
Right.
Go fuck yourself. This is why you have all these young boys that are now being mind raped into turning into fucking red pillars who
Yeah.
hate women or into fucking Nazis. Is
Yep.
because they're sick of people attacking them for the crime of being born
Yeah.
male.
Normal fucking male.
Yes.
Yes.
The way that women act with each other is not the fucking default.
Nope.
Men and women, on average, act differently towards each other. And that's fine. And both people got to fucking respect that. And if they enter into spaces that are dominated by men or dominated by women, they should expect, well, listen, maybe I'm not always going to be comfortable because there's different rules here. There's different social rules here about how they interact with each other.
I mean, the guy cheerleaders, they get it. They go into the women's spaces and they start gossiping and like
Yeah.
glazing everybody. They get it, right? And then you
Right.
always had that one girl who would come into the guy's space and she could be one of the guys. She could
Yes.
mimic. She could
That's what that
hang,
means.
She could totally.
That's what that means. The girl
she
would
could
say,
beat
I could be one
everyone
of the
up.
guys.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. She
Yes.
could beat everyone up. She could dish it out. She could take
Right.
it, right? It wasn't a
Right.
typical female. She wasn't going to run off and cry. Oh my God, you insulted my nails.
Yeah.
You called me fat. Oh shit.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, look. But so many people are just, you're so right. They want to look at men like they're defective women.
Yes.
No, fuck you. Men are
Yes.
great. And we need to stop taking that. No, there's nothing wrong with men. Men are fucking great. Men are great. Men are useful. Men are needed. Yeah, nah. Male
You
traits
need
are
me on
amazing.
that wall.
That's exactly right. You do. You need us on that fucking wall.
Yeah. It is a disgusting thing to see. And it's disgusting to see men like this who have been bought into the brain rot that they should just be women, be
Yeah.
lesser women, essentially.
Well, look, he got out of his female costume halfway through the thing.
Right.
So maybe there's hope.
And so much of this all derives from the horrible fucking untruth, scientific lie that gender is a social construct.
Oh, yeah.
Because everything stems from that, 100%.
Yeah. I mean, guys, I mean, it's interesting because so much of it is coalition forming, but the kind of coalitions that women form are much different than the kind of coalitions men form because of
Right.
just our evolutionary past.
Right.
So much of male coalitions are like, okay, we need to be ready because we're going to have to engage with other males that are going to kill us and take all of our women. Right?
Right.
So we need to prepare ourselves for that. Yes.
I mean, is it any surprise that we have a bunch of young boys who are basically raised to be
Women.
or behave as women? And it's like, oh, why are people so anxious?
Yeah.
Why are people not comfortable now? I wonder. I fucking wonder. It's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious.
Well, people don't stop being afraid of look at, there's nothing more scary than a man who can't control his emotions, because a man who can't control his emotions is dangerous.
Yes.
A woman who can't control her emotions can be an annoyance,
Right.
but usually they're physically less strong than men. So you're not as worried about them, right?
Right.
Yeah. But imagine like any of these like superhero action stars fucking losing their shit, you're like, oh my God, that's terrifying.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Cut from very much the same cloth as the people who performatively whine about nobody cares about men's issues. The fine gentlemen who make videos like Ren's actively perpetuate a culture in which not only nobody cares about male pain, but is actively hostile towards men expressing it in the first place. We cannot heal what we can.
How these people so fucking delusional?
They're totally delusional.
You think it's a coincidence that when all this fucking shit was getting shoved down boys' throats, the red pill stuff just happens to become popular? The red pill stuff was, when I was growing up, fucking red pill shit wasn't popular. It didn't even fucking, if it existed, I didn't even fucking know about it. Nobody knew about this stuff.
I mean, what the red pill stuff is just, I mean, I don't really dip into the red pill culture much, so I don't really know. I know it's framed by the left as just hating on women.
Well, the evolved, like the pickup artist shit that kind of evolved into the red pill stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't condone any of the pickup artist shit, but
right.
I'm definitely in favor of men being allowed to be men and not being seen as defective women, and being encouraged to have some level of emotional control. Some people want to call that stoicism. But look, if you are in a place, okay, with a strange man who's large and intimidating, and he starts crying, you're not going to feel comfortable. Okay?
No, you're like, what the fuck is happening?
You're going to be like, oh my God, fuck, someone is on the verge of a mental collapse, and I am within arm's swing of this motherfucker.
Look at this fucking loser, okay, who, first of all, is projecting everything not masculine possible, right? Is going to tell us about
no one's afraid of this little pipsqueak crying, but
you know, he's going to tell us about, you know, how to fix the boys. And we have on screen this text that says, if we cannot heal what we cannot feel by supporting patriarchal culture that socializes men to deny feelings, okay, the patriarchy, how the fuck did this shit slip in? It slipped into people's like fucking acceptance range. The patriarchy is a conspiracy theory that should be on par with Jewish space lasers, and they're putting chemicals in the water to make the frogs
which he made fun of earlier.
Yes, it's a conspiracy theory that a bunch of fucking feminists, a lot of them lesbian feminists, came up with, that no one has, that everyone just is accepted as like truth, that there is some fucking overarching conspiracy by men to create fake gender norms for some fucking crazy reason in order to subjugate women and to prop up men. That there's nothing biological. It's all just a social conditioning by the fucking genius level 10D chess Yakubian men that somehow thousands of years ago came up with this plot to subjugate women by creating a bunch of fake gender norms that they're going to just force on women, and women magically conform to them for thousands of years, and men conform to them for thousands of years.
Yeah, it's completely
It's just
ridiculous.
the most insane high level conspiracy fucking ever. Men must be fucking the most competent people ever to exist to create a fucking conspiracy that's lasted across so many cultures for so long.
Yeah, I mean, I think the social norms around men and women are very pragmatic, very practical. I think it's quite obvious that a man who can't control his emotions is dangerous in a way that a woman who can't control her emotions is not dangerous.
Yeah.
And so in society, we kind of go out of our way to make sure that men can control their emotions. And for somehow a bunch of stupid fucking leftists who don't understand that men who can't control their emotions are dangerous. Although it's weird, in a different context, they'll say, oh, of course men are dangerous. Of course, I would rather be with a grizzly bear in the woods than a man. That's how fucking dangerous a man is. But the reason the man is dangerous is because they control their emotions too much. What? Right. Get the fuck out of here. The reason the grizzly is more dangerous is because the grizzly can't control its emotions. It's a fucking animal.
Right, right.
All of this is so defyingly stupid. It's just it's crazy that people believe this shit. But yes, we should socialize men to control their emotions, because a man who can't control his emotions is dangerous. Obvious, right?
Cannot feel. By supporting patriarchal culture that socializes men to deny feelings, we doom them to live in states of emotional numbness. We construct a...
This is hilarious.
I know.
This is hilarious. Yeah. Which would you rather feel? Which would make you feel safer? A man who is in a state of emotional numbness, or a man who's in a state of jealous rage? Which one do you think will cause more damage to society, Sitch? Give me your best guess.
My best guess?
Yeah.
I got it for a second. My best guess of what was the question?
Oh, a man who is in a jealous rage, or a man who is suppressing his emotions?
Who's more dangerous?
Yeah, who's more dangerous?
I think the guy who's suppressing their emotions.
Oh, obviously.
They're feeling the pain that has no voice. They have a mouth, but they cannot scream.
So much more dangerous to society. Yes. That man with emotional numbness, the man who can control his emotions, the man who's mastered stoicism. That is the true danger.
But this is all bullshit, because this motherfucker was just complaining about Gamergate. Okay. What was Gamergate if not a bunch of men expressing their emotions? Okay. Outwardly saying, hey, we feel like we're being unfairly attacked.
Yeah.
This is an unfair thing. We're telling the world our emotions. And this motherfucker's like, well, that makes you bad and sexist. And this is where all this stuff is all full of lies and all full of shit. Because if a man comes out and expresses himself in a way emotionally that they don't like, that they don't agree with, because a man says, I don't agree with all your fucking far left gobbledygook political bullshit, well, then that guy gets attacked for being a horrible person. So don't give me this shit about, oh, we just want men to express themselves, because that's not true. You want men to express themselves in accordance with your political ideology.
Even the jocular ribbing that men do is testing them for controlling their emotions, right? You see that all the time. Like, even you see this in communities all the time. They're like, other guys are trying to trigger you, and you're trying to stay not triggered, right? You're trying to control your emotions. It's, oh man, the practicality of it is so obvious. Yeah, and this idea that we want men to go around and be emotional fucking basket cases. Who the fuck thinks this is a good idea? Who the fuck thinks this is a good idea? This is a better direction for society. Right. Who the fuck thinks the fact that men are actually, there are all these social and political structures designed to keep men in check, to help them keep their emotions in check, are a bad thing? Fucking, these people are idiots. These people are total idiots.
Culture where male pain can have no voice, where male hurt cannot be named or healed. Shout out The Will to Change. It's going to be the next book that we're reading on my book club, on my Patreon. Right. Shameless plug. Please give me money, or don't, and just donate to like Palestine instead. Remember that clip where Tom and Rand lied about Idubbbz crying to his therapist? I have a confession to make about that, actually. You see,
you should go to his Patreon, where you can all sit around and talk about how terrible your lives are and cry together. That'd be great.
I hid something from you because I was saving it for this part. And that thing is Ren's lead-in.
And then Ian goes on a podcast with a therapist and gets extremely real with him, which is a profoundly stupid idea. Like eating with your mouth full on camera. He of all people should know better than to go on a therapist's podcast and vent about his very real problems on a public forum like that, because people will use that information against him. Like this.
This same person live streamed his...
In their right mind can blame Idubbbz for wanting to distance himself from his shitty fans when they attempt to humiliate him by lying about his therapy discussions. That is demon behavior. Reactions like this are also present around him speaking about his feelings of shame, about his past content, and his insecurity to make entertaining content, which these guys should really have more insecurity about. And it's no wonder that men don't talk about their emotions, because other men will dismiss it and ridicule them for it, unless it is, of course, a man-approved emotion like anger, sexism, or apoliticism. Shame at emotion.
Sexism is now an emotion. This guy's a retard.
Well, it's just
so look, we're like the whole idea behind controlling your emotions is because men who are angry and fucking jealous and in a rage are dangerous. Okay. The whole point is to be able to control that emotion. The idea that anger is a man-approved emotion that men are allowed to engage in is completely fucking bullshit. Completely bullshit. Even in stressful situations, getting angry is not going to help you succeed, right? Getting angry and triggered is not the way to win in those situations. It's a way to lose in those situations.
Well, and that's what's interesting is that there was, and here's, bring up Critical Drinker, the evil right-winger. We had the whole video about how there was an idea that was very prevalent back in the day in storytelling and in movies where it would be seen as a positive trait for the male lead to be stoic and to control themselves. And it's weird because that seems to have gone away. And instead, they kind of like project that now on like the women. The women have to be like the stoic one. Or the man has to be sort of the nonstop talking, wisecracking, character.
I have to control my emotions all of the time because I do it every single day. As she's fucking screaming as an uncontrolled banshee.
Right.
Not doing a very good job of it right now. She-Hulk.
She-Hulk literally could control her Hulk form because she's a woman and the patriarchy.
Isn't it funny? Because the Hulk is the perfect metaphor for exactly what we're talking about. This is why men need to control their emotions. And the Hulk is like the physical manifestation of that fucking reality, right? Men can't control their emotions and they become fucking school shooters. Okay. This is insane. It's insane that people are talking about this as if it's a good direction for society. Yes, society will be much better if men cannot control their emotions. That will make everything so much better for everyone.
Right.
God, these people have never been around anyone who's truly terrifying.
Emotional vulnerability is often what men who are closed down emotionally seek to hide. Since shaming is often used to socialize boys away from their feeling selves toward the patriarchal male mask, many grown men have an internal shaming voice. A lot of men have grown to have an external shaming voice because these guys just don't shut the fuck up. The inherent fear of sharing and emotion present in men like this stifles the very notion of the idea of love and growth, because both require a vulnerability that many men would mock in other men. So they cannot do it themselves, lest they be uno reversed and mocked for the same reason that they mock other people.
Am I missing something? Is Idubbbz become a huge success over the last few months? Is Idubbbz on the top of the world? Has he become extremely wealthy? Has he had a huge project that's been a giant hit? Has he won the lottery or something? Did he have an IPO of his business and he's like a major billionaire now or something? Or is he a fucking YouTube loser?
I was about to ask you something very similar because I was going to say, we keep hearing this, that in order to be, that it's bad to tell little boys don't cry, right? When a boy skins his knee and is crying, you shouldn't say, oh, boys don't cry, which, that's a bad thing. You should tell them, oh, you skinned your knee and you're crying.
You cry your little eyes out, bitch.
Right. Yeah. Express yourself. That's really good. Just
you want to go
away.
Punch your sister in the face? Do it.
Right. So, and we're told that there's some sort of, to really be healthy, right? A man has to become fully in touch. If a man becomes fully in touch with all their emotions, okay, they're going to be this like amazing, self-actualized, happy person.
Yeah.
Who the fuck are these people? Who are these people? Someone show me an example. Who the fuck? Who are we talking about?
Oh, it's Ian. It's Idubbbz. Idubbbz is a perfect example of this.
Is it this fucking guy? Is it Idubbbz?
The guy who got Creator Clash 3 canceled and was a giant fucking failure that everyone hates.
Where are the examples of all these very happy, successful men that have, engaged in all this therapizing bullshit that he's talking about?
Yeah.
Where are these? Please bring me the examples. Point me to this person.
Yeah, let's see it. That's a good question.
I've never seen it in my real life. I don't see it on the internet. I don't see examples of this. It seems like it's totally fucking fake. All these people who get bogged down in all this like forever therapizing shit seem horribly unhappy.
AKA Pedosai says, guys still cry, but crying doesn't fix a broken AC unit. It's so true.
It doesn't. You know who seems happy? People who say I have a goal. I'm going to try to accomplish that goal.
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay, I have a job. I have a family. I have children. I'm moving forward and I'm going to be strong. Okay. I'm going to try to be a rock for myself and a rock for my family. Those people seem happy. They seem like they got their shit together. That seems like a good thing. Not this endlessly fucking, oh my God, we all have to wallow forever in this shit.
Not the guys who are like, I'm going to make a YouTube video crying about how people on the internet are attacking my girlfriend. I'm going to edit it and I'm going to upload it to my YouTube
channel. That's true too. Yeah, what he's crying about. Like, for example, and this is something good too, okay? If there's some video of like a godfather or someone who's like, oh, their child died, family member died, their friend died or something, like,
oh yeah,
people are empathetic to that. They're not like, ooh, a man's crying, right? Yeah. But it's like Idubbbz is crying because people are being mean to his girlfriend on the fucking internet.
Yeah, totally.
For what? Really, bitch?
Yeah.
That's not good. That's not a good look. Even if you feel that way, don't show it. I don't want to see that. Nobody fucking wants to see that except for people like this. Nobody wants to fucking see that shit.
Yeah, totally. There's real suffering in the world. Real fucking suffering. Yeah. Fucking crazy.
Don't worry, fellas. I'm not mocking you for those reasons. I'm mocking you for different ones. So please, put down the editing software.
Remember when Kyle Rittenhouse cried on the stand? How did the left treat him? What happened there?
Yeah, where was all that empathy?
Oh, look, a man expressing his feelings.
Where was
he killed
that's a
two
great point.
people and he feels bad about it? No, they were like crocodile tears. He doesn't give a fuck.
A 17-year-old kid
fighting for his fucking life
feels bad that he killed two people. Or two people and harmed a third person in self-defense. And that it bothers him to this day. And they're like, well, fuck that kid for crying.
Yeah, totally. They showed no sympathy at all.
Because they don't give a fuck.
They don't give a fuck. This is all just bullshit. This is all just bullshit. Selective sympathy.
And go to therapy. It's important to emphasize that the shaming of Ian for sharing his fifis is
nine times out of 10, I think therapy is going to be bad for you because the people who have taught therapists are pieces of shit who don't know anything about therapy, who've taught them this patriarchy nonsense. And you're just going to get a therapist who believes all this fucking bullshit. So I just
nowadays, like, I mean,
look, I think therapy can do you good. I don't want to say just all therapy is bad, but I just in this situation, I think most people working in therapy are probably quacks, total quacks. Every therapist I've been to has been a fucking idiot. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard a lot of bad stories.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's hard. You have to think of it this way. Most people are idiots. So to get a good, like, there are good therapists, but it's going to be hard to find one because most people are idiots. Same thing is true with doctors. And I'm sure nowadays it's even worse because, like, I mean, when I, back in my day, when I went to school and I got my little degree, my undergrad degree in psychology, I mean, it wasn't woke. didn't really talk about woke shit back then, but nowadays, I mean, just keep hearing more and more horror stories about all this shit. Wasn't there something about like the APA talking about like how masculinity was bad or something? It was like completely insane.
Metalworks for $10 says there's a difference between controlling your emotions and suppressing them and filing away to fester, especially when you experience trauma that needs to be confronted, dealt with, and moved on from. Look, there's different people. I think it's a mistake to think everybody deals with trauma in the same way. I think people are different. I think different people will deal with trauma in different ways. For me personally, it is impossible for me to move on. And I agree with you 100% that when you get in a fucked up situation, that needs to be confronted and dealt with before you can move on. I agree with you there. That has to happen. But when it's fresh, when it's raw, sometimes the emotions are too strong for you to actually deal with it in a rational, competent way. And the best course of action, at least for me, and maybe for you, maybe for other people, I'm just telling my own story here, is for me to file it away until the emotions soften a bit and I can actually confront it without losing my fucking mind. Okay.
Right.
And then I am able to talk about it. I am able to confront it. I am able to rationalize it and work through it, which I think everybody has to do. Everybody's within their life is going to experience traumatic situations that you will have to work through. I totally agree with that. But this idea when things are raw and fresh and you should go in and talk to a therapist about it, I think sometimes that does people enormous amounts of harm because they become re-victimized by it over and over and over again. And also sometimes it can become part of their identity. I've seen people who have these fucked up things happen to them that they are never able to move on from. And it seems like it's because of therapy. They're getting some sort of social attention, some sort of social validation. And it becomes something that they don't even want to move away from because it's part of their identity, which I don't think that's healthy. I don't know how you feel about that, Sitch, but that seems more detrimental than actually moving on from the thing.
Yeah, I think I do agree with what you're saying. I think it's a good point about how for some people, you know, you can suppress something forever and it's going to be unsuppressible and it's going to start leaking out other ways. And right. So you have to address the problem.
Yeah, you definitely have to deal with it.
Right. But the same token, there is some benefit to, I think for most people, to suppress something temporarily because it does lessen the emotional impact of something as opposed to dealing it like right then and there.
Well, and I don't think you're really suppressing it as much as you're just putting it off. You're saying, right, look, I'm going to deal with this when I'm in a better place to deal with this.
Right.
Sometimes if the entire world is crashing around you, it's not the time to fucking deal with some shit that's going on, right? Like sometimes these things come in waves and you get a lot of shit all at once. So,
well, I think this is why I was saying like I'm more in favor of people doing like cognitive behavioral therapy and things like that, where you have to do things to change the way that people think and behave. If they have because a lot of the way that people get anxiety or depression or something is because they get caught in this sort of thinking pattern, which is also physiological, which people think is only mental, but it's not. It's physiological, where their brain keeps hyper fixating or focusing on something that makes you anxious or makes you depressed, and it like gets caught in this loop. And for a lot of it's because of PTSD and other things. And so a lot of good therapy is getting people to be able to break out of the loop that they just get stuck in, or to not create these loops going forward, to make them stronger. Right, you have to make people stronger so that they can keep facing the loops. And this is something, again, Jordan Peterson talks about a lot with aversion therapy and things of that nature as a way of like fighting anxieties and stuff. And that's all good. But I think that a lot of therapy, the toxic therapy that I hear about from people that go to these really shitty therapists, is the therapists that don't do that, or they just like, it's all just about like bringing to the surface negative things. And then
how does that make you feel? On them.
Right. And it's like, okay, it just feels like you're like bringing out like all the poison and then you just let people swim in it.
Yeah.
And you don't help them.
Exactly.
And that's why I think where a lot of therapy gets a bad rap is because that's exactly what happens. I think with a lot of people, maybe most people that go to therapy, they just dredge all this shit up and then they're not really taught a way to deal with it in a way that makes sense or is actually functional.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a great way to put it. You have to, it's like when someone is stabbed, right? And your instinct is, oh, pull that knife out. Well, that's wrong, right?
Right.
You want to prepare yourself. You want to get prepared, right? Because you could have pierced an artery. There's all sorts of crazy shit that could have happened, right?
Exactly.
So you get yourself to the fucking ER, like get to the ER where everything is calm, where you've got a doctor on duty, where you're prepared for every sort of ramification that may happen when you pull this fucking knife out, right? That's the same way. And I think when you're filing something away because you've had some sort of traumatic experience, that's kind of what you're doing. You're like, okay, I'm going to deal with this when I'm strong enough, when I'm prepared to deal with this. It's going to have to be dealt with. I've been fucking stabbed here. I got a knife in my carotid artery, okay? You're going to have to deal with it sooner or later, right? But this idea that we should just willy-nilly fucking dredge this shit up with some 20-year-old therapist straight out of college is just fucking stupid.
Let me read you something. This is kind of long, but let me read. This is, first of all, I like the analogy of the knife is a very good analogy. So, but this is crazy. This is APA guidelines. So this is the Psychological Association, not the psychiatric one. The American Psychological Association, which unfortunately is far more woke than the psychiatric one, which is not as woke. This is the APA guidelines for psychological practice with boys and men. Okay. This is the therapist. So you're supposed to see if they're not a psychiatrist. That's some guidelines that people are supposed to follow. Guideline number 1. Psychologists strive to recognize that masculinities are constructed and based on social and cultural contextual norms. Rationale. Clinician awareness of one's stereotypes and biases against boys and men is a critical dimension of multicultural competence. Understanding the socially constructed nature of masculinity and how it affects boys and men, as well as psychologists, also is an important cultural competency. It is important. It is common to use the term masculinities rather than masculinity to acknowledge the various conceptions of masculine gender roles associated with an intersection of multiple identities. Example, rural, working class, adult, white masculinities may take a different form than the urban teen Mexican American masculinities. Certain forms of masculinities are more socially central and associated with authority, social power, and influence. In Western culture, the dominant ideal of masculinity has moved from an upper-class aristocratic image to a more rugged and self-sufficient ideal. Thus, traditional masculinity ideology can be viewed as the dominant, referred to as hegemonic, form of masculinity that strongly influences what members of a culture take to be normative. Prescriptions and proscriptions for behaviors that either align with or contradict the dominant ideal of masculinity are not linear, uniform, or without resistance. Many men are socialized by friends, family, peers, and society to adopt traditional masculine ideals, behaviors, and attitudes. Yet for some men, this dominant ideology of masculinity has inherent conflicts. For instance, dominant masculinity was historically predicated on the exclusion of men who were not white. First of all, I don't think that's fucking true.
That's fucking not true at all. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Who were not white, heterosexual, cisgender, able-bodied, and privileged. Moreover, the ideal dominant masculinity is generally unobtainable for most men. Did you know that? The ideal dominant masculinity is unattainable. Gentlemen.
Yeah, no man. Most men are incapable of being stoic. I do not believe that.
I don't know. Yes. Men who depart from this narrow masculine conception by any dimension of diversity, example, race. That is putting race.
Yeah.
This is like
Look at this.
Insane. Yeah.
They're saying black guys cannot be masculine.
That wasn't even
Fucking idiots.
Even when people were like hyper racist, I still think they had like gender roles that they assigned to the people. Sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression may find themselves negotiating between adopting the dominant ideals that exclude them or being stereotyped or marginalized. So the whole framing is like there's these evil exclusionary dominant masculinities that you have to like give up a part of your soul to accept the evil white culture.
This is what your therapist is learning that you're going in to get advice from.
Yes.
How is this not completely ridiculous?
When trying to understand the complex roles of masculinity in the lives of diverse men and boys, it is critical to acknowledge that gender is a non-binary construct that is distinct from, although interrelated to, sexual orientation. Heteronormative assumptions often falsely conflate sexual and masculine identities for men, as well as disregard sexual attraction and gender roles, adherence for those who identify as a sexual minority, transgender, or gender non-conforming. Expression of romantic or sexual attraction might present gay, bisexual, transgender, and gender non-conforming individuals with gender role-related conflict that is, in part, born from violations of heteronormative gender role ideals and potentially alienate sexual and gender minority men from a complete male identity. Wow.
This is insane.
This is in fucking APA. Okay. This may ostracize some gay, bisexual, transgender, and gender nonconforming individuals from an inherent sense of male identity, leading to feeling pressure to adopt dominant masculine roles to reduce feelings of minority stress. Additionally, some sexually and gender minority individuals do not wish to label their gender identity and do not feel masculine behaviors are an essential component of male gender identity. For these individuals, masculinity may be conceptualized as a set of characteristics that fall on a spectrum and are expressed differently from one individual to another, and vary over the course of one's identity development and may depend on external context. Although the cultural and societal pressures to endorse, conform to, and perform dominant masculinity are considerable, men still have agency and can part from dominant ideals. Why is there an assumption in this whole thing I've been reading? Why is there an assumption that a dominant ideal about something, like a dominant idea of masculinity, why is there an automatic assumption that that's a bad thing?
Yeah. Totally.
How do we know it's not a good thing? How do we know that the dominant idea about something is a good thing, or at least has
that's
elements
why
of
it
good
is
things?
the dominant idea.
That's why it's a fucking dominant thing. Yes.
It's the most useful thing for most people. Yeah.
Why is there this automatic assumption that it's wrong with no explanation?
Because all these, it was all written by a bunch of leftists, obviously. Bunch of fucking society-hating leftists who are like, let's use our jobs to completely restructure society. We'll make it way better. Let's not try to make people lead happy, healthy lives and deal with their trauma and the fucked up shit that happens to them. Let's indoctrinate them into our cult. Right. They've come to us for help. This is when they're weak. This is when we can get them. They'll be voting Democrat for the rest of their life.
This is like, and I witnessed this growing up, was there would be sometimes, you know, I had a very stereotypical male friendship group where we would like rag on each other a lot in a fun way. And part of that is you would learn like what are the lines of acceptability. You know, there's always someone that would like take it too far, right? In terms of the ragging. You know, you don't want to take it too far. You don't want to make fun of someone's like pet dying or something, right, when you're a kid. But and then that'd be part of the learning process. Someone would take it too far and then they'd learn to like pull it back. But there would always be a boy who would try to enter in the group who, I don't know, maybe they just have a different personality. They were just born this way. Maybe they just didn't really have a lot of social interactions or something with other boys. And they just didn't like understand how to interact in that situation. And they would be offended or hurt or whatever. They just didn't know how to interact with other boys appropriately. And to me, what you should do in a situation is you should try to be like, well, listen, this is the way that, you know, most boys are gonna act. You know, you got to learn to have a thicker skin. You know, you're gonna have to learn to be, you know, mentally, emotionally tougher if you want to have friends that are male, and you got to, you know, get in the situation. That's what I think would be the useful skill. But instead, it's like, no. You're right for being a sensitive snowflake. It's all the other people that are not sensitive snowflakes. They're the wrong people.
Yeah,
they're
the
cool
problem. People.
Right. We got to take all that group of boys and we have to bring them all into therapy to make them all sensitive snowflakes too.
Yeah. The people who are out there toughening you up, getting you ready to engage a cruel and unforgiving world. Those people are the ones that are wrong. You should go out into that cruel and unforgiving world completely unprepared so that you can get fucking beat the fuck out of.
And then on top of it, these people that are saying all the evil patriarchies, making all the men not sensitive, these people are fucking hypocritical pieces of shit.
Totally, because they're the first to bully people.
Yes, like Idubbbz, like the fucking, like this guy. That's what's so like, fuck these people. They're not, as I said from the beginning, if these were all far left hippies who are like, love everybody, okay?
Yes.
I would say, I think that that's a little naive, but you know what? They're happy having that worldview, okay? And at least they're being consistent, right? They're actually treating everyone with love and kindness. These fucking people are some of the most hateful fucking despicable people, hypocrites around, who are going to police the fuck out of every little behavior you do and fucking get off on slamming people, canceling people, annihilating people.
Of course, yeah.
And then they're going to act Pikachu shock face that people on the right are doing the same thing back to them.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson was right. They're the fucking little Hitlers. They are the little Hitlers. They're out there talking about how empathetic they are, how sympathetic they are. And they're the ones that are going to slit your throat when you're looking the other way.
Right. Get out the Huxley quote.
Yep. Oh my God.
It's the Huxley quote. It's the moral treats Huxley quote. Okay.
It is.
The surest way to work up a crusade in favor of some good cause is to promise people they will have the chance of maltreating someone, to be able to destroy with good conscience, to be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation. This is the height of psychological luxury, the most delicious of moral treats.
It is, yeah. To be able to beat up on people who deserve
Gamergate was all these fucking people maltreating all these gamers, all these male gamers. People. Yes. And in their own fucking minds telling themselves, oh, well, we're righteous because all those people are sexist. So we're justified.
Beating up all these innocent, moral people, just minding their own business, wanting to play their video games, wanting to see their cleavage in their comics.
Right.
Wanting to see hot girls in movies. Right. You know, liking when Sue Storm becomes invisible and has to take all her clothes off. No, we're going to make Sue Storm 40 and a mom. Fuck all of you.
Well, there you go. Barry Bruiser for $20 says, add slow, stunted speech to emphasize how authentic my words are, plus a mic that picks up every single sound the speaker makes, like the ruffling of their clothes at max volume to things that drives me ducking insane.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
I hate that shit, too.
Incredibly different than the shaming of people like Anissa and women in general. To these parasocial glue eaters, the women's problems always seem to be intrinsic to the core of their being and ruin the man, and never the other way around. Remember this for later.
And I've never in my life seen anybody lose the entirety of their being in the way Ian has. And it makes you wonder, right? What could have possibly come along and snuffed out his spark like that?
She forced.
This is total bullshit that it's always one way. There are countless examples of women who have had this super overjealous, domineering boyfriend that has completely destroyed their lives. So there is an archetype of the strangling, suffering male out there too. So
of course,
it's not just a one-way sex thing.
Him to change because she's stinky and bad and inherently toxic, and not that he wanted to change. Something misogyny. Like, they believe this to the point that they will actively lie in their evidence to keep this narrative alive. And to me, I think that's one of the most interesting things about this entire unemployed situation. It really shows that they kind of have no idea what it takes to be in or maintain a relationship or to love somebody, despite both sides, or all sides for my polycule watchers out there, being damaged, traumatized people because—
Oh yes, we should really take advice from the polycules. Those are the emotionally healthy people, okay, that have emotionally long-lasting, stable relationships. The polycules.
Yeah, just what you want. You want the guy in the polycule not to be able to control his emotions. Yeah, that's what you want.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen Boogie Nights. I know how that ends.
Right.
Because we live in a society, loving someone isn't about having the perfect person. It's about caring about someone enough to want to put in the work. Okay, we're almost there. This last—
I mean, who said that? Who's saying that? Who's not saying that? Who's saying that that's not the case?
Clip that I want to show you is one of these people's favorite pieces of proof about this whole situation. But once I show you some context that, to be honest, they've probably never even bothered to watch, I'm gonna have the final arrow. Fucking, come on, you piece of shit, through the heart. Fellas, is it bitch made?
I mean, we watched it. There's like a million clips of her admitting to having all sorts of personality defects and problems that he didn't play in his video. Isn't that interesting? Isn't addressing the video whatsoever.
Well, he wants to ignore all that.
Right, okay.
To admire your wife? Hold that thought. We'll come back to it. I know we've come a long way, so I just want to reiterate. The initial claim was basically that Ian changed himself for a girl. He was abused and broken until his mind could resist no longer and gave way to the sinister influence from the old ball and chain. Clip.
He literally actively changed himself for her.
Are you thankful that she influenced you in this way?
Yes, absolutely. A lot of the things that she describes, like admiring in other people, I'm like, I kind of want to strive to be like those people.
Ian's self-admittance to changing himself on a part of his wife's influence to them is the smoking gun, the red flag, the flashing light. And you basically have two ways of—
I mean, there was like an entire sea of red flags that a giant face was swimming in. That was the end of the world. But this was one of the red flags, yeah.
You could only see the one red flag.
Yeah.
Of interpreting this clip. The first way to interpret this clip from a much larger conversation is that Ian has effectively been beaten down and brainwashed into throwing away his independence, his masculinity, and losing his edge due to abuse from an intrinsically damaged woman. So sad. The second way to look at this clip is a man expressing gratitude for being exposed to different types of people and ways of thinking to become someone that he is more happy to be, and in turn make her more happy to be with. I'm going to play another clip from that podcast, of course, that they never show, and conveniently starts immediately where the last one stops. And it's a little bit long, but I promise you, this is deeply important.
Just being, I think, more thoughtful and like not a lot of these like super toxic masculine traits and like, you know, alpha male, being aggressive, being loud, you know, all this stuff. Like, she's been very vocal since the beginning that she doesn't like.
Wait, hold on. This is okay. The clip that's supposed to show us the debunk clip here starts off with Idubbbz saying, listen, I was a toxically masculine person. I was toxically masculine, and I'm learning not to be toxically masculine. This is the debunk clip here.
Yeah,
that's supposed to show us
she didn't like it. Yeah.
Yeah, that he didn't change for her.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm off to a good start.
Right.
Like that, and it's like it's painful in a lot of ways to like even experience someone doing that, even if you're not connected. It's like, oh man. And I've kind of like I guess I never really had a strong opinion one way or the other about that. I think I was probably just towing the line of society in a lot of ways, where it's just like, yeah, I have some general like ideas of maybe how I should act as a man. And that probably is a little bit more on the aggressive, a little bit more on the ignore your emotions kind of side of things. So yeah, over the years, just being very open to, I think, what Anissa admired kind of put me on that path a little bit more, where I'm like, yeah, and even just thinking about it myself, I'm like, yeah, like having like.
So wait, how is this the debunk? This is literally exactly what everyone said. He's saying, I acted a specific way, and then I changed the way that I behaved for Anissa. This is proving isn't this proving the entire point?
It would seem that way.
Okay.
Outbursts or being aggressive, I don't know, like random road rage examples or people on reality TV. I'm just like, I don't like how like the lack of control it seems like these people have. And once I saw that myself, I'm like, oh shoot, I don't have control right now in this moment.
I know it's a little.
That was the comedy section.
What just happened there? What was that all about?
Because the clip was so long.
Oh, he fell asleep?
He fell asleep, yeah.
What was that clip supposed to
I don't know.
show us?
I mean, it's good at the end, at least. At the end, it was good. Idubbbz said that he had anger problems that he was trying to control. So that's good. I think we can get behind that. I don't think that's the problem people were complaining about in terms of his behavior changing.
No.
Bit of a faux pas to be influenced by somebody who doesn't only solve problems with excessive violence and anger, but I think realizing these uncomfortable things about yourself that you haven't really been able to put into words through interactions with the people closest to you, it's pretty normal. Seems like a pretty normal thing. I also talk about.
Okay, so we've gone from the it's not happening to it happened and it's a good thing at light speed.
Yeah, in one clip.
Yeah, one clip. We've gone from it didn't happen to it happened.
And it's
but
great.
It was good.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Because really, that's what the Idubbbz fans were complaining about. They're like, I used to love old Idubbbz content where he was super angry and raging at all the time. Said no one ever. Because now Idubbbz never came off. Idubbbz never came off as super angry, raging at anything all the time.
No,
that was it's not his brand. Okay, maybe he was doing that behind the scenes, and it was good if he learned to not, be angry. That's great, but that wasn't the content people were watching.
He came off as stoic and in control.
Yes, that's what people liked.
That's what people liked about him. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. And now he comes off as a manic, bitch-made nobody.
Right.
This little bit in my last video, shameless plug. Influential counselor, author, and man who looks like an evil art dealer, Terrence Real, has long stated that women are raised to know more about and want more from relationships than men. And he refers to this phenomena as the intimacy gap. And considering the long-held Western expectations of men being told crying is gay and that basically all they needed to do to get a woman was to provide a steady income, I don't think it should be surprising that this is like a thing. At least those were the expectations until very recently. Everything really snowballed downhill as soon as women got the right to vote, huh? Like, now we gotta be emotionally connected to the people we want to spend our lives with instead of just using them for child rearing and to do housekeeping. Stupid. Over the last...
It's stupid. It's just so dumb. Why is there... It's like the classic pendulum problem where, yeah, I'm sure in the past, if we're going all the way back before we could fucking vote, yeah, I'm sure in the past society, was too, had too many toxically masculine traits, right? For example, you don't even have to go that far in the past. For example, one of the things I think that was good that we moved away from some you could frame it as like a bad masculine trait was there used to be a lot of bullying problems, okay, both physically and emotionally in schools. And you would see a lot of movies in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s that were, movies and that took place in like schools would be like, very ruthless bullying that would be going on. Okay. I think it's a good thing that the school said, this attitude of like boys will be boys and do crazy shit to each other, that's bad. That's going too far, right? We should probably crack down on that. People shouldn't be beating the shit out of each other. They shouldn't be dunking each other's heads in toilets and, doing fucking crazy shit like that. That's bad stuff. We shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be allowing people to engage in that sort of abuse. Okay. That's a good thing. But then it's like we've gone, now it's like, okay, but because of that, we've gone fucking light speed in the other direction. Yeah. This is how we get all this fucking APA article I'm reading about how like, oh, the dominant structures of masculinity are repressing all the men because all men would be healthier and happier if they just cried at a sunset. They just looked at a beautiful rainbow and cried at how fucking pretty it was. Then they'd all be so much more happier, healthier, well-adjusted individuals because they're all such sensitive snowflakes on the inside.
They just need to express themselves.
Yes. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not fucking sensitive snowflakes.
No.
Maybe you're just projecting your bullshit onto them. Maybe that's how you are.
Yeah.
And you're just mad that that's not how everyone else is.
Yeah, you're just mad that they don't cry at Shakespeare. They think Shakespeare's a bunch of fucking sissy garbage.
They don't like musicals.
Yeah, exactly. They think your musicals suck and can fuck off and die.
There you go.
They like first-person shooters. They like getting the headshot.
Because they're a bad person.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't want to cry. They want to stab people in video games.
It seems so interesting that it's all about. I feel like back in the day, you had men are from Mars and women are from Venus, right?
Mm-hmm. And people
I never read the book. I've never read the book, but
yeah,
I'm assuming
I haven't either.
I'm assuming that it seemed like it was a balanced approach, right? Men and women are different. They have different ways of viewing the world. They're not, blank slates. And so a lot of times there can be miscommunications or problems in a relationship because men and women don't exactly understand how the other person sees the world. And that's just true also if you had to be in any sort of intimate relationship with anyone. I mean, you could have this with two gay guys or two gay women. People, on average, are going to view the world in different ways. And if you don't understand the way that the person views the world or how they are as a person, it can lead to relationship problems. Okay. And the impetus should be on both people to try to, if they care about being in a relationship, to try to understand the other person and to go forward in some sort of healthy way. But it seems like now so much of the onus, so much of the responsibility is like, oh, it's all the man's fault. It's all the man's fault. The man can't emotionally connect to the woman. It's all the man's fault. The man should be more like a woman. The man should have more of the emotional way of viewing the world as the woman. Maybe that's not healthy. Maybe it's not fucking healthy the way the woman is looking at the world just because she can cry at a fucking sunset. Maybe that's not the best way to behave.
Yeah. Maybe society would fall apart if everyone was neurotic.
Yes. Yeah, maybe. That's kind of the problem too, a lot of stuff. It seems like so much of the stuff is dictated by the most neurotic people.
Yeah.
Which
like
makes
this
sense.
Guy who's obviously neurotic.
Yes.
You're like, oh my God, everyone should be neurotic, so I look like I'm normal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh God. You made a decision. You made a decision, my friend, to signal to the world stuff
what a
about
bitch
your
you were.
appearance. Okay. That was your decision to do this.
Yeah. We didn't decide to do our lives from in bike shorts.
And that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Who am I to
talk?
I
mean, come on.
I'm a fucking cartoon character. Who the fuck am I to talk, right? But
you're smart enough not to go on stream in a dress.
There you go. That's true. Unless I get paid $100,000.
Right. Which it would be totally worthwhile. And you could say, look, we cleaned house.
Then
you wore bike shorts for nothing, loser.
Yeah, there you go.
You didn't even have a sponsor and you wore bike shorts.
50 years, especially women's roles in society, have kind of become something entirely different. And as such,
this guy referenced the patriarchy unironically. So I think immediately loser.
Yeah, opinion discarded in the trash can. Yes, of course.
Can you imagine what kind of loser talks about the patriarchy unironically?
Right.
Oh, God.
So have their expectations. And I'm not talking about like just wanting men to do the dishes more. Like, I'm talking about them wanting to be with a human being and not just a walking income stream that's an emotional time bomb. Some people might tell you that's what all women want, but those guys are stupid. Oh, what's that? It's another.
I mean, there are some women that do want that because they're shallow people. But okay.
They just want an income stream?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
why do you see...
It's a complicated situation.
Why did Scott Adams have a
super hot
young wife,
20-something wife?
Yeah, for a few years, or for some years, right?
Yeah, because he was rich and high status and
why are there
rich
all these
and famous.
Like old rich guys
he never got to
that have these like 20-year-old women. Okay.
He complained all the time
that
he never got to have sex with her. That she was always withholding sex.
It was really bad.
That she was very good at extracting resources from him, and he was very bad at extracting sex from her.
Right.
And she got the ultimate commitment out of him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Marriage.
Right.
And he probably didn't even get laid on his wedding night. So like you can see the power imbalance there. These power imbalances are not good. I mean, and it's funny, the patriarchy theorists out there will go around and talk about how, oh my God, Scott Adams, he was in the fucking power position. Was he?
I don't think
he probably didn't even get fucking sex on his wedding night. What kind of power position is that?
Right.
He got some arm candy. He got to brag on his live stream, but everyone knew he wasn't having sex with her. I kept thinking, oh, fuck. I mean, this is just embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine having that hot wife and not even being able to have sex with her?
Not great.
Talk about torture. Jesus. Right. Oh, the worst.
Yep.
Scott Adams. Jeez, just get a prostitute already. At least you can have sex with her.
Terrible.
Well, what the fuck? It's so obvious she's not with him because, oh God. Anyway. Once again, men, what you have to offer is resources and commitment. Women, what you have to offer is sex. It's just, that's the way it works. That's the world we live in. Sorry.
I think it's more, I don't think it's so black and white.
That's a reality.
I don't think it's so simplistic.
Really? You disagree?
Yeah, I disagree. Yeah.
Okay. Sitch believes in love.
I know. How terrible, right?
I mean, it doesn't have to. I mean, obviously, when you talk about it in no uncertain terms like that, it does kind of knock the magic off it a bit. But
of course,
I mean,
love your wife.
Of course, obviously, yes. Yeah, no. But look, isn't sex a little bit a part of love? Isn't stability a little bit a part of love? I mean, I feel like it's a lot of part of it, right?
It can be, yeah. That's different for everyone.
Look, and it's a lot of times it's a fair trade. Sex for commitment, I think, is a fair trade.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's when the love comes in. People love it when it's a fair trade, right?
Right.
Clip that these guys are never going to show you.
My gauge of other clients that have talked like you, where you're at that stage where you're saying occasionally there are times when you're starting to notice when you're feeling something and you don't have a word for it, and the best word that you can think of is frustration.
Yeah.
And that's wonderful. It's better than 1%. But
I like the number though, because I want to.
It's awesome.
I want to gamify, and I'm like, all right, how can I maximize my stats?
Yeah.
It's also just so cool because when he started doing it, just being like, I'm feeling something, that was enough for the blow-ups to stop.
Ian himself was part of the problem. He had blow-ups because he couldn't formulate even what he was thinking. And even the tiniest change, the tiniest realization for him to just say emotion was enough to make a huge difference to not only their relationship, but it seems like the quality of Ian's life in general. So much of the core.
So again,
a lot of, go ahead.
I've never heard anyone ever say, I liked Idubbbz because he blew up and I'm sad that he's not blowing up. Never heard anyone say that.
Well, yeah, I thought.
Yeah, never heard anyone say that.
Was she referencing blow-ups in their personal relationship?
That's what it sounded like, that he'd have some like road rage or something. You know,
be like, oh my God, I can't believe you fucked your OnlyFans client. Jesus.
Well, see, but that's another part too. Okay. What was he?
Yeah, what were the blow-ups for?
What were the blow-ups? How do I know that he wasn't blowing up because he was being gaslit by Nisa? It had a horrible and had all these like relationship problems with her. Did he have anger problems before they started going out? What's going on here exactly?
If she had sex with her OnlyFans client, is that a legitimate reason to blow up?
I think that's a legitimate reason
Should you
to
blow up?
Yeah. Sure.
Should you be angry about that?
Sure.
If your wife is going over to Hassan's house and taking off her wedding ring and leaving it in the car, is that a legitimate reason to blow up?
I think, as Reddit would say, that does make you the asshole.
I think that might be a legitimate, to at least be angry, a little bit of conflict.
Just a little bit, right? Yeah.
But men showing their emotions when they're being totally fucked with, that's not right. That's not right.
Of a lot of these videos is that a lot of these guys choose to show countless contextless and manipulated clips of stuff that Anissa has said she has done in the past due to.
Is it just a coincidence too that we're supposed to believe that as Idubbbz talks about how he was changing all of his psychological behaviors for Anissa's sake? Oh, what a coinkydink. His political thoughts all just happen to change and mirrors hers perfectly as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, wow, that's so strange. Like normally you would think that those two things would be separate. Like you could have you could change your psychology to be less angry or to express yourself emotionally better. Why? That doesn't mean that you're going to change all your political beliefs.
Yeah. Did he change to be less angry or just to be angry about the same thing she was angry about, like capitalism? And...
Right. I don't know. It just seems interesting. Seems a little strange.
I mean, if my girlfriend thought the only way she could make money was selling naked pictures of herself on the internet, I would not like capitalism either, to be honest with you. I would become very anti-capitalist. I'd be like, can't we find some other way to make money?
Right.
Could for sure be seen as problematic, but they don't show Ian's stuff because that would complicate the narrative way more. Both of these people clearly have traumas and have done not good things to each other, but the fact that they have...
Now he's doing his psychologist impersonation here.
Interesting. So now we acknowledge that maybe they do have a fucked up relationship. Maybe all those guys say they
openly discuss those behaviors and take accountability for their own shortcomings, even in general. Not even the fact that they're doing it in public is amazing. To see people in real life want to put in the work to become happier, better, more adjusted people instead of just dumping the other person and moving on to another disastrous relationship should be celebrated. Now look, obviously sometimes dumping somebody is the correct move, but like, this is good. This is progress. We don't see this enough. And the fact that people like Ren and Co. would rather make sexist conspiracy theories about a woman who is clearly bargaining with her own devils instead of being happy that Ian has been fortunate enough to find a partner who cares enough about him to want to help and support him in his quest to reach a better place in which he feels more secure as a man and a partner is quite frankly sad, disgusting, and incredibly cringe. I regularly ponder about the many...
She's helping him. Look, she's fixing him, Sitch. You're looking at this all wrong.
She looked at him and said, I can fix him.
He's a fixer-upper, and she's doing it. She's putting in the work. She's reconfiguring his entire life and attitude.
Mm-hmm.
She deserves this.
Failed relationships that I've had in my life due to my previous inability to do what Ian is learning to do. I'm down the path to improvement, which is great for me, but I'm continually haunted by the ghosts of what could have been in so many different situations. To learn...
Oh my God. Self-report. What do you think the ghost of what could have been is?
I want to know.
It sounds like his girlfriend that got away. It sounds like he's pining for some girl that left him for Chad.
Mm-hmm.
To develop insight around your own faults and pains in a deeply complicated tangle of social garbage injected into your skull is something that men are so deeply, infrequently incapable of doing because of narratives like this. And Ian freeing himself from the infinite Tsukiyomi of masculine repression is amazing, and I'm super jazzed for him. Now, I'm not going to say that seeing somebody like him doing what he's doing...
There's nothing that jazzes me more than to see someone go on an immature rant attacking a former friend and then afterwards acting like they're the high ground moral person for doing so. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Idubbbz.
exactly.
Yes. So incredible.
Attacking your friends. Backstabbing your friends.
Yes.
You're the moral exemplar.
Making fun of the fact that they had CPS called on their children. Just
oh yeah.
The height of like mature, self-actualized individual right there.
Yeah. You should make a video promoting the people who called CPS on them. That's what you should do. That's the mature thing to do.
You should make a video with a person who was pro-October 7th. That's a very mature position to have, right? The pro-October 7th, pro-Hamas guy. You should make a video with that person.
Yeah.
Right? Supporting that person. That's a great idea, Idubbbz.
The one who has a tier list of how people who are more Jewish are worse than people who are more Arab. Yeah.
Are better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Great. Wonderful.
Would have had a significant impact on me because it doesn't really seem like it's having a lot of impact on these guys, but it certainly doesn't hurt. And it doesn't detract from the fact that the big main part that leads to changes like this happening is the people closest to you giving you feedback and insight and encouragement and calling you out when you're being kind of weird. The people closest to you are the biggest catalysts for change, exactly like what happened with Ian and Anissa. I do have a deep sympathy for men in...
So you agree, again, with what all these people are saying. You just think it's a good thing. Okay.
In this place of being unable to know what to do or how to move forward, because I have been there, but I do not have sympathy for the men who channel this deep emptiness inside of them into making and monetizing content based entirely around borderline inaccurate rhetorical violence and moral grandstanding disguised as justice.
Oh my God.
Wow. Is this supposed to be ironic?
Rhetorical violence.
This is so insane.
Rhetorical violence now.
Yeah. You don't like the rhetorical violence?
I just think it's funny. It's funny. We're talking about how men should be able to control their emotions, and he's basically saying, well, look, if you say naughty words, that's violence.
Right. Rhetorical violence, yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's just such an interesting perspective. He ratchets it up.
Because that's what the content cops were. That's what Ian realized.
The content cops were rhetorical violence.
So wait, so are you going to criticize Ian for after saying that he's changing his ways to immediately do another fucking content cop?
Oh, yeah.
Is that gonna merit a mention here, buddy? Criticism, maybe?
You know, the content cop on Ethan Klein for trying to protect his kids. Oh my God, that sounds so bad.
Does.
And that's why he stopped making them.
I was morally grandstanding and
what? He stopped making them except for the one he just fucking made. That's why this entire conversation has come out right now.
acting as if I'm any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on, and I'm not. I'm a human. I'm a real human who makes mistakes. And, you know, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not. It's super irresponsible and shitty.
Videos like these that Ren makes, that Tom makes, and that Idubbbz made were not about wanting real systemic change or justice. It's about wanting to feel better than someone else.
Hold on. First of all, this is insane. This is the toxic empathy we're talking about. Idubbbz was a better person than Rice Gum and Leafy and Jinx and all these other people that were doing bad stuff. You should call out people who are doing bad things, to mock them, to get them to stop doing bad things, to shame them for doing the bad things. That is the power of shame, which these fuckers, like this fucking retard here, he agrees with that. He fucking agrees with that. He wants the far left to go shame the right into oblivion. How fucking psychotic now we're supposed to say like, oh, well, like, and it's not even like the people that Idubbbz was going after. None of these people were fucking lefties. Maybe Tana Mongu was like trying to fucking virtue signal and pretend like she was some sort of like woke lefty or something. Fucking Leafy's like isn't he like a fucking neo-Nazi or something now? Like what the fuck? None of these people were fucking lefties. They were apolitical at the time that he was criticizing them for things that had nothing to do with fucking politics. And yet now, oh, I was so wrong for thinking that I was better than Jinx as he stole people's content, or Leafy as he like bullied random fucking children on the internet. Oh, my ego. Oh. No, you should shame those people to stop that behavior. Yes, that is a helpful social service that you should engage in. This is in fucking sane.
I mean, I would argue that's why Idubbbz was popular.
That was why he was popular. What he was doing in his criticisms were seen as completely justifiable by most people.
Yes.
Mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's all
some people do, yeah. Some people do deserve a lot of cruelty and hate.
He doesn't think, to be clear, okay, he doesn't think anyone deserves this behavior he's talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
That he used to engage in. In this video, this is from 2 years ago. Okay, this is the I Miss the Old Idubbbz video, right? Well, what's the video that Idubbbz made today?
Destination.
What's the video that we just saw not too long ago? What is this? What is this thing that we're watching right here? Okay,
the content
what's going on
cop.
here?
Oh my God.
Oh, look at this. Look at all the I'm not wanting to be mean to people with my evil content cops anymore. I'm just an enlightened, self-actualized person.
I brought this picture up.
Oh, you brought the picture up?
Yeah. I had this up earlier. When you started talking about it, I had already brought the picture up. I thought,
well, there you go. Listen.
You could see the stream.
Look at that. Look at the self-actualized, healthy, mature adult.
Yeah, just what you want.
Here. Yes. Look how much better he is than you.
Yeah, of course. That's why I think it's just a scam.
Yeah.
I think Idubbbz is like, I was on top. I'm not on top anymore. I need to go ingratiate myself with the people who are on top, like Hassan. I mean, Ethan Klein kind of did the same thing when he cut ties with Jordan Peterson and started a podcast with
He
Hassan.
100% did, yeah.
Yeah. So Ian is like, I got to do the same thing. I'm going to get back on top. It worked for Ethan Klein. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get in there. But
well, I'm sure
it's not working.
That the Crimes New Roman guy is going to bring up how hypocritical it was for Idubbbz to get on a stream or make a video where he's flipping off Ethan next to a person who was pro October 7th and a person who said that Destiny and Destiny's parents should be killed because maybe their ancestors had slaves at some point.
Really? Who said that?
That's what the guy on the black guy said about Destiny.
Really?
He said if people, there was just a clip. It was like if people would just kill people like this, they wouldn't they wouldn't have ancestors like Destiny or something.
That's evil.
Yes. But okay. He's a self-actualized individual now, everybody.
I just see that's why this guy's just he believes it. He believes all this shit. He believes in the patriarchy. He probably went to college and studied the patriarchy. So he's fully invested in this shit. And I'm very cynical about it. I think Idubbbz wishes he was as popular as he was at one time, and he's struggling to get that popularity back again.
Right.
And maybe he's not as different from Anissa as people think.
Mm-hmm.
Because, she's desperate to do anything for attention. Now he's desperate to do anything for attention.
Right.
Yeah. It would be interesting to hear some personal conversations between him and Anissa, right? What do you think they talk about? I've had friends before that have, obviously are in relationships. Friends, roommates, people that you're privy to some of their private conversations just because you hang out with them. And I think, wow, their relationship doesn't really consist of much of anything. So
right.
Maybe that's the situation here. I don't know.
Indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not. It's super irresponsible and shitty.
Videos like these that Ren makes, that Tom makes, and that Idubbbz made were not about wanting real systemic change or justice. It's about wanting to feel better than someone else. The best thing that you can do is not watch any of these videos, including this one. It's to turn this off and never think about this again. Ever. Get hobbies, do activities, meet good people, go into the world, make mistakes, go to therapy, do all of these things. Don't care about any of these people except.
Why is going to therapy always on the list? Always on the list.
So interesting. Yeah.
Look, a lot of people don't need therapy, right?
Everyone needs therapy.
No, they don't. A lot.
Yeah, you have to go to your APA therapist who's going to explain to you how you're a toxic masculine individual.
Yeah, look, I think you can be masculine. You can have male friends. You guys can rib each other. You guys can even hit each other, right? Shoot each other with BB guns and shit. You don't need fucking therapy.
What is the point of making a video?
Oh yeah, and then to say, fuck all this, it's unimportant.
Yeah. You just wasted everyone's time and your own time by making the video.
Well, we got to react for 40 minutes, so.
Yeah, it wasn't a waste for us, but for him. Like, why would you make content and say, you're stupid for watching my content? Fuck you. Go away. Oh, okay. Fair enough, I guess.
We've had a lot of really intelligent conversation between us on this old wild ride. I thought talking about therapy was pretty cool and enlightening for some people who haven't really thought about it. So,
right.
But I learned that he thinks the patriarchy is real and that he thinks men crying is a good thing. So
yeah.
I think we made powerful arguments why he's wrong. And that society's really not going to care if he balls. I mean, he's going to care because no woman is going to want to see this fucking bawling face in there.
Right.
But, you know, he could take some advice from us, right?
Oh, definitely.
And don't cry in front of women.
Me, you should care about me. I'm very cool and handsome. There are so many people who do this, including a lot of smaller people who are trying to get into the content game through stuff like this. And I'm telling you right now, you making stuff like this is only going to make your life worse because you're going to alienate the people around you who actually give a shit about you. Shout out the comment.
I mean, this is getting a little, I'm starting to feel bad for him.
This is very strange.
Because he's like, this is complete self-report here.
Section of Ren's video that is absolutely roasting him. And you're also going...
Wait. Okay.
Oh, he's talking about
because
Ren's
you're going
video.
to alienate the people around you who actually give a shit about you. Shout out the comment section.
Okay. This is how you know you can instant fuckingly take someone's comment and throw it in the fucking trash can. Okay, this is the comment
I used to be a huge fan of yours.
What? No, that's not what is the first word?
Yikes.
Yikes! Oh, yikes!
Yeah.
I love how, oof, yikes. That's a fucking signal that you are a woke fucking retard. If you start your sentence with yikes, really? Someone says something, oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. Oh my God. That just screams soy beta cuck. Okay?
Oh yeah.
Yikes. I've always liked your content, but this, oh, wow. Yikes. Oof. Terrible.
And now he's shouting out those people.
The fact that the person who left the comment is so fucking stupid. It's such an NPC brain rot that they don't even have the awareness, unless they are trying to intentionally signal to far left people, which is possible, or they don't have the awareness that by having the sentence start with yikes is going to immediately be like, okay, this is just trash, right? Unless it's a troll comment. This could be a troll comment, which would be perfect. It's like the perfect troll comment. It's got the yikes. It's got the I used to be a fan of yours, right? But
does it have that in there? I was just guessing.
Yes. No, that's what it's. Oh,
read the comment.
I thought you actually read it.
No,
that's what it
it's
says.
so small on the screen I can't read it.
It says yikes. Period. I've always found your reviews funny and clever, but this was absolute garbage. That's what it says. That's how it begins. It's hitting all the talk points. I hope this is a troll. It's a good troll if it is.
And it looks like he responds to it.
He did. He did respond to it. Yeah. Shouldn't respond to a person who hits you with the yikes. Okay.
I mean,
yikes.
Look, I don't mind responding to commenters.
Yikes.
Sometimes you have to.
Oof.
Is there an oof too?
There should be. I don't think there is, but there should be.
Read the comment. Come on, you're killing me.
Oh, am I killing you? Heck.
It doesn't say heck.
No, I'm just going through all the stereotypes. Yikes. I've always found your reviews funny and clever, but this was absolute garbage. Talking about Idubbbz like this feels incredibly dated on so many levels. Not only is the story old and played out, even toying around with the notion that women emasculate men feels incredibly regressive. I'll no longer be recommending people watch your videos as I've done in the past.
Oh, yeah. I used to be a fan, but now I'm not a fan anymore. And I'm going to make you suffer because I recommended you one time to a guy on the bus.
Yes. It's literally the meme is, oof, yikes, I'm unfollowing you now.
Right.
That's what I say, like, come on. Bro.
And then the guy says toxic relationships work both ways.
Yeah, the response.
And transcendent romance relationships.
And transcend, yes.
Okay.
What I talked about in this video can be applied to a father, son, brothers, or the men in a romantic relationship being toxic towards women.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, how?
Which I
what's,
pointed out, but
yeah. Okay. How's that? What's wrong with that comment?
nothing.
Okay.
He's like, don't make these videos.
Okay. Stop it.
I mean, it's a good compilation of all these crazy things Anissa said.
Right.
Section of Ren's video that is.
So wait, let me read the rest.
You don't know.
It actually is an interesting comment exchange that this guy is thinking is like such a dunk. Okay. I can't wait. Let me find. I can't. When the watch together is like never good quality.
Oh, really? You gotta.
Yeah.
I mean, I can barely make it out, but
I gotta open it in a different window here. Okay. And also, like, now that I have it blown up at 1080p, he does have like a really shitty. It's hard to read. It's definitely very hard to read. He's a very not great quality. So after Ren says that toxic relationships work both ways, transcend romantic relationships. What I've talked about in this video can be applied to father, son, brothers, or the men in a romantic relationship between being toxic towards women. Fair retort. The guy replies saying, Ren, you're smart, funny, and talented. If this was your point, why not make a video about toxic relationships in general? You didn't do that because although you clearly have something you want to say, nobody will watch that sort of thing on a video game review channel. It's pretty obvious that this was done because dumping on Idubbbz and his partner will get you into the superlative, lucrative, right-wing manosphere grift.
Oh my God.
You've gone from being the Tony Hawk of game reviews to being Tim Pool. Pretty disappointing.
Holy shit.
You can obviously see where this person's political feelings lie. So he didn't respond to that, but some other fan of his responded saying, where are you getting the right-wing manosphere grift from? To which the person replies, the whole anti-Anissa thing started in right-wing circles with people like Sam Hyde. It's a short jump to Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson from that algorithm. There's plenty of people to call out who need mental health on social media, but a very specific reason why people make an example of Anissa. You like how do you go from, wait a minute. How do you start? You start with Sam Hyde, okay, who is a white nationalist. And then you jump to Andrew Tate. And then you somehow jump to the lesser Jordan Peterson, who is neither a red pillar nor any sort of ethno-nationalist or Holocaust denier or JQ or anything.
And has called out Andrew Tate.
Yes, yeah. Interesting. I guess we're operating off of the 2017 softwares of, you know, Jordan Peterson, the alt-right pipeline guy. So
yeah,
very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Well, I'm glad he brought that exchange up.
Absolutely roasting him, and you're also going to attract more staff.
He was absolutely roasted by the hit him with the oof yikes unfollowing now. Okay, that's the absolutely roasted him.
Stagnant, empty souls who will turn on you so fucking fast if you start singing the wrong tune. Exactly like what happened with Idubbbz.
Wait, that's literally what he just highlighted a comment of a person turning on
doing that same
Red
thing
because he's following the wrong. Okay, whatever.
And to Ren specifically, this video sucked. It was bad. It was mean. It was lazy. Like, I don't know if you just lied intentionally throughout this because of the reasons I mentioned before, or if you had to rush out this giant self-report of a video for an ad revenue deadline, but considering the incredibly lackluster editing and the zero sources for anything in the description, I'm kind of betting it's a bit of both. And if you, Ren, or anybody else takes issue with anything that I say, my email's right motherfucking there, baby. I'm on motherfucking Blue Sky. Email me. I will talk to anybody about this shit. I've said this at the end of every one of these videos, and no one has taken it up on me. Looking at you, Jack Sather. I ain't no coward. I'll say all this shit to anyone's face any time of the goddamn day. Growing up and having a good relationship isn't made.
What are you doing tomorrow?
What happened? I was reading something. I wasn't
really. You're not paying attention. This is the best part of the video.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
He's saying, "Look, I'll talk to anyone. I'll go on any show, even the Adam and Sitch show."
Wow.
Just get him.
He could fucking see the future. I'm impressed. Okay. That's impressive. Play the video. What's going on?
What are you doing? Or what are you reading?
I got distracted
these
by an article
idealized
about
visions.
soap.
They're not about having
By what?
About soap.
Oh, you're finding out if the bottle's safer.
I would die for you. I would kill for you. I love you no matter what. You never need to change. Like, whatever, man. Will you stay hydrated for me? Will you eat a healthy meal for me? Will you get 8 hours of good sleep? Will you tell me about your feelings? Will you put your feet in my mouth? Succeeding in this is about the little things. It's about showing up every single day, taking a hard look at yourself and what your problems are and what you want to be, and doing the not so glamorous dirty work. But that narrative does not make a very good drama video. Okay, I'm done talking about this forever. Goodbye.
That sounds like the advice the patriarchy would give.
It does. It does. Yeah.
Go out there and work hard to succeed. Oh my God. I haven't heard anything as patriarchal as that in a long time.
Bye. Oh my God, I have been parched this entire time, but
Okay. Terrible. Terrible video.
But we should have this guy on. Look, he said
Sure.
he'd talk to anyone. So
Sure.
we can come on and tell him why. He can come on and we can tell him why men being stoic is probably safer.
Right.
Than men being total raged out, roid raged, fucking road raged woman beaters.
Well, no, see, he'll say they should listen. Men should be able to control themselves in their anger, but then cry at the sunset. Right?
Is that what he's gonna say?
You gotta have both. Okay.
All right.
You can do both. So, Blaine's Escape Corridor was criticizing me on X about me saying the germs are on the soap bar.
Oh, really?
Which is fair, because as I said, I think I even said I'm not even sure if that's really true or not. It just seems to be a bugaboo. But yeah, it seems like there are not germs, or the germs are on the soap. It's not really like a thing. Though, interestingly, this article I was reading, instead of listening to this guy drone on and on, while they were saying that, bar soap's fine, it's not really going to transmit germs generally, they were saying that they were against the same article. I don't know if this is true. It's just one article. It's against washcloths, saying that you should put the soap directly on your body. That the washcloth is actually more likely to contain the germs on it than the soap. So
even if it's a fresh washcloth?
Well, no, they're saying if you wash your washcloth every time, then that's different. But most people don't do that.
Yeah, look, if you leave the washcloth in the shower, oh my God, it's going to get completely
Yeah, but that's what everyone does.
Disgusting.
They wash it what? Once a month? Once a year? Okay.
No way. I have like a bunch of washcloths. So
you use a different washcloth every time? That's impressive.
Sure.
That's impressive. Yeah. Okay. I'm impressed. There you go. Look at that.
I change it out, once every few months.
I have 4 washcloths, and I go through them on a quarterly basis. Okay.
We also have one of those. There is this thing that is not really a washcloth, but it's like kind of made of a plastic mesh. I don't really know the name of the thing.
You use a scrub daddy on your body?
It's kind of like a scrub daddy, but not. I mean, that sounds painful, the scrub daddy thing.
Yes.
But that thing, I don't see how that thing could hold germs, because it doesn't really hold water.
Something like a loofah? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's kind of like a loofah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the little.
It's like a
balls.
loofah, but made out of plastic. Yeah.
The loofah balls. Yeah. Isn't that? I don't know what they're called. Aren't they just called loofahs too?
That's great for scrubbing down.
Right. I know what you're talking about.
But that thing, yeah, if you leave that thing in the shower, it doesn't hold water, so I can't really see it collecting germs.
I mean, it holds a little bit of water.
No, it doesn't. It's completely plastic.
Yeah, but it holds because when you're like, I've used those in the past. Like, it holds the soap and water on it to some extent when you're like rubbing on your body.
Yeah, it does, but I mean, it just dries out.
Okay.
You rinse it out, and it just dries out pretty quickly.
It definitely dries out much quicker than a
washcloth. Come on,
yeah,
the washcloth
stays
is
wet
not
for like hours. Yeah,
days. I mean,
So there you go, guys. You should use soap. If you're gonna use, you gotta use a little plastic ball sponge, loofah things, whatever the fuck they're called.
Yeah,
we're learning all sorts of important information. Okay.
Look, ask it the germ content of a loofah. I don't use a loofah, but I know some people do, and I'm curious if those people are gross. I want to know. Give me the 411 on the loofahs.
Okay.
And survey says loofah
Disgusting.
people. Exactly.
Disgusting. Degenerate.
Exactly.
Horrible. Yeah. Right.
Yes. Mold content astronomical.
Right.
I mean, everyone knows a little mold in the shower actually is good for you. Keeps your
it keeps your immune system going.
Yeah, it does. Keeps your immune system tip top.
There you go.
You got to test it out every once in a while.
Right.
Sometimes I get some moldy bread, and I use that as a washcloth.
Oh wow! You rub the mold on your body directly, right? Really work it in there.
I get the moldy bread out. I will soak it up.
Oh, okay.
Soap.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
I call it the immune system supercharge.
Oh, that's like, they're like, oh, it's better for babies to be born through the vaginal
in a little
canal.
bit dirty environment. You got to get the dander up.
Yeah, right. And
yes.
if they don't, you just got to rub the black mold on their body.
You should do this. You should do the baby supercharge.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. It's interesting.
If the baby dies, though, don't blame me, okay?
Right. Should actually not rub mold on your baby. Yes.
This is
purely
not
for entertainment.
Advice.
This is not medical advice. Yes. Push the disclaimer. JMac, sorry, I got 5. Thanks so much, Dad. JMac for $20 says, all right, I'm outie going with a fantasy Weird Al in concert tonight. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
Night out
Weird Al
in the
concert.
town.
I'll pick you up a CD, Adam. Have a great night, everyone.
Yes, and JMac is going to be on Wednesday. He's going to come on and talk about his game. So
yes,
I think he's planning on launching a crowdfunding campaign on it eventually. I'm not sure how soon. So we'll talk to him about that. Maybe we'll stream tomorrow. Maybe we'll stream on. We're going to stream on Tuesday and Thursday for sure. So
right.
Maybe we'll even stream a little bit on Friday. I feel like we owe you guys because obviously Sitch had a little bit of a thing he had to do. So
I had to do one trip, and then immediately after, just had to go to Epic Universe.
Just promise us, Sitch, that
yes.
Sammy G is not going to turn into a Nisa. Okay, we all need to know.
Sammy G is trying to turn me into a Trump supporter. It's like the reverse. She's trying to, it's the exact opposite of Anissa.
She's saying your old videos you weren't mean enough in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every time. Listen, this is what it's like.
You need to make more videos on immigration.
Okay. What's the guy, the South American president with like the chainsaw that Elon Musk?
Javier.
Yeah.
I think it's Javier, something or other. Just Javier. We know who you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah.
Javier is fine.
Argentina. Javier Milei. Yeah.
Milei. There you go.
Yeah. Every time I talk about anything to do with immigration. Okay. She just starts going, afuera at me.
What does that mean? How's that?
It's like the meme.
Oh.
It's like get rid of them,
Oh, she wants to get rid of them all.
Yeah, out. When he was saying like get out, he was like.
But I thought Sammy G was an immigrant, or her family was immigrants at least.
Yeah, like 2-3 generations ago.
Oh, okay. So they're like
her grandfather was okay, but they came here legally.
Now that I got mine, fuck everyone.
Well, no, she's in favor of legal immigration. Okay, if anyone came here illegally, even if they've been here for 50 years and have a family and have done no crime, she's like, get rid of them.
Really?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Very little
She's the
sympathy.
one. I think she might be in our comment section with one of her alts because I see a lot of comments like that.
Right. So there you go.
I never really see Sammy G in the comments. She's always in the chat though.
I know, because I get all the comments directly.
Yeah, that's the way it should be.
Right.
Just don't go Idubbbz on us, okay?
Oh, well, she's trying to make, as I said, she's trying to make
I don't
it
want you
reverse
crying.
items.
I don't want you openly crying about the immigration thing, okay?
Though here you go. Here is she's affected me. Rich Jammer for 41 months says Sitch likes chopsticks. I think he's been replaced by a body double. There you go. Listen, I didn't say I like chopsticks. I say I will tolerate chopsticks with sushi and ramen. All right. If I'm at a Japanese place, I will tolerate the chopsticks.
Chopsticks are fun. When in Rome, right?
They make sense for sushi because of the shape of the sushi.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
They don't really make sense with anything else.
A lot of Asian food is designed for. I mean, this is why the Asians chop everything up so it's bite size, is because of the chopstick thing.
Just use a knife and fork.
I think it's cool that the chef does all the work for you.
Okay.
Right? You're like, look, I want to cut up my own meal. I kind of don't. I kind of just want to let the chef do it. Right? It's his fucking job. Cut the meal up. You get your chopsticks out. You go to town. If it's not cut up enough, you send it back. You go, listen, this piece of Kung Pao is a little big. Take it and fucking cut it.
Afuera.
Exactly.
Send it back.
Exactly.
Right. Our word for $5 says the world fell apart when it wasn't appropriate to wear a suit in public. Jeans are the devil. There you go.
Oh yeah.
There it is. Max Attack for $5 New Zealand says, I hate to say it, but I don't think Lindsay edited the clip because I saw the edit way back when the crash happened. I think the media did. Really? Interesting.
Really?
I'm a little skeptical because usually when I see a media edit, they always put the flash in.
Oh yeah.
They always have that white.
Yeah, to let you know, hey, we're gaslighting you.
Now it can still be kind of dishonest because unless you're like really paying attention, you can miss it. Because sometimes
most people probably do. Yeah.
Yeah, but usually they put the flash in. I don't think I've ever seen like a mainstream media do a hard edit where they just do a jump cut. They usually don't do that. So, but it's possible that there was an edit that she did see and that you saw where they did the flash thing, and that's how she remembered it. And then when she went and got the clip on YouTube from wherever she pulled it from, she kind of edited it to match that.
She's like, look, they forgot to put the flash in.
Right.
They forgot to edit this part out where he's actually sympathetic towards the families. Damn it.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to have to edit it out in my video.
Astrion Moloch for $2 says, who is this lispy queen?
Exactly.
Well, you can thank Ace for this. Thank you, Ace.
I would love to hear the rationalization that Lindsay has when she's editing that out. Is she saying, oh, well, Trump really is a cruel piece of shit. So he's just lying, trying to sound sympathetic. And I'm just going to cut this down to what he really is thinking anyway.
Probably.
Do everyone a favor.
Right. The Mongolian Leprechaun Surferman from Saturn for $10 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, if someone were to give you bath salts and PCP for $100 million, would you guys do it? No, I would not do that.
$100 million? I mean, I kind of wanted to do bath salts and PCP anyway. So
I was like, I want to do it anyway.
I mean,
I wouldn't do it.
No. Just want to try it, right? I never tried PCP. I mean, I would do it, but in a controlled environment. Okay, $100 million, Sitch.
It's not $100 million.
Let me ask you a question.
If your brain is broken, $100 million is worth dirt. It doesn't mean it's not worth anything. If your brain doesn't work anymore, the $100 million doesn't fucking matter.
Sitch, handle your fucking shit. It's a little PCP, okay? Jesus.
I think I'm more concerned about the bath salts than the PCP.
Are you really?
Yes.
I feel like I've done bath salts. I don't
think you've ever done bath
salts.
I
think we did bath salts. Yeah.
No, I don't believe this at all. But bath salts I thought were like recent.
We did something that was, it's salvia that we did, which was
salvia is fucking nothing. Who hasn't
some
done
kind
salvia?
of incense.
Okay.
I mean, salvia was pretty crazy.
Well, I don't know, because
have you done salvia? Because salvia kind of sent me straight to my bed, like shivering.
Well, it's okay. I've attempted to do salvia twice, and I never felt anything from it.
Really?
Yes. The first time I did it, it was in college as a party, and a bunch of people did it. Some people did say they had like crazy fucking experiences.
Yeah,
I didn't know if they were
having
just
hallucinations like crazy. I was freaking out. Yeah.
I don't know if they were just lying or whatever. And I've seen videos on YouTube where people are like, don't do salvia. And they explain that they had some like insane, there's like a person who talked about they had some insane experience doing salvia where they like had a hallucination that to them felt like it lasted for like 7 years or something. I don't know if that's true.
That's
if they're
bullshit.
just making it up, right? Seems crazy to me.
It lasted about 5 minutes.
Right. I don't fucking know. Second time I did it, I don't even know. Maybe I did it with someone. Neither of us felt anything. It could have been fake. Could have been oregano or something. I don't know what the fuck it was, but never felt anything. So I've never experienced anything from salvia. But you have.
Salvia they sell as an incense. And I remember we went to like this head shop to get it, and there were signs all over saying, you cannot ingest salvia. Like it was pretty obvious why they were selling it and why everyone was buying it. It was so hilarious. I think they might even given us a little tutorial on how we use it. So everything
as I
is
said,
such a scam.
I've heard lots of people have crazy experiences with salvia, which I always thought was interesting, but it never worked for me. So
all right.
But no, bath salts is like
there's that one thing where the bath
really
salts
fucking bad for you. Yeah.
The guy ate somebody's face off when he was on bath salts. I remember the story.
Yes.
Vividly.
Yes.
But for $100 million,
you're gonna take that risk.
Well, no, I just handcuff me to the bed. Put me in a straitjacket so I'm not going to hurt myself. Right? We can make it. We can.
They're highly
addictive.
This.
No, I'm only doing bath salts once. Okay.
You say that. What the fuck? That's the problem with an addictive drug. You're like, I'm only gonna do it one time.
What if it's great? What if I'm like, this is better than ecstasy? Holy shit! I'm totally addicted to bath salts, and now I have $100 million to spend on bath salts. I mean, a lot of celebrities die because they do drug overdoses because you just have massive amounts of. I mean, think about it. If you're a celebrity, you can probably get whatever you want whenever you want.
Bath salts, adverse effects. Bath salts, also known as monkey dust.
Monkey dust.
That's a much better name than bath salts.
We can't use that term in front of Hutch. Okay, we're gonna get in big trouble.
Offensive. Have reported symptoms that include headache, heart palpitations, nausea, cold fingers, hallucinations, paranoia, and panic attacks. Other symptoms are similar to those of stimulant overdoses. Include mydriasis. Oh, that's the dilation of pupil. Dyskinesia, which is involuntary muscle movement, heart rate increase, hypertension. In larger doses, this class of substances can cause effects similar to those seen in cases of serotonin syndrome. Due to their rapid onset, synthetic cathinoids are powerful reward reinforcers with high addiction potential. Monkey dust, bath salts, or plant food are often used at the same time as classically psychoactive drugs. Users who have overdosed often display symptoms of agitation, delirium, hallucination, seizures, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Blah, blah, blah. Those sound
like
pretty harsh side effects.
It seems like
that's
pretty
much worse than just blah, blah, blah. Jeez.
That's what I'm saying. These seem like I wouldn't take bath salts for $100 million. No, it's not worth it.
$100 million, though.
Okay,
how often do people die from it? I mean, look, I can handle some panic attacks. Don't be a pussy. Just like fucking, you can handle a couple panic attacks.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, I don't know what the numbers are, the statistics are on bath salts. Okay. But
I'm emailing Crimes New Roman right now to see if he wants to come on Thursday.
Okay. Talk about bath salts.
Exactly. We'll ask him the question. He'll be like, "Oh shit, I've done PCP. It's great."
Right. I'm doing it right now.
I'm addicted to PCP.
Right. I didn't believe it. Our word for $5 says Ritalin was an attack on boys in a feminized school system. That's true.
True. Very true.
That's true.
So lame.
Our word says you won't get addicted, you'll hate it. I've done them. Well, there you go.
Oh, right. Look at this. So should we do it?
No.
Is the cost benefit analysis there? Let us know.
I'm not going to take our word. His name's our word. I'm not taking his word for it.
Why do you? How do you think he became retarded?
Exactly. Yes. Boba Peck for 37 months says, "LOL, did I get in before Adam too?" On topic, let's not forget the far left vehemently mocked Jordan B. Peterson when he cried in public numerous times. That's a good point.
Yeah,
that is true. Metalworks. Oh, I think you read this one. Yeah, you did. Metalworks 4119 for $5 says, we need to take psychology and sociology back from these people. This upsets me greatly. This stuff damages people's trust in sciences so much. Very true. Very, very, very true.
I am 100% in agreement about that. I think psychology could actually do a lot of good for people if,
of course,
it was
psychology is very important. It's very important
people instead
field of study. Yeah. Our word for $5 says, quote, a prostitute is someone who will love you no matter who you are. Chef. Yeah, sounds like a chef quote. Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, I had a client who did PCP. He broke into someone's home, tied them up, and stole their Ford Escape because he wanted to escape. Never did a crime before in his life.
Yeah, see, I'm telling you, we get a straitjacket, we get some handcuffs, we do this right.
Interesting.
Oh, here it is. Crimes New Roman 69@gmail.com.
Okay.
What a lame email address.
Terrible. Mike Osborne for 28 months says soap can't get dirty because soap makes clean. In the same way that you can't make water wet because water makes wet. Or I could be drunk. There you go.
No, I think you're correct.
Well, no, I don't agree. The water wet. Water is wet. People say otherwise they're wrong. So. Metalworks 4119 for $2 says, I bet you guys eat pizza with a fork and a knife. What?
Who said that?
Such a thing?
Ban that person.
Blasphemy. What do you think we are? Carl? Terrible.
Oh, wow. Popped up.
DC for $5 says, Ian's posthumous biography will reveal he knew Anissa was awful all along. He married her to show young men how a bad relationship can ruin your life. There you go. It was all performative. It's all performance, all right. Ace for $10 says, January 6th is worth caring about right now because it shows that America has a political movement that is an existential threat to the Republic. The Good White for $5 says, I can fix her. Oh, good luck.
Anissa?
Yeah.
No, she can't be fixed.
Equishit Ox for $5 says, trauma dumping for clout and sass is disgusting. It's a special blend of narcissism, low confidence, and refusal to take responsibility for yourself. True. Very true. Metalworks 411.90 for 41 months. Thanks so much. Says, Sitch, you think Bioshock Infinite is a good game and too much of a pussy to read Berserk. Your media opinions are already trash, LOL. Listen, if you like your cock porn, that's fine. Okay, but I'm not gonna read it. Bioshock Infinite is not... The end of Bioshock Infinite is pretty bad. Bioshock Infinite could have been very good, is my opinion on that. It could have been very good. They really fucked up the ending. Really fucked up the landing, so to speak. Okay, I think I got him.
Sent. Message sent. Look at this. Doing a little producing during the show.
Look at you. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, look, he already emailed back.
Wow.
No, just kidding.
He's fucking on. I was gonna say that's a man on top of his fucking email game. Dr. Live for 2 hours says, I sent one of you a video, probably Sitch, because he doesn't berate me in the DMs. The guy speculates these people want to skinwalk the cool devil may care attitude of the 70s and 80s punks, but without the follow through.
I never berate you in the DMs. Come on. Come on.
I don't see a DM from you, Dr. Diller, so I think you did not send it to me. But.
See, and I actually read your DMs. Aha!
Solid for Jar says, Adam, I haven't seen it all yet, but Vlogging Through History made a video about Columbine where he debunks a lot of points from the Dave Cullen book, which I remember you promoting. I can DM it to you if you want.
Sure. I'll take a look at it.
Interesting. Sell it for another $2 says, Devil's Advocate. I've seen comments from people who claim to have been black kids at the height of Ian's fame say they were subject to merciless racial attacks from other kids screaming the N-word at them because of his humor. Really?
Well, that sucks. I mean, if that really happened, that would be like...
I mean, that does suck, but I'm kind of skeptical about this. How that makes sense. And so for another $2 says, Devil's Advocate again. I'm never bothered to watch the video, but I've heard people say Idubbbz never, you were bad for liking his old videos. By the way, did you know Anissa claimed she wanted to leave OnlyFans, but Ian convinced her to stay? Wow. It's not good.
Did that really happen?
Well, I haven't seen it, but Sam told me they made some video recently about how they're poor and they need the money and they're like moving or something.
So he's basically her pimp.
Maybe.
This is not a healthy relationship.
No.
That's sad. I feel bad for the whole situation now. We thought she was taking advantage of him, and it turns out he's like, I'm going to get me a hot chick and pimp her out on OnlyFans. She's going to be my sugar mama.
Oh, Doctor said that this was ages ago. Oh, okay. Then yeah.
Okay. Well,
he said he was joking about you berating him.
Oh, he was?
Yes.
I thought he might be, but.
Which one? I see. Was it someone promoting a video? Someone who's promoting the guy that shot the CEO? That's a fucking crazy video.
You think he takes the pictures for the OnlyFans?
Of course. Masturbating furiously the whole time.
Oh my God. That's so sad.
It's weird, that's like I guess it's fucking weird. I'm pretty sure that Amaranth's
it is weird.
Amaranth's husband like films all her porn videos.
Of her having sex with other guys?
No. He it's really weird. He puts a fake dildo in his own pants. And she fucks it. And he films it.
Okay.
That's a very strange thing. I don't know. I don't think I'd be on board with that scenario. It's weird. I don't know what's going on there, but it's weird. Obviously it's not, filming someone else fuck your wife weird, but it's not, it still seems strange.
I mean, but it's in a loving way, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
How do you know this? I did not know this.
I've seen the videos, Adam. What are you talking about?
Have
I've
you
heard them
really?
talk about it. Of course.
You've seen videos of Amaranth?
Yes.
Chowing down on a plastic cock?
I was curious. What's everyone talking about? Everyone's talking about this girl. She makes shit tons of money from OnlyFans. Okay. Got to see what all the hype's about.
Well, isn't she on YouTube too? I mean, I seem to see her on live streams occasionally.
I think she's on Twitch. I don't know if she's on YouTube. I guess probably has clips. I'm sure on both. But.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen her in other people's videos.
Right.
But I never get curious. I'm never like, oh.
Terrible, Adam. Where's your intellectual curiosity? Okay.
Well, that is
just to know what everyone else is consuming.
I mean, that is not intellectual curiosity at all.
Of course it is. No. You're like, what's going on?
I don't know what you call that. What kind of curiosity that is. But it's not intellectual.
I don't think she's that attractive. She has fake tits, which I'm not a fan of.
Yeah, look, obviously that's why I'm not that curious. I mean, I don't think she's that attractive either. I mean, she's no not so erudite.
Wow, look at this guy.
Ace was trying to say not so erudite is like hot or something in the chat earlier. So that's called a callback, Sitch.
I see.
When
I got you. I didn't see this, so I didn't know what.
Obviously, yeah. He wouldn't have known that it was a callback, but yes. People were trying to gaslight me into believing that not so erudite was some hot amaranth type.
Right. Astrian Moloch for $5 says Sammy sounds based. Is she a Kino casino enjoyer? That's where most of the update cuck lore is. I don't believe she watches Kino
She
Casino.
likes ABBA and Breach, right?
Yeah, she watches ABBA and Breach. I watch Kino Casino sometimes, but I don't think she does.
I've seen it a couple times. I think when there was all the Nick Rekieta stuff going on.
They had good coverage.
Which was interesting. Yeah.
Right. So.
All right.
Do you want to know about Epic Universal?
Yeah, sure. Let's hear it. I'm dying to know. I mean, we have a pretty epic Universal here in Southern California. We have
You don't even have Epic Universal.
Yeah, we do.
You just have normal Universal.
Well, it's epic though.
Lame. You have lame Universal.
All of our amusement parks are epic. They're in Southern California. What are you talking about?
Okay. Here's Sam was
you have
very
an epic Knott's Berry Farm? I don't think so.
Sam was very intelligent with how she figured this out, right? Because when you go to these parks, the idea is you have to figure out when to go where it's not like super fucking crowded. And so she thought, we'll go like the second week that school comes back because everyone's going to be back in school, which is a good idea. But I think there's a better way almost to do it too than that, which is if you want to go to Universal Disney World, this probably holds true for anything. What you got to do, because they changed the price of the tickets based on how much they think people are going to show up to the parks. Because if you like look online, there'll be people say, oh, you should go in February, you should go and all this stuff, right? They used to say go in February. That was a dead time. But so many people were saying go in February that it became a crowded time because everyone was listening to that advice and going in February. What you have to do is you have to go online, you have to look at the ticket prices and keep looking at different dates. And maybe you have to use a VPN because they might keep fucking with you. You know, there's like weird things with the cookies and all this other shit. But you got to keep looking at all the different dates to see when the price is low. Because if the price is low, that's a signal that means that they don't anticipate a lot of people to be there. Because when we went there, it wasn't really that crowded. There was not a lot of people there. But the lines were still pretty bad for a lot of the rides. There's a Harry Potter ride that the entire time we were there, the line was 120 minutes. The entire day that we were there.
That's 2 hours, Sitch.
Yeah, 2 hours. Crazy.
Why didn't you get your fast pass?
I did get a fast pass. Or we did get a fast pass.
It was
I'm just
still
letting
2
people
hours?
know. Yeah. We did not wait in line for 2 hours, okay?
But you got a fast pass?
We got a fast pass.
Okay, so what are you bitching
well,
about?
But a lot of people don't want to spend the money for the fast pass because it's expensive.
It's what? They charge you?
Well, of course they charge you. What do you mean? You think you just get a fast pass for free? What are you talking about?
You do, yeah, you do it. Maybe that's why our Universal's more epic.
Oh, why is that?
Because you just go early and get a fast pass, and then you go to some other.
It doesn't
ride.
cost money. What do you mean you go early? How do you get a fast pass then? What does that mean?
You get it with your little ticket card. You can get, I think. Well, I think you can really only get one fast pass at a time.
Okay. Oh, I know. Okay. Well, they used to do a virtual queue thing, but we got rid of it, fortunately, because I think those things are like crazy and horrible. But anyway, so the Harry Potter ride.
How much extra do you have to pay?
Well,
for
hold
this
on.
fast
We'll
pass?
get there in a second.
Okay.
The Harry Potter ride, it was like over 2 hours, for the whole time that we were there. The Mario Kart ride seemed to be around an hour the whole time we were there. Sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. And then the other rides would kind of vacillate between 20, 30, 40, and 50 minutes. And some of them would go down pretty low, and then some of them would stay kind of the 30-minute range.
They go down on you?
What?
What? Continue. Tell your story.
I didn't hear what you said.
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I just won't talk about it, I guess.
Adam's,
we'll just move on.
Adam's wife is paying for the fast pass while he's not paying attention. That could be happening. Okay.
Right.
That definitely could be happening.
Oh, are people saying that like you have to pay for the fast pass even in
I know.
LA?
Come on, you got to finish the story. I want to hear how this ends with the fast pass. I like your.
This is just my advice. This is our advice from the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So even though we went at a time period where there was, if you want to go to Epic Universal, even though we went a time period where there wasn't that many people, the lines for some of the rides were still very, very long.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you could do all the rides in one day. And so I do think this is the trick, and this is what we did. You go when the price is as low as possible so that the fast pass is not going to be that expensive. Because it was crazy. Like if you get a fast pass in December, apparently it can be like $300 for just not the ticket, for just the fast pass, which is insane.
That is insane.
Yeah, right. So
tickets are like $300 now, and it's crazy.
That's crazy, right? So even though I know it's expensive, okay, it can be another $50 to $90 to $300. Like you shouldn't go for $300, but even if it's an extra $50, $60, $70, $80, I do think it's worth it if you're going to go to Epic to get the fast pass. I do think it's worth the cost.
Yeah, look, unless you can get a fast pass, don't go because
I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go. Yeah,
you pay to get into that place and then you wait in line for 2 hours. Are you insane?
Horrible.
Yeah. You got to rent yourself a cripple.
There you go.
you get to the front of the line.
There you go.
How much is a fast pass compared to the cripple? Because I think obviously that's going to be like a better deal.
Well, the cripple, it's probably whatever the ticket costs, right? He just wants to go with you.
Well, there's the price of the DNA test to make sure he's a family member.
So the way it works is that if you stay at the Universal hotels, well, if you stay at the more expensive, because there's like low price Universal hotels and there's like very expensive ones. You stay at the very expensive ones, your room key acts as a fast pass, but that doesn't apply in Epic Universe. That only applies in Islands of Adventure in the normal park. So we actually did stay at the new on-site hotel, which was another thing too, because since we went in like the middle of the week, the price was significantly lower. It was crazy. The price doubled on the weekend than it did in the week, which obviously, for some people it's very difficult because they can get time off work on the weekend. But if you can get time off work and you really want to go to Epic Universe, try to get it off during the week. Don't go on the weekend. It's probably a bad idea.
Yeah, I always try to do these things during the week.
Yes.
I've been on the Harry Potter ride at Universal. Is it the same ride?
It's a different ride, completely different ride. They have the one that they have in California, they have at Islands of Adventure. That's very similar. The one they have at Epic is completely different. It's good.
The one in California, you fly around on a broomstick and like you play Quidditch and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, I did that with you. Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
No, this one's very different. This one is like
your shoes, thinking, "Wow, those really horrible shoes."
This one is like you're going to watch the trial of that horrible bitch lady from Harry Potter 5, I think. Remember the one who was like punishing all the children by making them write like 100 times, and every time they'd write, it would like carve the words into their skin.
Ooh, I don't remember that.
Okay, I forget her name.
I'm not up on my Harry Potter.
Yeah, but it was pretty good. It's interesting. The thing that's interesting about it is because it's like a new ride, and you realize how all the other rides are old, because this new Harry Potter ride was obviously filmed in like 2000K footage. So it's like one of those, it's got the motion projecting screens and everything while you're moving. And the visual is like the crispest visual you've ever seen in your life.
Wow.
It was like
that
incredible.
Could be cool.
Like, holy shit. And they actually had these little animatronic Death Eater people who they look so good. I couldn't tell if I was like, is that an actor or an animatronic? They looked really on point.
Wow.
So the Harry Potter ride is very cool.
And that those weren't projected. Those were like actually.
They had
practical.
like some kind of practical animatronic in front of a screen.
Oh, okay.
So they were kind of both interacting with each other.
Right.
So it was great. So the Harry Potter ride was great. The park was very beautiful. It's a very cool looking park. And at night it looks even cooler because they have all these lights everywhere. It's almost worth it more if to go towards the winter time so it gets dark quicker. And the park stays open until 10 o'clock at night, which is nice.
That's great.
They have a cool, lights fountain show at the not at like right before the park closes. So the Harry Potter ride, very cool. They had a very cool Harry Potter live action play thing that was a Fantastic Beast kind of play thing with all the little Fantastic Beast stuff. That was cool. I don't like that the world that it's in is in France. That's stupid. I think that's dumb. Fuck France.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that has. What does that have to do with fucking Harry Potter? Get out of here. Harry Potter, Universal Islands of Adventure. It's Diagon Alley, right? Classic Harry Potter setting. No one, fuck France. What? Get that out of here. It shouldn't be France. It's stupid.
Wasn't
That's
Harry
Sam
Potter
disagrees
in
with me.
England?
Well, supposedly they go to France in one of the fucking Fantastic Beast movies, which who gives a shit about?
Oh, they do? Oh.
Yeah. Sam's like, oh no, it's good because the women like France. I'm like, fuck it. Fuck France. It should be, if you don't want to do another Diagon Alley, that's fine. It should be like the inside of the ministry building or something, or make it literally the grounds of Hogwarts. There's a lot of things you can do. Don't do France. That's stupid. The ride is cool. The show is cool. I didn't like the setting. That's my complaint. So that's the Harry Potter world. Mario World. Let's talk about the Mario World. Mario World looks fantastic. Looks great. Looks like Mario. Mario Kart ride. Awesome. That was the one that you went on where you wasted all your turtle shells.
Was it the same ride? You just,
the exact same ride.
3D. You just shoot
the exact same ride. Yes. If you haven't been on it, it's very cool. You get in a little cart, like a little Mario Kart. They give you these like weird 3D goggles that project the image of the racers.
Yeah.
And you shoot turtle shells and you aim with your face, which can take a little bit of getting used to, at the Koopas and try not to hit the Mario characters while you're riding on the track. It's a very cool ride. Though, my one criticism of it is that I feel like you have to go on the ride at least twice, because when you're paying attention to shooting the little characters on your little projected screen, you don't really look at how cool the actual ride looks.
Yeah, you miss a lot of the animatronics and stuff.
Yeah, the ride actually has some beautiful animatronics, some beautiful backgrounds and shit moving around that you just don't look at because you're looking at the foreground where you have these projected images on. So that's the only thing I would say I think is a problem with the ride, is that you kind of can't look at both things at the same time.
I looked at a lot of that stuff because I ran out of ammunition and there was really nothing else to do but look around at that shit.
Right. Well, we went on it twice because we had the fast pass once, and then the second time we just waited. And the second time we just we didn't really pay attention to the game part. We just like looked at the ride. But that was a really cool ride. There's a Yoshi ride that's like completely dog shit that I would recommend not going on. Where it's like a very slow, you sit on a fucking Yoshi and it just slowly goes through very lame looking areas. Very bad, very shitty ride. What it should have been was, it's fine, you have a kid ride. It should have been made a full loop circle around like the Mario area so you could see everything from like the top. That would have been kind of at least neat, but no, it doesn't do that. It just goes a little tiny circle area. Shit ride, don't ride on it. Then there's the Donkey Kong ride. For some reason, this ride has a super fucking huge line. I don't know why. I think maybe it's just the car is very short. It's a little kiddie coaster. It's a minecart kiddie coaster. If you have a fast pass, go on it. If you don't, do not wait in that line for 2 hours. It is not worth it. It is pretty lame. Okay.
Wow.
Lame roller coaster. Don't go on it. Then you have the monsters part that has this very cool monsters animatronic ride where you get into like, I don't even know how to describe it. You get into like a big row of 4 and it's kind of like you're on a big crane that moves around you. Okay. You're up in the air. So if you don't like heights, you might not like it, but it doesn't have any big drops really at all. It's just got a bunch of cool like monster animatronics doing monster shit. So Cool ride. Would recommend. Animatronic's great. That part also has a very cool werewolf roller coaster. It's like a weird roller coaster where it doesn't, instead of doing like normal roller coaster things, it kind of like goes up and down. I don't know how to describe this. It goes up and down on like, imagine the track looks like a U and it kind of swing, like those Viking boat rides where the boat goes up and down.
No, not really.
The like the classic Viking boat ride where you're like on a boat and the boat just kind of goes side to side and it goes like up and down, like higher and higher. You know what I'm talking about?
Up and down, sure.
Not, but like it goes like side to side, like it's swinging like a pendulum. Maybe that's the way to describe it. It's like a pendulum that swings, right?
Okay, sure.
It was a roller
tipping.
coaster that was like a pendulum that would go up and up on these tracks, and then like the individual cars of the roller coaster would spin in different directions. So it wasn't like a normal roller coaster. It was very cool. Very cool. Would recommend it. Okay. Very cool ride. Then there's the How to Train Your Dragon area, which is like the most aimed at children area of the park. Sam liked the show a lot. I was kind of iffy on the show. The show had a cool animatronic dragon. It does have Toothless. There's an actor flying on Toothless that flies above the crowd in the beginning.
Wow.
Which I was like, okay, that's kind of neat, I guess. But it did have singing in it. I didn't really like the singing. I thought it was weird.
Wow.
It had singing. Not a fan of the singing. I felt like Adam. There is a smaller roller coaster in the How to Tame Your Dragon area that's super fucking good. Highly recommend. Don't skip it. Even if you like roller coasters, you think it's just like a baby roller coaster, it's not. It's a really good roller coaster. I would recommend it. So go on that roller coaster. We didn't go on the water ride because Sam didn't want to get wet. So, and then there was another like weird glider ride that we didn't go on, but it looked interesting. And then there's the big roller coaster. Yeah, it was hot. Well, earlier in the day it wasn't hot, but later in the day it was hot as fuck. And then there's a big roller coaster, which again, if you like big roller coasters, great. If you don't like big roller coasters, not so great. And there was a little carousel that lights up, which we didn't go on. But if you like carousels, you like it. Anyway, overall, I'd say very cool park, very good park. But if you do go, make sure you try to go on off time and make sure you try to get a fast pass.
Right. Or cripple.
If you want to splurge a little bit, if you stay on the hotel in the park, it's very nice because it's literally in the park. So if you're like, oh, I need to go back to the room to take a shit or eat lunch or just relax for like 20 minutes, you don't have to go
bath salts.
To do some bath salts, right? You can literally just walk 10 minutes away to your hotel room that's in the park, which is very nice. So
they might even have free bath salts for the bath.
They might even have free bath salts.
Yeah. Just crunch them up and snort those things.
Mo Mothman Friday says, does the Florida Universal Park have the Megatron that trash talks guests? So not Epic, but normal Universal does have the trash talking Megatron, which I did see also when I was there with you, Adam.
Yeah, that was great. We all enjoyed the trash talking Megatron.
Right.
Who does a particularly good job. I don't know if it's the same guy or they just, anyone who does the Megatron has to be a trash talker.
Right.
But it is a huge hit.
It is. He's great. Definitely great. Jan Moritz Core Temp Comp for $5 says, thanks for making me aware of shitty background music and videos. Now I can't unhear it. Most of it sounds horrible on 1.5 and 2x speeds. That is true. That's a good point. You would think that a lot of background music and videos would go away now because so many people do listen to videos at fast speeds. So,
yep,
that's true.
I wish you could sort videos by who had background music and who didn't. It's so sad when I listen to a content creator for a long time and I really like their videos. And then something happens. They decide to start putting background music in their videos.
Right.
I just think, what the fuck? What happened? You changed. We had such a good relationship going.
You changed. Why are you so different?
Yeah. You used to understand me. You used to get me. Now you're here with the background music. Oh,
Right.
please, no.
Do they still have the Jaws ride? They do not. They've not had the Jaws ride for like 20 years. Lucy.
We went on the Jaws ride at the epic Southern California Universal.
Oh, they still have it in California. They still have the Jaws ride.
You didn't go on it with us?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
We went on a Jaws ride when I was there.
I went on the Jaws ride. Yeah.
I really don't remember that at all. The one in Orlando hasn't been there for like 20 years. So
it's like the studio tour ride.
Oh, we went on that ride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shark
No,
come up.
No. But I'm assuming Lucy's talking in Orlando. They had an actual like dedicated Jaws ride where you were on a little boat in the water and like the little animatronic shark would jump out and everything.
You weren't just on the Star Tours?
No, not just on Star Tours. They had a specific Jaws ride. They also way back in the day had a very specific King Kong ride. They haven't had those were all don't exist and haven't existed for a long time. Paul Watson for $5 says, I took the grandkids to Disney, was shocked at the many childless adults. There you go. Went on one ride. It was dark and made me sick.
Oh my God.
How old are you, Paul Watson? I paid too much for food and toys. What ride did you go on? Okay. What ride did you go on? That was dark and made you sick. Did you go on what did you go on? Starship Earth or something?
The Space Mountain.
Space Mountain? Maybe
probably Space Mountain.
Right. I've never been on Space Mountain. Every time I fucking go to Disney, Space Mountain is broken. I never have ever gotten to ride it.
One time I went on Space Mountain and the ride broke and they turned the lights on and you look around and you're like, wow, this is just like a dingy fucking place in here.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
When the lights go on, it loses all its magic.
Paul Watson said it was
super
space
small.
So I guess, it probably was Space Mountain. Do you not like roller coasters? Like, yeah, it's a roller coaster.
I love roller coasters.
Yeah. What about the Mummy's Revenge or the Hulk roller coasters? Yeah, those still exist. Those are great. Those exist on Islands of Adventure. Or no, the Mummy's at regular Universal, I think. The Hulk's at Islands of Adventure. Those are great rides. The Hulk's one of my favorite roller coasters. And they had the Mummy in the California one. Because I know we went on that one together.
Is there a list of the best roller coasters in the world?
I'm sure.
I bet the Giant Dipper is on it.
The what?
The Giant Dipper.
What is the Giant Dipper?
Best roller coasters in the world. Let's see here.
Never heard of this.
World roller coaster rankings. Oh, this is the world.
This roller coaster looks terrible. It's like a wooden roller coaster. Wooden roller coasters are the worst.
What? Wooden roller coasters are the best.
No, you're riding on the wooden roller coaster. First of all, you get that smell. They all have that like metal on metal smell. That's terrible. And then they're so fucking like, oh God, your whole body's like, it's so fucking rickety. God, terrible.
Yeah.
Bouncing all your organs around.
Rattles your teeth out of the sockets.
No, fuck that. Fuck that. Yeah.
If you don't lose a couple teeth on the roller coaster, then it's not that good.
Oh, really? That's what you like, huh?
You gotta come off. You gotta come off missing every other tooth.
Okay.
Holy shit! There's a lot of fucking roller coasters here.
I'm sure.
Steel Vengeance #1, Rocky Mountain in the United States. Rocky Mountain Construction. Cedar Point. Where's Cedar Point at?
Is that in Ohio?
The best roller coaster in the world is in Ohio. I'm sorry I even looked this up. Embarrassing.
That's where the best roller. What is the best roller coaster? What was it called?
Well, this is according to this website.
Okay.
There's a Wikipedia page, list of roller coaster rankings.
Steel Vengeance, was that the name of it?
Yeah,
That's a
Steel
cool
Vengeance.
Name. Steel Vengeance. The number 2 one's in Florida. It says Iron Gwazi.
Falcon Flight.
The Iron Gwazi in Busch Gardens. Oh, I've been on the 3rd one. Velocicoaster. That is a good roller coaster. That's a good one.
What is Cedar Point?
That's
amusement park located in Lake Erie, Pennsylvania. Top Thrill is another one in Cedar Point.
Oh my God. I looked up a picture of that Iron Gwazi. That's got a pretty intense looking drop.
The Iron Gwazi.
Wow. That's crazy. That would make me nervous. Holy shit. Or is the drop? Wait, is that? I don't know. If, there's like something looks like it's like a fucking almost straight down.
Iron Gwazi roller coaster. Here, let me bring up a picture.
Unless that's like what they go up on. I can't.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
It does have a. It does look like a vertical drop, doesn't it? Like a straight down drop. I mean, they have them that go upside down, so.
Right.
No,
they got rid of the. They had a rocket roller coaster at Universal that they're getting rid of, which I hated because it had like a. The drop wasn't straight up and down, but the ascent was like straight up, and God, I fucking hated it. I like roller coasters, but that would bring me the anxiety. Is like the slow going up at like a 90-degree angle. It's like Jesus, not a fan.
Wow, this is like a wooden roller coaster too.
Best roller coasters make you pass out from the G-force. There you go.
Of course, yeah. The best roller coaster is the one that you reach your arm out and it gets ripped off.
I don't think that. I think that's not a good roller coaster.
And you're like,
you should have all your limbs by the time you end it.
They have to find your smashed fingers and sew them back on.
Boba Pack for $5 says the real pro tip is to have a friend who works at the park. I don't mind waiting online for free or their friends letting us slip the line. There you go. That is the real pro tip. That's true.
They let you stay in the seat for an extra go around.
There you go. Wait till Adam sees the Top Thrill 2. Oh my God. What is this? What is this thing? What am I looking at here?
The Top Thrill 2 does look pretty intense.
That looks pretty fucking crazy. I can see why people are talking about this Cedar Point place.
Top Thrill 2 is that box like the track? How does the car go on that thing? I brought up the picture of it.
There's a video of it. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, we should just be watching videos.
This looks terrifying. This looks pretty scary.
Oh, there's Cedar Point.
I'd be nervous.
We got to go to the Cedar Point place. It looks pretty cool.
It does. Oh man. There's a video of it like first person, like right from the front of the car. Very cool though. Anyways.
All right. Are we done? Did we get all the super chats?
We got them.
This was a great show. A lot of fun.
Yes. Oh, look at this. Mo Mothman for $5 says my favorite roller coaster was Apollo Chariot at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, where Fabio had an unfortunate encounter with a goose. Well, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
I've been on that fucking roller coaster. I love that roller coaster. That was a good roller coaster. I actually have a picture of myself with my cousins on the roller coaster. I didn't realize that was the same place where that Fabio got hit with the goose. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that made world news.
Yeah. That's so funny.
It was
I didn't realize
all
it was
over
the same
place.
one. There you go. Look at that. That was a good roller coaster.
So are we going to live stream for a little bit tomorrow, or what's the deal?
I don't know. We'll see.
You don't know? Oh, look, Sitch
It's
is
late.
worn out.
I'm sleeping.
The time to ask is not now. The time to ask
No.
is tomorrow.
Let's go with Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe. Okay, to make up.
You need a day off tomorrow?
I need a sleepy
You need
day.
a little rest?
I need a little
You could
rest
sleep,
day.
and we could like stream for an hour in the evening. We don't
Okay,
have to
maybe we'll do
stream
that.
in the fucking morning.
Maybe we'll do that.
Okay.
Check your feeds on Monday. Maybe we'll surprise you with something.
We should let people see us at a
Jumping in.
different time, you know?
There you go.
Some people might be available at a different time.
Maybe it'll be a random time, yeah. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You have made it to the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists that would never, ever, ever let yourself be gaslit by your girlfriend or boyfriend or husband or wife into becoming a horrible, toxic loser who changes all their political views and becomes a big cock. And we'll see you all maybe tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Happy Labor Day.
Yeah. Have fun.